Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The October 3, 2007 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We always make this announcement about our state-of-the-art detection and suppression sprinkler system, and should alarms activate during the meeting, and we have no reason to believe that they will, please evacuate using the exits, and once outside, we'll have employees wearing safety vests to tell you what to do, and our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. As I say, this is just a precautionary advisement. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Chaplain Steve Sanson, Veterans and Politics International, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Heavenly Father, may the grace of the great mystery of the universe be with us as we gather here today. We are joined by the common bond of love of our great city, love of our great country, love of our families, and love for one another. We give thanks for those in this chamber who have given so selflessly of themselves to help this great city in providing essential services to its citizens. We give thanks to the mayor and members of this council for making this city a great place to live, work, prosper, and dream. As this council does its work today, let us also not forget the men and women of our military that have gave their lives for us to continue to live. Let the words of the 8th century Indian saint guide us today. May I be a guard for all those who are protectorless, a guide for those who journey on the road. For those who wish to go across the water, may I be a boat, a raft, a bridge. For all those that is sick in the world, until all sickness has been healed, may I myself become for them the doctor, nurse, the medicine itself. May these words help guide this council with compassion and wisdom in the work they're about to conduct today. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very good.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is a ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, we'd like to recognize the October Citizen of the Month. I'm proud to announce that Dick Geyer is this month's recipient. Dick, would you please join us? Dick, thank you for dressing for us today. It's a very nice tie. It's all right. I know it's his Arts District shirt. You're doing the right thing. Born and raised in suburban Philadelphia, Dick moved to Las Vegas in 1995, and since then he's been a familiar face in the local arts community. He started or has been intimately involved in many successful arts programs. He helped organize the Las Vegas Arts District Neighborhood Association and the Las Vegas Sculpture Park, which is a very important concept that we have in the downtown here, and also served as the founding vice president for the Architectural and Decorative Design Professional Organization. He's also a member of the Downtown Steering Committee and the board of Whirligig, the producers of the popular First Friday event, and this is a good time to advise everybody that this First Friday, they expect a lot of people downtown. The weather should be absolutely gorgeous, so see whether you can make it. I'm going to do my very best to get down there, walk around, see the arts, see the food, hear the music, and just see the people. And hopefully we will have more than 10,000 people down there, and Dick in large part has been responsible for making that successful. It's fitting that we recognize him today because October is National Arts and Humanities Month, and this is a national event designed to honor efforts of artists, historians, cultural groups, and cultural patrons working to make the arts and humanities a part of everyone's life. Dick is a perfect example of how one individual can add to the cultural richness of a community. On behalf of the entire City Council, we congratulate you on being named Citizen of the Month. Dick has had a good couple of days. Yesterday was your birthday? Okay. We will not sing Happy Birthday. No, we will sing Happy Birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dick. Happy birthday to you, and many more. Oh, I'm advised it was also Councilman Ross's birthday yesterday. Let's pretend that we sang happy birthday to Councilman Ross.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council. This is really wonderful. It's like the Academy Awards in a sense. I'm just going to thank three people that have been so primary in what we've done down there. Obviously, the first one is Wes Isbrook in the Arts Factory, who was originally a dreamer and now is, of course, a conceptualizer and a making it happen. Jack Solomon, who came to town back in 2000, a great art maven, knows everyone and has helped enormously. He was part of Soho in New York and also in Chicago. He knows what he's doing, and it's been a great help. And then Cindy Funkhauser, when we tried to do the First Friday type event once a year, it just wouldn't work. She put it on monthly. The work that she does has been and continues to be enormous and has made a tremendous difference in the Arts District. And then I do want to say that the work that the Neighborhood Association has been doing over the last 4 years with the city through its task force meeting has been tremendous. We've been able to affect codes, building codes, usage of property, a special live work code, special licensing for an urban lounge, which we have 4 licenses already going through the City Council. All I can say is, in the words of Al Jolson, though, you ain't seen nothing yet. Thank you.
That's great. For our next item, we're going to recognize October as National Community Planning Month, and to assist in making this presentation, I'd like to ask Margot Wheeler, our Director of Planning and Development, to join us. Margot, why don't you come right up here? Each year, the American Planning Association celebrates National Community Planning Month in an effort to raise the visibility of planning efforts in communities across the U.S. and to recognize the many residents, leaders, and officials who contribute to making great communities. In our community, we see this kind of commitment every day, and as a result, we're seeing many projects that exhibit excellent long-range planning. An example of this is Union Park development right here in the downtown. Residents will be able to live, work, and play in the ultimate urban experience that is leading the revitalization and redevelopment of the downtown of Las Vegas. We're also seeing this with many LEED certified buildings that are going up throughout our community. It's fitting that we're making this recognition today. Next spring, Margot is bringing the planning world to Las Vegas. The American Planning Association is going to hold its national conference here in Las Vegas. How many planners will we have?
We hope to have more than 7,500.
More than 7,500 planners from all over, and they're looking forward to coming to Las Vegas. They're the people who are creating America as we know it today, and they'll see what's happening in our great city, and we will be leading the league for sure
And I'm looking forward to participating in that along with the council. And I know that we'll have much to show off and be proud of during this conference. So on behalf of the city, we'd like to proclaim October as National Community Planning Month, and we ask all citizens to join us in recognizing the efforts of our planning community. And we have some special people with us today, one of whom, well, one in particular who is not with us today, and that's Steve Evans. I think this is an appropriate time to recognize and to convey our condolences to Steve on the passing of his dad, Blackie Evans. Blackie was a friend to many of us. I know when I first came to town as a young lawyer, he sort of took me under his wing. He was a terrific community partner, as his son Steve has been, and I want, on behalf of the entire City Council, to convey our condolences to the Evans family at this point in time. We have our, we've got three of our planning commissioners who are probably, I don't know, the most special people in the community. They have not asked for a salary raise.
Well, they've asked.
Oh, you have? I see. Well, no one has proposed an ordinance giving them a salary raise, that's for sure. But I think it's appropriate that you not only get a salary raise, you also get a car allowance and membership in an exclusive country club for the services that you perform for us without asking anything in return. They're of tremendous value, and they're just a great planning commission. We had a wonderful meeting. We had a joint meeting about 2 or 3 weeks ago where we talked about sustainability. It was a pretty special occasion, and I've gotten a lot of positive feedback where the Planning Commission, the City Council, we sat together and we talked about what we're going to do in order to make Las Vegas a place not only for the present but also to preserve it for future generations. And I think that we all learned an awful lot from that presentation, and we use it in our day-to-day work to make sure that Las Vegas continues to be the greatest city on earth. So with that, Margot, I'm going to hand you the mic and you take it from there.
Thank you, sir. It's through the leadership of you and your council that City of Las Vegas Planning Department is moving to the forefront, and as you say, it's the 100th anniversary of the American Planning Association conference that will be held here in April of 2008. And our planning commissioners, Rick Truesdale, David Steinman, and Glenn Trowbridge, here today. As you mentioned, Commissioner Evans cannot make it, but they are among the hardest working folks in town, being here till all hours, and much of their work makes your work easier, I hope. And again, thank you to you and all the members of the council for your support.
Thank you very much, Margot. Gentlemen?
On behalf of the Planning Commission, we want to thank the hardest working staff in all of Nevada and in the western United States. This planning staff processes more applications, deals with more cases, and in a fast-growing city like Las Vegas, they have to be on top of their game every day, and they do an excellent job, and we thank them for their support.
As the newest resident in Las Vegas on that planning commission, the rest of them have been here all their life practically. It is a pleasure to serve this city in this capacity. I've gotten to know it very well, and I'm very proud of what we're doing in this city. Thank you.
I often wear two hats, and today I wear two hats again. On behalf of the U.S. Green Building Council, who's responsible for sustainable living and the LEED certification and all that, I'd like to congratulate the City Council for its efforts and leadership that it's assumed in helping to make the Valley a much more sustainable living community, and therefore make it a much better and a even better Las Vegas than it is right now. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the entire council.
Appreciate it. Thanks, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you. Margaret, thank you.
Thank you.
For our next item, Councilman Brown will proclaim National Fire Prevention Week. Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could have Chief Myers and Deputy Chief Gracia join me up at the podium. Rick, I'll turn the mic over to you, and then we'll provide the proclamation after.
Well, thank you, Councilman. I'll just take this opportunity to talk about Fire Prevention Week for a moment and just explain that, from the Fire Prevention Division, well, most people, our citizens, are familiar with our emergency response aspect of the fire service and, the real exciting bright lights, firefighters on scene in action, coming to help people in times of emergency. But it's actually our fire prevention efforts that provide the best opportunity for people to avoid the negative consequences of the fire problem. We work tirelessly around the year to continue to update our curriculum to teach children, the elderly, and parents on just some of the basic things they can do in their home to avoid, such a catastrophe. It's our first line of defense. In fact, the emergency response segment is our last line, and it's the one that we try to stay out of as much as possible. We have a dedicated staff of about 34 people on our department that work on our fire prevention program and our efforts, and as far as enforcing the fire code to, again, our public education programs and that sort of thing. So I just want to thank the council, the mayor, city manager's office for taking the time to provide this this proclamation. Thank you.
Congratulations. We also have a special award. Recently, at the International Association of Fire Chiefs Fire Rescue Conference in Atlanta, for the first time ever, there was an Excellence in Fire and Life Safety Award presented to one of our own here in the city of Las Vegas. So I'd ask Ozzie Murcaugh to join us up here. Ozzie was selected because of his many years of research and ongoing communication efforts on behalf of the 1947 President's Conference on Fire Prevention. He was selected among 5 finalists and presented the award during the education keynote address at the conference. Ozzie's been the fire protection engineer for Las Vegas Fire and Rescue since 1994, well known throughout our community. We get phone calls on Ozzie all the time. Good, bad, and different, but we always get the phone calls. Ozzie does a wonderful job. He's responsible for the review of plans submitted for new buildings in the city of Las Vegas to ensure compliance. He has a Bachelor of Science Mechanical Engineering degree from Arizona State University and a Master of Public Administration degree from UNLV. He is a graduate of the United States Fire Administration's Executive Fire Officer Program, and he was appointed to the Knights of the Order of Life Safety Servant by the Residential Fire Safety Institute in 1997. Only 2 people in Nevada have been presented with that award. So Ozzie, on behalf of the City Council, we congratulate you not only for your efforts, but also bringing the recognition to our great city. Thank you.
It is through engineering, enforcement, and education that we in fire prevention are trying to serve best the citizens of Las Vegas and provide the highest quality of safety and the most cost-effective way of protecting our community. Thank you.
Could we have Ozzie's family join us up here for a photo, Your Honor?
Certainly. So that's the Ozzie they call me about.
Go to the meadows.
There you go. They got to be very smart. For our final item, the Mayor Pro Tem will proclaim October as National Code Compliance Month. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we have Stephen Harson from our code enforcement team, or well, actually he's the Neighborhood Services Director, and Tony Guarino, come up, please. Devin, come on up. Thanks, Tony. The American Association of Code Enforcement has designated October as National Code Compliance Month. Code enforcement meets a very important need in our city. The City Council today is proclaiming October as Code Enforcement Month in Las Vegas and recognizing the outstanding work of the Neighborhood Services Code Enforcement Team. Code enforcement is very responsive to the calls from my office as well as the other councilman's office and the mayor's. They work to keep neighborhoods clean and safe, respond to calls from residents on a range of issues from weeds and junk in yards to other issues that affect quality of life. As a matter of fact, I got a car for sale down on Bonanza, about 21st Street. It's a blue van. Don't know license plates on it or anything. It's been there for about 2 weeks. So if we get down there, we also provide information to citizens at town halls and neighborhood meetings to resolve problems such as litter, junk vehicles, solid waste, and graffiti. Our code enforcement officers treat customers with respect, we hope, concern, and appreciation, working to achieve common goals through cooperation, partnership, and commitment. And I have to tell you, this is one of the most important departments that we have, to me, in the city of Las Vegas, especially in my ward. I don't know what I would do without them. I have their personal phone numbers. I get to call them. Stephen allows me to do that. It seems like that we are, in the older areas, starting to make a comeback somewhat, and it's because of people like this in their department and what they do for us. It's really, really tough when you have 60-year-old, 70-year-old homes, and you're trying to get the broken window fixed. And these guys just do a really, really great job. So, Stephen, from me, I want to thank you, and it's really a pleasure for us to be able to give you this proclamation today.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Code enforcement officers and our rapid response team are dedicated, well-trained professionals that work in our community every day and a lot of times on weekends. They care about their community. They work closely as a team, and I tell you, our department could not be more proud about what they accomplish each and every day. But a lot of this could not be done without the support of the mayor and council. So for that, we thank you. Devin, do you want to say anything?
Again, Mayor and Council, I want to thank you for taking the time to recognize the staff and the work that they do every day. I also want to take the time to thank you for the support that you give us. I know you guys receive a lot of phone calls because of the work we do out there. It's not always gratifying. It's not always, but we have to explain to the people that the work we do and the importance of it. And I just want to take a few minutes and ask my rapid response staff and my code enforcement staff to stand up and be recognized. And I personally want to thank you all for the job you do. You guys all work hard, and I know that sometimes it's a very thankless job, but thank you for what you do, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, can I just say?
Yes. I want to take a few minutes or a few seconds to recognize Pam Hines. Pam is, I think, somewhere in Tennessee or where at? In Atlanta, Georgia. She's at a code enforcement office convention down there. So Pam does a great job for us, helping us make sure that we're getting, those complaints taken care of.
I just wanted to strongly second everything Councilman Reese said. I also have a ward that's older, has many, many problems, and code enforcement has been an integral part of our starting to make a turnaround and improve. And this is what our citizens are telling us now. I can't tell you how grateful I and every one of my staff are for everything you do and how promptly and efficiently you do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lois. Tony, you want to say anything?
I just want to say, we thank the council and the mayor because we do need your support, because unfortunately when you go onto a person's property and you're telling them what to do, it's not always easy to tell the king or the queen of their castle what they can and can't do. So we do appreciate all your help and support.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, that's it. We're going to go to our regular agenda now.
We didn't.
Let's say it again. No? 45? Yep. Thank you. I understand. You'll be there. Okay. Item number 9, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 45 is a work card appeal, Michelle Lynn Whitten. Metro's asked to strike. Item number 54 is Resolution 71, 2007 CBIP for Aristotle Holdings LLC and OG Ely Autos LLC doing business at Olympic Gardens at 1531 Las Vegas Boulevard South. Staff asked that to be held in abeyance until our October 17, 2007 meeting. And number 59, bill number 2007-50, abeyance to 10/17/07, requested by Councilman Wilson. Council members, are there any other items we need to bring forward at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these items forward, take appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. I'm going to make a request, if I may. There have been some comments to various council members about when folks come up to the podium that they feel crowded when other speakers want to speak while they're up there. So I'm going to ask that we have just one person at a time up to the podium. I'll give everybody plenty of time to get up there if they want to speak on a particular issue, but let's let people speak unobstructively when they want to address the council members. Thank you very much. Item number 10, approval of the final minutes by reference to the regular city council meetings of August 15, 2007 and September 5, 2007, and the special joint city council and planning commission meeting of August 27, 2007. May I have a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No addition or deletion. I'd like a motion for approval of those minutes.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 11 through 40 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wish to be brought forward at this time? Seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll make a motion to approve items 11 through 40 with all staff conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post? Yes, excuse me.
Mayor Pro Tem, I apologize.
Councilor Brown.
Could I ask that 34 be pulled and brought forward?
All right. Call 34.
Do we want to take a motion?
Yes, let's take the motion.
My motion, Your Honor, be to approve items 11 through 40 with the exceptions of item number 34 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, motion carries.
Could I just make a comment on item number 22 about the liquor caterer license for Wolfgang Puck at the Springs Preserve? I want to emphasize for people who have questioned or called my office that this is not a tavern license. This is just a license that you would have at any destination such as that. And in fact, we have made it more restrictive as far as what would occur in civic property.
Very good, thank you. Okay, item 34 is approval of the Parents as Learning Support, which is referred to as PALS, funding recommendations to allocate $93,540 state grant funds to 22 City of Las Vegas elementary schools for the implementation of programs to increase parent involvement in education. Mr. Harson.
Yes. I didn't know. Entertain any questions you may have?
If I could, Your Honor.
Certainly.
And I'm not sure if we were briefed on it. I was curious just on the selection of the elementary schools. Was there a criteria, or was the initiative placed on the school?
Yes. Basically, the way the program works is schools that are eligible, they must be in the City of Las Vegas, and they must be operating a Title I program. Then they are given the opportunity to actually apply with a program or service that they want to do, and then there's a group of individuals or board, a committee, if you will, that actually reviews their proposals and makes their recommendations.
So all the elementary schools that have a Title
I
program,
program, yes.
were notified via the city or the school district
The
that
city.
they could apply?
Yes, the city. We do that.
And some of the schools that aren't on here, that would mean they chose not to, or
That's correct.
some did apply and were not funded?
From my understanding, everybody was funded that did apply. There was enough money.
All right. Thank you, Stephen.
All right, may I have a motion,
Thank
please?
you, Aaron.
Yes, Your Honor. Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harson. Okay, item 41 is a report from our city manager on emerging issues. Dr. Selby?
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
A few items between now and your next council meeting, and I want to also give you a little update on my recent visit to Washington, D.C. One of the things that I know we've briefed you on, and I wanted to explain a little more today, is the issue with our declining revenues. Consolidated sales tax, which comprises about 60% of our operating budget, continues to be in decline. In fact, for the last 4 months, we've seen actual negative growth in that significant portion of our revenue. We attribute it, again, to the downturn in the housing market, but there's also somewhat of a downturn in retail sales. We remain optimistic that as all these new projects that are being built come online and create a new workforce, that things will start to turn around. But for the time being, we're being fairly conservative in looking at our city budgets and our operations, and I've asked our directors to scrutinize carefully programs that they do today, as well as giving very, very careful consideration to the expansion or change in any programs that would cause us to have to spend more money. Last night I returned from a couple days in Washington, D.C., a very intensive visit that was coordinated by Congressman John Porter and the delegation from Nevada with the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce. The whole effort was to educate others in Congress and the Senate, as well as the heads of various federal agencies, about Las Vegas and how we're a lot more than what we advertise ourselves to be. We met with a number of people, leaders in various committees and agencies, and there were a few highlights that I thought might be of interest to you. Transportation funding. There's a concern that we could face major shortfalls nationally if there's not something done to start to rein in expenditures on the transportation funding program, and this could adversely affect Nevada projects. Now, there is work underway to try to prevent this fund going into a deficit, but at the present time, that issue has not been addressed. But I wanted to note a bright note, and that is that the Secretary of Transportation has noted that they have created a new program for corridors that are of commercial concern to the United States, and they call them Corridors of the Future. So you may hear about a Corridors of the Future program. The good news is that I-15, because of its role in transportation and interstate commerce, as well as its relationship to NAFTA and the Canamex Highway program, is on that Corridors of the Future program, which makes it eligible for special consideration in certain types of funding that would allow for some innovation, including things like truck-only lanes and the possibility of public-private partnerships to create pay-to-drive express lanes on I-15 between Las Vegas and California. I asked questions about Amtrak as well and high-speed rail service. High-speed rail service doesn't seem to be a lot happening to push that agenda forward. But on Amtrak, there was some suggestion that with the reauthorization of the Surface Transportation Act, that there may be an opportunity to try to restore Amtrak service between Las Vegas and Southern California. Amtrak operates in a deficit. It requires a subsidy everywhere it operates. And it seems to be recognized now that that is just the way that rail service around the world has to operate. And so we're no longer facing that significant challenge of showing that it will break even or make a profit. There were discussions about the efforts to mitigate the mortgage crisis, some things that have already happened, as you're aware, regarding trying to help out certain aspects of the community that are facing the mortgage crisis, but additional bills are being introduced that would perhaps help further, that go along the lines of allowing more FHA options, more opening that program up a little broader, as well as forgiving the tax consequences of where a mortgage lender might forgive certain debt on a mortgage. Right now, if a lender were to forgive a certain amount of the debt, that is considered income under the tax code and would be taxed as such. Mayor, you might be interested to know that Congressman Barney Frank has indicated he plans to introduce legislation to legalize internet gaming.
All right.
So
now we're talking.
And finally, on tourism and trade, there's a great deal of bipartisan support for encouraging tourism and trade, and international tourism, I should add, in the United States on the heels of 9/11. There are concerns expressed, especially over how Canadians may feel about stricter border controls and passport requirements, because Las Vegas is actually the third most popular destination in the U.S. for Canadians. I don't know why we're only third, but we will work our way up, I'm sure. There's a lot of thought that we treat our visitors now, our international visitors, as though they were all terrorists, and there's a concern that our courtesy at our borders is causing a drop in international tourism. There's also a feeling that if we get more people visiting the United States who have never been here, they come to believe in the values and our form of government and our abilities to be a good world partner. So there's a program now called Discover America Initiative, and you'll probably hear some more about that.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I thought you made an announcement before we started the meeting today that we wasn't going to allow these people to come up here and stand during presentations.
No, except you. No problem.
A couple other announcements. The city's hosting a Homeowners Association Appreciation event. That'll be in Ward 6 on Saturday at the new Centennial Hills Community Center. This is going to include an energy expo as part of the event. The idea is this whole event is to create some support for HOAs and their staff and allow them to educate the homeowners that they represent on energy efficiency. So it goes along with the city's sustainability initiative. That, again, will be at the Centennial Hills Community Center from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Saturday.
Can I make a comment, Your Honor?
Certainly, Councilman.
In regards to that Homeowners Appreciation Day, that's exactly what it's designed for. Those homeowners associations contribute a lot of their time and dedicate themselves to their neighborhoods and their homeowners associations. So I thought it only right that I recognize them and their efforts, and at the same time have invited some folks out to talk about energy conservation, water conservation. A lot of the neighborhoods have got gas lamps in them for that rural feel, so I've invited someone from the gas company to come out there. It's kind of an open forum and an open format. There's no agenda, and I'll be serving them hot dogs, as a matter of fact. So if you get a minute, stop by, Your Honor.
Okay, and when is that again?
Saturday.
What time?
It's 11 o'clock, 11 to 1.
Okay, and where's it going to be again?
At the community center.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Another event, this is next Saturday. We're going to open up all the city fire stations to the public. We encourage everybody to visit between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. It's a great chance for neighbors to visit the fire station in their neighborhood. It's part of our Fire Prevention Week celebration. And finally, on that same Saturday, beginning at 10 a.m., we'll have the annual Hispanic International Day Parade here downtown. It will take place on our parade route, which is 4th Street. So we encourage everybody to come down and help us celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month with that parade.
Okay, thank you. Are there any, did you have something you wanted to say?
The councilman will mention that later.
Okay. All right, any questions or comments of Dr. Selby? All right, Councilman Wilson?
Mayor Goodman, thank you. A couple of questions, Dr. Selby. Do we still have the program in place where we offer I think it's a $5,000 incentive to teachers that move and take jobs?
Mm-hmm.
The housing program?
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't heard anything about that in a while, and since we're just on the new cycle of the new year, can you give us any kind of an update on that, or do you need to do your research and come back?
I would prefer to come back and give you accurate numbers.
Okay, if you could do that perhaps at the next meeting, I'd appreciate it. Secondly, we have a Veterans Day parade coming up on November 11th, I think.
I believe that's right.
And what I'd like to just comment on is we're about 5 weeks out. And we throw some pretty good parades here in the city of Las Vegas, but I think that there's some room for improvement to promote our parades. So I'd just like to put my 2 cents in to say, whatever we can do in the next 5 weeks to promote the Veterans Day parade, to get people to come out. I think we need to think outside the box a little on some of these promotions so that we can get the word out as best as possible to get people to come out.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I just
Councilwoman.
wanted to say I had asked for a report on the education, the money teachers are using for housing. And would you also include anything else we're doing in the city to help teachers with housing besides this one area?
Yes.
Because I
I
hadn't
will.
received the information yet, and it would be helpful, as Councilman Wolfson said. Thank you.
Very good. All right, Dr. Selby, anything that we can do to advance the various programs that you talked to us about, like the transportation funding, and anything we can do as a council or as a mayor in order to get these things on, particularly Amtrak. Everybody, wherever I go, people keep on yearning for Amtrak to return, and it makes a lot of sense to me that Amtrak does service the Southern California area coming up here.
We may want to bring back our legislative package to you and amend it to include some more specific items on that.
Okay, and I'm really interested in the interstate internet betting, and I would like to contact Congressman Frank and really engage in a serious conversation with him, not only about internet betting, but also about interstate betting. I believe that we've reached the point in sophistication in our society that we recognize that Las Vegas and Nevada is the only place that regulates sports betting. And we have a great record as far as that regulation, where we have never had an embarrassing event take place in Nevada as a result of the regulatory agencies. And I'd like to begin to explore perhaps legalizing the placing of interstate bets, and then talk to the leagues and have them become our partners and have that as a revenue device where they'll be able to share in their respective sports with bets that are being placed throughout the world into Las Vegas. So if somebody could help me with that, I'd sure appreciate it. Even if I have to go back and speak to Congressman Frank, I feel very strongly about this, particularly in view of what happened with the NBA referee. That's the very thing that Las Vegas protects against, and to me, the leagues should be grateful for the fact that we do regulate sports, because but for us, there's no telling what kind of improprieties would be taking place. So I would really appreciate that. Yes, sir, did you want to be heard?
Public interest, briefly. Thank you for permitting me to speak. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Regarding the manager's report, very eloquent report, 2 aspects. One having to do with revenue, the other having to do with mortgage foreclosures. It's called the Great Gulf of Disequilibrium between the haves and the have-nots. And it's increasing as we speak. You may, of course, be aware of the fact that planned less aggressive development and redevelopment has a consequence. It results in inflated real estate values, artificially inflated. Goes along with that is inflated rents. And when you have mortgage foreclosures at the rate we have in this state, it also causes unemployment. and increases costs of just about everything. And so you're going to have more and more people being at risk of being made homeless, people you wouldn't expect to be in that position. And that is the true total picture of it. If you want to resolve that issue, you'll have to reorder your priorities yesterday and be very, very diligent about it. Because at the bottom line, at the end of the day, those issues caused by the gulf of disequilibrium can and may result in the collapse of government, locally, statewide, and nationally. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Selby, thank you very much for the report. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. Item 42 is discussion and possible action regarding the First Amendment to exclusive negotiation agreement by and between City Parkway 5, Inc. and LiveWork, LLC for evaluating the disposition and development of real property located near Main Street and Lewis Avenue and real property located near the southeast corner of City Parkway and Grand Central Parkway. This is in Wards 3 and 5. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. This is an ENA extension to an extension of the ENA that you entered into on April of this year for a 6-month term, and it expires on October 15th, between the City of Las Vegas, City Parkway, and LiveWork Las Vegas. If you remember, and I'll just kind of outline what this was all about, this was the exclusive negotiating agreement that respects the potential trade of property for a site on Union Park, that being parcels PQ, and I've got this on the overhead. That's in the lower map that you see on your screen, for a site for a potential new city hall on the block that's occupied by the former Queen of Hearts Casino, and that's on the upper map in your overhead. The trade would respect a swap of properties, or the ENA, and then how each of these sites get developed. On the Union Park site, which is in the lower photo, that would encompass, according to the master plan we have for Union Park, the development of a 1,000-room casino hotel, and that's what you see in the lower right-hand corner of the master plan for Union Park. And on the other block, the Queen of Hearts block, where the city is currently evaluating that site as a potential site for City Hall. That's one of 5 blocks that comprise the project known as LiveWork Las Vegas. We've been negotiating for months now with LiveWork Las Vegas and Forest City Enterprises. I think a new twist to this was, at the time we entered into this ENA, Forest City Enterprises was just entering the picture as a potential partner of LiveWork Las Vegas on this project. I'm pleased to report they have closed on that partnership. They are now formally a partner in this project. They've acquired a 60% interest. So this ENA extension also acknowledges the consolidation of ownership in that partnership. The LiveWork Las Vegas partners are consolidating their interests into one LLC, LiveWork Las Vegas LLC, and then we're acknowledging that Forest City Enterprises is now a formal partner in that partnership. So we're both extending the agreement to February 29, 2008 and making those acknowledgments of the consolidated partnership. During the negotiations we've had over the last few months, we've made a lot of progress. We've reached a tentative verbal agreement to business terms, which I think are very much in the interest of the city. And because of the complexity of this agreement, this is probably going to be one of the more complex agreements that we'll be presenting to you at the end of February, because it respects the trade of 2 sites, a scope of development for 2 sites, and a schedule of performance for 2 sites. This will be fairly complicated. We need considerably more time to put this together. With those being said, staff does recommend approval. We do have here a local representative of Forest City Enterprises, Dave Phillips, who's here to represent the partnership should you have any questions of the developer on this project.
Mr. Adams, I think it's worthwhile for you to advise the council and myself the significance of having a company like Forest City involved in this project.
Well, I think, they may not be a household word, but Forest City Enterprises is truly one of the preeminent urban redevelopment companies in America. I think one of their more notable projects near us is Stapleton Airport. They took the former Stapleton Airport in Denver, and they are the redeveloper of Stapleton. It's a multi-thousand acre master plan mixed-use development in the old core part of the Denver metropolitan area, and they've developed thousands of housing units and commercial development as part of that project, a multi-billion-dollar project. One of their affiliates is the current developer of the New Jersey Nets Arena in Brooklyn that's currently underway that Frank Geary's designing. And then, I could go on and on. They've done the Tower Place project in Cleveland, which is their headquarters facility, but they are clearly one of the great urban redevelopment companies in America, and we're very pleased to have them in downtown as now a vested partner. This isn't just Forest City interested in Live Work Las Vegas. We have actually confirmed they have closed their interest. They've recorded a mortgage on the site respecting that interest, and they are now very much a vested partner in this project.
It would be a fair statement then that they are a true believer in what we're trying to accomplish.
They are, and we've had, as you know, a number of meetings with them. They've presented us some very preliminary plans for how they vision both sites, and we are moving along. There are many moving parts to this transaction because there's two sites, and there are a lot of components of each of the two sites. But we are working at a great speed to put both of these, one agreement together respecting the development of both sites. As I said previously, will be one of our more complicated development agreements that we'll be bringing before you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. Scott, when are we going to get City Hall built?
Well, we're on a track. I think a lot of that, I will let the city manager respond to that, but I know that the city's doing its due diligence of the Queen of Hearts site. One of the things business points that we have been negotiating with Forest City on is that during the conveyance of that, should we proceed with the swap, they convey a cleared and remediated site. And that's a point that they have tentatively agreed to at this point. So that will actually help facilitate a quicker development of that site for City Hall should we choose to do so.
And I'll tell the Mayor Pro Tem this, that part of the negotiations are to set some very strict timelines as to the obligations and responsibilities of the respective parties. If the trade goes through, they're going to have a timeline which we find acceptable to us as far as building this 1,000-plus room casino at Union Park at the same time, and I know this is something that we're interested in. We have a timeline that we're going to have to meet in order to get City Hall built. So hopefully before we're too worried.
That'd be good. I'd like to welcome Forest City into this development. Thank you very much. And I move to follow the staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Item 43. This is a report by the General Manager of Las Vegas Valley Water District and Southern Nevada Water Authority on the status of the drought, conservation efforts, water infrastructure projects, and related activities, which, of course, pertains to all the wards. Ms. Mulroy, how are you?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It's a delight for me to be here this morning and have this opportunity to bring you up to date on what's happening in the world of water. I'm going to try to use this, but I am technically challenged, so I bear your forgiveness right up front. As you know, over the last 7 years, as everyone in the Colorado River Basin has been struggling with the drought and coming to grips with, is this a temporary phenomenon or is this a manifestation of a larger climate change that we are going to have to live with in perpetuity? We have been hoping year to year that the drought would be limited in length, but so far there has been no abatement to the drought that we have experienced in the Colorado River Basin. Unfortunately for the city of Las Vegas and for all of southern Nevada, 90% of our water supply comes from the Colorado River. Only 10% of our water supply comes from our local groundwater basin. And as water managers everywhere around the world who are dealing with providing reliable water supplies in arid environments, we too are looking at diversifying where our water comes from in order to get our toes from off this cliff that we stand on and the dependency on one hydrographic watershed, if you will. The outlook for the drought is not improving. In fact, whether it just persists or whether it intensifies is pretty academic at this point, but the national NOAA is not predicting any abatement of this drought in the foreseeable future. What has that meant to the inflows into Lake Powell and Lake Mead? As you can see, we were blessed with a relatively average year in the year 2005 with 105% of normal inflow, but other than that, we have been well below normal flowing into Lake Powell, which over the 7-year average is 61% of normal, which is a historic low for the Colorado River Basin. This year we anticipate, we're coming toward the end of this water year, and we anticipate the final number to be a 69% inflow into Powell, which means Powell is continuing to drop. The impacts of this drought on Lake Powell and Lake Mead are pretty significant. Councilman Tarkanian was kind enough to join us on a tour of the Upper Basin here last week and witnessed firsthand the devastation that has occurred in Powell in terms of reduced water levels. Both reservoirs sit at 49%. So to those who like to talk about taking Glen Canyon Dam out and restricting storage on the Colorado Basin to only Lake Mead, all I ask is that I point to these numbers and I say if there was no Lake Powell, Las Vegas would not have water today. We would not have made it 7 years into this drought. Every month, the Bureau of Reclamation puts out a 24-month forecast, and they assimilate the real-time data that has accrued up to that month, and then they project 24 months out into the future, anticipating normal conditions moving forward. This continuing decline in Lake Mead represents normal inflow. That would be if all of a sudden next year we had 100% runoff into Powell. This does not anticipate a continuation of the drought that we've been experiencing. For us, the first line and the first issue when it comes to the impacts of this drought is a facilities issue. We currently have 2 intakes. Our first intake is at elevation 1050. For a point of reference, Lake Mead is full at elevation 1204. Our second intake is at elevation 1000. And because of this drought, we are currently in the process, and the board will next month award a design bid contract, which will cost around $1 billion to build the third intake, which, as you can see from this schematic, will go all the way through the mountain, down underneath Lake Mead, and come up from the floor of Lake Mead at elevation 860. Now, why the third intake? 2 months ago, I reported to the board that in order to have a realistic dialogue about conditions on the Colorado River, we needed to not anticipate normal inflow, given what the drought forecast shows, but let's assume that the drought continues as it has been. It doesn't get any worse, but there's no improvement. Under that, the numbers look very, very different for southern Nevada. By 2010, we will break elevation 1050. Now, that means that we lose our upward intake. It also means that Hoover Dam ceases the generation of electricity. That is the lowest elevation at which Hoover Dam can generate electricity, and Hoover as a hydropower source will be lost until Lake Mead recovers. As you can see, you take that drought out further, and by 2012, we are down at the 1025. I'm going to talk about resources and the interstate agreement around these shortage guidelines here in a second, but just bear in mind for reference as we talk forward, and I'll probably repeat myself, the Secretary of Interior makes the first series of cuts in allocation in the lower basin at elevation 1075. He makes the second round of cuts in allocation at elevation 1050, and he makes the third round of cuts at elevation 1025. The basin states at this point have only agreed to 3 rounds of cuts. In the last round of cuts and the worst round of cuts at 1025, southern Nevada is reduced by 20,000 acre-feet. I'll get into that in a little bit more here in a minute, but for now we need to talk about the facilities issues because it is a first and foremost of concern. As you can see from this schematic of the valley, the facilities that are in red before you are the ones that are the lines that feed the city of Las Vegas, come off of Alfred Merritt Smith, predominantly at the current time when we have both intakes in use, and that feeds all of Boulder City, virtually all of North Las Vegas, the city of Las Vegas, and essentially the entire water district service area except for the very southwestern portion of it. When we built intake number 2, however, we built some connections. At that time, I remember vividly being criticized for building a Cadillac of a system when a Chevy would do. Today, I'm very grateful we built that Cadillac and didn't fall back and build the Chevy. There are interconnections between intake number 1 and intake number 2, which Dr. Selby very wisely put in when he had control of this project early on. And since then, we have built a second connection between the 2 intakes to where the full capacity of intake 2 can feed both Alfred Merritt Smith and River Mountains Water Treatment Facility, which is situated in Henderson. Here is a pictorial of those 2 interconnects as they connect the upper and the lower intake. So from a lake perspective, we have enough connectivity to be able to solve the problem. Obviously, we have to proceed quickly with the construction of the 3rd intake, but given the complexity and difficulty of this intake project, and right now as a design build, we have 3 international conglomerates that are vying for this project. It's going to require custom-made machinery to drill this. It is an excruciatingly difficult project because of the hydrostatic pressure that's going to have to be sustained as you drill all the way underneath Lake Mead. And the soonest we believe it can be done is 2012. At this point, in all candor, this is an old slide. The 3 competing developers or contractors are telling us that 2013, early 2013, is probably a more realistic date for completion of this project. What does that do to our capacity when we lose the upper intake? By 2010, given the anticipation of demands as they're occurring here in southern Nevada, we will lose 64 million gallons a day in capacity during those peak months. Now, bear in mind, we size these facilities for that hottest month of the year, when all our customers are using water. We deliver 3 times as much water in the summer as we do in the winter. This is not a resource issue. This is a facilities capacity issue. So we would lose 64 million gallons a day by 2010, 101 million gallons a day by 2011, and have a deficit of 137 million gallons a day if we have to get through the summer of 2012. So what are we doing in order to avert this problem? And the first is at the last board meeting of the Water Authority let 2 contracts to replace 12 of the pumps in intake number 2 and replace them with larger pumps to where we can move more water through the 2nd intake beginning by 2010. We avoided issuing these contracts on these bigger pumps. It is almost a $40 million proposition to replace these pumps. You don't buy these pumps off the shelf. They have to be custom made, and it's a 2-year lead time. 2-3-year lead time. So we waited until the very last minute before we spent that kind of money. But at this point, we had reached a point where if we didn't move and we didn't replace the pumps, we would not have sufficient time to have them built, constructed, installed, and tested to make sure that they're fully operational by the summer of 2010. We will also be retooling our conservation campaign to look to shave the peak. That is a second major strategy. It's a facility strategy. Those that were around in the mid-90s remember that as we were struggling to build intake number 2 and bring it in on time, under the same time constraints that we're working under right now, we had a similar Beat the Peak campaign, and we will once again be going to our customers and your constituents asking for help in shaving that summer peak. The third speaks predominantly to the water resource issue. And there has been a significant amount of discussion around the in-state project. And if you will remember, back in 2000, when we took a resource plan to the board of the Southern Nevada Water Authority, the groundwater project was nowhere on that resource plan until the way, way distant future. What changed? What changed is that with an ever-diminishing lake supply, there is absolutely no alternative for this community but to develop an alternate resource that is not dependent on the Colorado River. Many have spoken about the possibility of desalters, and I would grant you that one day we in Southern Nevada will be participating in desalters. Those desalt, that water in an exchange, is how we would take that water. We would replace an existing use in either California and Mexico, and we would then take their share of Colorado River water in like amount from Lake Mead. If there is nothing in Lake Mead, if all the states are cutting back on the amount of water that they are allowed to take from the system, we will not be allowed to take desalted ocean water from Lake Mead. It is just that simple. It will inure to the area of origin, be it California or be it Mexico, will very jealously force that water back to their local jurisdictions in order to weather the storm in that particular state. Anything that touches the Colorado River through an exchange starts disappearing as you get into shortage declarations from the Secretary. So in order to provide the needed security for the residents of Southern Nevada, if we were not going to grow by one more resident, it would be irrelevant. With what's going on the Colorado River, it would be irresponsible for the Water Authority not to develop alternate resources that can be reliably and in a responsible way developed to protect the health and safety of this community. We have shifted from an organization that has been for the last 18 years looking for additional supplies simply to meet the demands of growth to one that is developing supplies to protect the health, the safety, and the economic security of the largest community in the state of Nevada. And that cannot be done without the development of water resources that are physically and hydrologically separate from the Colorado River. To that extent, we have entered into any number of agreements and gone through any number of hearings. I'm sure you saw recently that we completed our hearings in Spring Valley. The state engineer has awarded us up to 60,000 acre-feet of groundwater rights in Spring Valley. And because we succeeded in getting the basin states to agree that for every acre-foot of groundwater we bring into Southern Nevada, we can generate a return flow credit on that water, which means when we turn it into treated wastewater and we return it to the Colorado River, we can take it out again. So for every acre-foot we bring in, it's the equivalency of 1.7 acre-feet of usable water supply for Southern Nevada. So we have 60,000 acre-feet that we've gotten by right. We have also bought, and let me jump back, we have also bought any number of ranches in Spring Valley, and we've bought those ranches for several reasons. first and foremost in order to manage the groundwater basin. It is not conceivable that the Great Basin will not be affected by climate change. In fact, it is highly probable that the Great Basin also will be affected by climate change. In order for that groundwater basin to remain not only a reliable supply to us, but continue to be a destination from the Great Basin National Park perspective, in order to protect ranching operations in that valley, in order to protect the ecosystem, it is going to take human intervention in how that groundwater basin recharges in order for the valley to survive. So to that extent, we have bought significant surface water rights that we intend to, once they have gone through the riparian area, artificially recharge into that basin in order to keep that groundwater table up and not turn Spring Valley into a dust bowl. In the absence of human intervention, it is not inconceivable that the Great Basin could be subject to a far more disastrous drought than it would with humans managing the groundwater supply in that basin. With those ranches, we've also bought roughly about 10,000 acre-feet of groundwater that we do perceive as water resources that can be moved out of the valley. So to that extent, our resource plan reflects right now that we have 70,000 acre-feet of direct diversion out of Spring Valley that will then generate return flows and have a usability multiplied by 1.7. We have also we are in the process of working our way through water rights in Coyote Springs. And I get asked this question more times than not. There is none of the water that the Water Authority is applied for or has purchased in the Coyote Spring area will be used for Coyote Springs investments. That water will come to Southern Nevada. That is enmeshed in the agreement that we have with Coyote Springs Investment. They have their own water rights for purposes of development of those properties. And Lincoln County has requested that we increase the size of our pipe and that we move water around Lincoln County for the purposes of Lincoln County. So as you see pipe sizes begin to emerge in the EIS and in other areas, bear in mind it is no longer a one-county project, it is a two-county project. It is a bi-county project between Clark County and Lincoln County to bring full development of water resources within Lincoln County to the benefit of Lincoln County to allow them to enjoy some economic prosperity they have to date not been able to experience. We are in the process of going to bid on the pipeline to test pump Coyote Springs in accordance with the state engineer's order. We will be delivering that test water to the Moapa Valley Water District for use both in the Moapa Valley Water District service area and I'll get into this in greater detail later, if under the agreement with the basin states that we have acquired, we can put that water in the Muddy River, allow it to come through Lake Mead, and take it during the pump period, test period from Saddle Island. So we are able to move water through Lake Mead now from our tributaries. We have petitioned the state engineer, and the state engineer had his first hearing on his scheduling hearing for water right hearings in Delamar, Dry Lake, and Cave, and we will go to hearing on those in February. Given what the shortage regimen on the Colorado River can be, and what it takes to build these kind of facilities and these pumps and these pipelines, we need to be able to have these facilities built into the Delamar, Dry Lake, Cave Valley area by 2010, 2011, 2012, in that time period, before 2012. So it is of utmost importance that the EIS process move along as quickly as it possibly can, because it is the only showstopper. We are doing everything on the facilities side, on the construction side, that we can do ahead of schedule. One of the big showstoppers for us in building this project will be the acquisition of pipe. We are in discussions with various pipe manufacturers to actually build a pipe plant in Lincoln County so that pipe can be manufactured here in the state of Nevada, so where we do not have to compete with other international needs for large diameter or medium or small diameter pipe. That will be a significant undertaking. There are several pipe manufacturers that have expressed interest in pursuing that, and if the authority enters into such an agreement, we would help offset some of the cost of construction of that facility, and then recover that in the guarantee of pipe and in the price of the pipe that we buy. The big issue, and the one that is causing all the major political upheaval, are the issues around Snake Valley. As you can see from this map before you, Snake Valley is a shared basin with the state of Utah. Bear in mind that the state of Utah has been one of the loudest voices out there demanding that the state of Nevada begin to develop its in-state resources and wean itself of its dependency of the Colorado River, particularly as drought continues to harden on that river system. When the Lincoln County Land Act went through Congress and the corridor was established during the establishment of the wilderness areas through Lincoln County, there was a provision tacked on to that congressional act that requires that before water can be moved out of Snake Valley, that there be an agreement between the state of Utah and the state of Nevada on how the two states would share that water resource. The state of Utah has been extremely strident in its discussions with the state of Nevada, and it has tried to put forth the myth that it is protecting ranchers and protecting the environment, and that is the motivator for its combative nature with the state of Nevada in developing water resources in Snake Valley. Nothing could be further from the truth. When you go up the I-15 corridor, St. George is looking at building a pipeline into Lake Powell, moving 130,000 acre-feet of Lake Powell water into the St. George area, thereby increasing the likelihood of shortages in the lower basin. But worse than that, the Iron County Water Conservancy District has filed for 43,000 acre-feet of groundwater right in that same area. This is not a battle of the environment versus human development of water. It is 1922 all over again. We are locked in fierce debate with our neighboring state over the opportunities to develop as yet unused renewable water supplies in a groundwater basin, and whether they will go to the I-15 corridor around Cedar City or whether they will come to southern Nevada. That's the reality of the debates that we're having with Snake Valley. Final note on development of this project, actually two more notes. Because we are as concerned as anybody over the environmental impacts in the basins that we are developing, we have entered into a very rigid stipulation with the land and resource stewards at the federal level as part of the state engineer's groundwater right hearing process. To that end, we will be forever jointly managing the water resources in Spring Valley with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the National Park Service, the Bureau of Land Management, and the Environmental Protection Agency. We will never be alone. We will never be able to willy-nilly simply pump water out of Spring Valley to the detriment of both the local economy and to the environment as it is up there. The reality of groundwater development is that you can build models from now until you're blue in the face. And the data that you get out of that model is only as good as the real-time data you put in. And when you have a basin like Spring Valley, and the majority of the agriculture there has been surface water agriculture, it's never been groundwater. They've only used it predominantly for supplemental pumping when groundwater, surface water supplies haven't been available or at the end of the growing season. You will not know how that groundwater basin in real time is going to react, how you have to move wells around, where you can locate wells until you actually begin pumping. So to that end, it is forever an adaptive management process of a watershed within the state of Nevada, with federal and state partners at our side forever as we develop those water resources. On a final note, since water is the canary in the mine shaft when it comes to climate change, and I've had any number of discussions internationally with my fellow managers around the world on this issue, it is also our responsibility to begin to be part of the solution. So to that end, this project will require 50 megawatts of energy, and the Water Authority is looking to develop 50 megawatts of renewable energy in order to offset the energy demands of this project. We will do that in collaboration with Sierra Pacific and with the consortium of public entities that we have joined on the power side. As you can see from this, in managing our ranches, we look at the ranches that we have required both from a water and land perspective, from a financial perspective, from a biological perspective, and a recreational perspective. And quite frankly, there are any number of opportunities up there for incredible recreational experiences that enhance the area and bring to life the beauty of what is Spring Valley. These are our ranching operations. Yes, we are in the cattle and the sheep business. And we have entered into agreements with 2 local individuals. One is managing our hay operations in the southern end of the valley, and one is managing our cattle operations in the northern end of the valley. Both of these gentlemen have been active ranchers and farmers in Spring Valley forever, and are doing a fabulous job for us managing those resources. Now to the 7 states. We in Nevada now have a plan that we can get ourselves through the difficulties that lie ahead of us and provide a reliable water supply that will shore up Southern Nevada's water portfolio and give us the reliability to continue to be the thriving community that we have been and hopefully will continue to be. To that end, all 7 states obviously shared that same desire, and there can be no more difficult a discussion among 7 autonomous states than how do you share shortage. The Secretary of Interior in 2002, in response to a 25% runoff, began to urge the states to come together and put a proposal together. Secretary Norton at the time very clearly saw the possibility in her role as water master in the lower basin of having to declare shortages, and quite frankly, from all the states' perspective and all the users' perspective, knowing how shortages are going to affect you is probably the greatest gift you can get. The states have come together in response to this drought. We are in the final stages of finishing an EIS in collaboration. It's the Bureau's EIS on various alternatives on how to get through this drought. And hopefully within the next month they will issue their final EIS, which will outline the preferred alternative, with the Secretary hopefully signing the record of decision in early 2008. It is a historic consensus document, and it didn't come without a lot of sweat, a lot of acrimony early on, a lot of very difficult, painful conversations. But it establishes shortage guidelines, and it creates incentives for conservation and for efficiency. From a shortage perspective, there can be nothing more important to Southern Nevada than the operation of Powell and Meade. And if you think about how the Colorado River system works, Lake Powell is the recipient of the hydrologic hit. So if there is a reduced snowfall in the upper basin, or if, as we experienced this spring, we had a very good snowpack in the winter, came into the spring with a healthy snowpack and anticipated above average runoff, and the month of March went hot quickly and the snow evaporated. And it ran off early, which means you have more evaporation because of early runoff, and hence we ended up with only 70%. So Powell takes the hit. How much water is delivered from Lake Powell to Lake Mead is all subject to agreements amongst the states. There is a reoperation now of Powell and Mead that is more responsive to drought and seeks to mitigate shortage declarations in the lower basin while still protecting the upper basin from the possibility of a call. You have to envision that Lake Powell is at the headwaters of the lower basin system. It has to, from it, originate the annual demand of 9.5 million acre-feet when you combine lower basin demands, Mexican demands, and evaporation. There is a methodology now that shares shortages between the three lower basin states, and to that extent, it has also afforded us an opportunity to protect ourselves against resource shortages. You may have read in the paper that here about a year ago, we amended our agreement with the state of Arizona on the groundwater bank. The state of Arizona now guarantees the state of Nevada a bank of 1.2 million acre-feet. We can not only draw up to 40,000 acre-feet of additional water out of it for new uses, we can also take shortage water from that bank. So what that means translated is that especially in the first two rounds of shortage declarations, we will be able to replace that supply in its entirety from our Arizona bank. We have paid the state of Arizona already $100 million up front. We are, as of 2009, going to begin the incremental payments for a full payment of $350 million for that savings account of water in the state of Arizona. The condition under which we got this guaranteed bank is that when the Central Arizona Project and when the state of Arizona have to begin cutting back the municipal areas, the city of Phoenix, the city of Scottsdale, Mesa, Tempe, Tucson, then Southern Nevada will share in a pro rata basis that shortage. It is politically unconceivable, and nor would we have asked the state of Arizona to be shorting their own cities while we have no shortage experience in Southern Nevada. You can imagine what the politics of that would have been in the state of Arizona. This agreement with the basin states for the first time ever also allows us to store water in Lake Mead. So if we have the ability, as we're test pumping Coyote Springs water, for example, or we're bringing in stored water from within the state, we can then store it in Lake Mead, and we don't have to use it and thereby jeopardize our conservation program. We have carryover storage. The interstate groundwater banking I talked to you about. Finally, we have also a further historic agreement. The Southern Nevada Water Authority will be paying for a reservoir on the All-American Canal in order to avoid over-deliveries into Mexico. And in exchange for that, we will get yet another savings account of water that we can draw down against. The only condition on that savings account, because it is savings that inure to the system, is that in times of shortages, we cannot take that. It sits there in our account. We can take it in non-shortage years, store it in our groundwater basin, or we can put it to direct use, or we can even bank it in the state of Arizona or in the state of California. But we cannot take it during shortages. What happens on the Colorado system is that when IID or a large agricultural pumper down in on the border of Mexico calls for water out of Hoover Dam, it takes 3 days for that water to travel down there. If it rains on the day it gets down there, California doesn't divert it, so it's not counted against their entitlement. It travels into Mexico, where it is also not counted against their share of the river because they didn't ask for it. So what happens is it becomes lost water. So by building this reservoir, it allows IID to take water that they've ordered, park it essentially, or store it in an off-system reservoir, and then take it and avoid the next order on the system, thereby conserving water on the Colorado River system. Nevada is, and we've touched on some of this already, we're banking water in both the Las Vegas Valley and the state of Arizona, and we also have a banking arrangement with the state of California. We're developing our unused supplies in the state of Nevada, and we're funding infrastructure for exchange. We are very actively looking for opportunities for desalination. I have had my staff down in Mexico in conversations with various local communities down there, but I need to put that whole process into perspective for you. What drives the Colorado River these days is shortages. When the Secretary signs the record of decision in February, there will be one unresolved issue, and that unresolved issue is whether Mexico will take a share of the shortage. The 1944 treaty anticipated that the country of Mexico would take a share of the shortage during extraordinary drought. There is no definition of extraordinary drought. There is an assumption in the Secretary's modeling on shortages that the country of Mexico would take its pro rata share of 17%. There is no guarantee, however, that this will not cause a confrontation between Mexico and the United States. We've been in discussions not just with Interior, but with the State Department over this issue, and to that extent we are looking for technical solutions that perhaps the United States is able to fund within the country of Mexico to help mitigate the impact of shortages in that country and avoid a confrontation on that issue and allow for that issue to get resolved. And it is not until that issue is resolved does the door even open for possibilities around desalters. Finally, we are aggressively managing through conservation the demand that this valley has. There has been a lot of, just as an aside before I leave the Colorado River and move into another issue, there has been a considerable amount of press around a recent judicial ruling in the state of California and its impacts. As you know, the Metropolitan Water District, which is responsible for wholesale deliveries of water supplies from Santa Barbara to the Mexican border, takes water predominantly from two places. It takes it from the Colorado River, and it takes it from the State Water Project, which moves water from the Sacramento Delta through the Central Valley down into the urban area of Southern California. A federal judge, because of the diminishing number of Delta smelt, has reduced the amount of water that can be pumped from the Delta by 37%. That is obviously a very, very difficult situation for the state of California. It was designed to protect the wildlife in the Delta. I know that Governor Schwarzenegger has convened a summit of all those water users of the Delta, and it's virtually all water users in California. It impacts both agricultural and municipal users, but it has absolutely no effect on the drought on the Colorado River. It is simply a judicial ruling. However, there is a perfect storm that could emerge in California. You have to envision the issue of rising ocean levels. And let's step back and talk about climate change and what the impact could be. Rising ocean levels will increase the amount of salt water that moves into the Sacramento Delta. The way the Sacramento Delta stays in balance is the inflow from the American River is greater than the pushback from the ocean. If the ocean rises and the pushback comes, then all of a sudden all that water turns to salt water, and drinking water becomes unusable in California. If that were then compounded with a drought in the Sierras and you have a drought on the Colorado, you have the perfect storm in the state of California. So in working with California, we always have to remember that their water supply, albeit more reliable than ours, is fragile also. Our goal and our objective by developing our in-state resources is to change that percentage of division between Colorado River water and non-Colorado River water from a 90% reliance to a 60% reliance, and have 40% of our water be coming from another source. As is the case with all water management, one of the key components to any responsible water management plan is conservation. And before I even get to this, I need to thank the council and thank the residents of the city of Las Vegas for an unbelievable response to the conservation measures that the Water Authority has put into place. You are truly leading the way in becoming water efficient. not just as an institution, but as a residential community. Yes, there is more work to be done, but the response so far has been phenomenal. I'm not going to go into great detail. You know very well what the components of our conservation program are. This is the effect that it's had. We attribute a good portion of that increase of increase from 05 to 06, not necessarily entirely to growth. It is also probably in larger measure due to extraordinarily hot periods and low precipitation that will always drive the amount of water that a community uses. In southern Nevada, we've removed more than 93 million square feet of turf to date, saving 18 billion gallons of of water a year. Just as a quick showing, this is an apartment complex. The Grant Sawyer building in the city of Las Vegas has undergone a retrofit. Palo Verde High School has undergone a retrofit. Within the city of Las Vegas alone, 3,400 residents have received pool covers. 8,500 residents have participated in our Water Smart landscaping conversion. We have rebated to residents in the city of Las Vegas $26.4 million, and the city of Las Vegas residents have removed 27.6 million square feet of turf. There's always a lot of talk about water waste and water waste enforcement. We have conducted 23,500 investigations last year alone. But the purpose of the water waste investigators is not to fine. We want to avoid fining our customers at all cost. It is an education tool, and we see it as an education tool. 85 to 90% of the investigations we generated ourselves, and the vast majority of our customers have responded because we only had to end up fining 9% of those. For the most part, it's a broken sprinkler head that's gone unnoticed. It's setting their clocks too aggressively. It is other things that we've been able to help our customers with and your residents with. And the fact that we've only given out 9% of all the investigations have resulted in fees is that we believe that education works. On a final note, on the macro picture, there is no silver bullet. Any water manager who is struggling with the impacts of climate change these days will tell you that the world that we've lived in 10 years ago and the world that we live in today are very different universes. We have a high degree of unpredictability. We have to put maximum diversity into our portfolio. We have to look and manage our facilities in a very different way. And all of us are looking for how to bring a more diverse portfolio of resources to bear to protect the communities that we serve. There are those that would hold conservation out as a silver bullet. And on a final note on this macro, I feel I have to address that. Conservation alone will not work. Because when you stand back and you look at what you're doing with conservation, you're hardening your supply. You're taking the slough out of your system. You're taking all the excess out and you're hardening it down to what human beings actually need. If you are then hit by a drought, you have nowhere to go. To simply rely on conservation has to be one of the most singularly irresponsible approaches that have been suggested to date. And it alone will not work, although it will always be an integral part of any water resource management strategy. Finally, I wanted to give you a quick update how we're doing in the city of Las Vegas, keeping up with infrastructure. This is a quick overview of the number of service accounts, 158,000 in the city of Las Vegas alone. These are the facilities that we currently have. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the staff of the city of Las Vegas. They have been incredibly wonderful for us to work with as we work through some difficult development projects. We are currently have a major construction program that envisions the expenditure of $230 million within the boundaries of the city of Las Vegas. And we are Moving ahead, we've, as you know, developed the joint Durango Hills Water Resource Center, which is fueling 11 golf courses with treated wastewater. We are in the final throes. We have all but completed a cast iron main replacement in the older parts of the community so as not to neglect them as newer areas of the community emerge. We've spent $47 million taking out all our fragile and brittle cast iron that was very old in the system as it needed to be replaced, and have replaced it. We're replacing polyethylene service laterals that were very popular in the late 80s as a way to reduce housing costs. Unfortunately, they're not very sturdy and they break, and so as a result we've had to go in at the cost of $10 million replacing about 7,600 services, replacing those polyethylene service laterals. Finally, in order to not be out of step with the city's sustainability program, and because of what I said to you earlier of our need to also be very judicious in our own carbon footprint, we have begun distributing a solar array on facilities throughout the city of Las Vegas. We now have a total input into the system, or output, of 3.1 megawatts. It's one of the largest photovoltaic solar electric systems built by a public agency in the United States. We have 5 sites at Grand Canyon, Fort Apache, Luce, Ronzoni, and the Springs Preserve. We figure that during the lifetime of these facilities, we will reduce emissions of carbon dioxide by 38,000 tons. We are looking at our larger energy portfolio, which looks at having an increased demand megawatt of around 90 megawatts, 90 to 100 megawatts over the next several decades, and we are working aggressively in partnership with Sierra Pacific to make that 90 megawatts be exclusively renewable energy. With that, I took a significant amount of your time, but I didn't want to miss anything that you might want to have me cover. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be delighted to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Mulroy. I'm sure there are plenty of questions, and we'll just go right down. Okay, poor Councilwoman is having, she can't talk. That may be good. Okay. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You know that. Any comments or questions? Councilman Ross.
I certainly do, Your Honor. I'm absolutely impressed with the great lengths that you've gone to ensure the quality of life for the residents of this valley. And to the council and those viewing at home and in the audience today, I hope everybody recognizes the huge impact economically to the northern counties and the significance of this water project and the pipeline. Ms. Mulroy, that's what I'm calling it, is the pipeline project. But the significance to the quality of life in southern Nevada. And I want to ask you a direct question. I, as a councilman, and I would imagine my colleagues at the same time get these phone calls and questions. How can we allow continued growth and development if we're suffering for water needs? And you made a comment about it's not a resource issue, it's a facilities issue, and you were talking about the drought impacts.
In the early stages,
Can
yes.
you elaborate on that a little bit for me?
That's in the early stages until we get the third intake in. Resources will always be an issue in southern Nevada, as they will always be an issue in any arid area. And I have said it over and over again, it is not whether you grow, it is how you grow. And because we are so fortunate that we reuse every drop of water that hits our sewer system, to the extent that we can maximize the use of native plant life on the outside, and we're very judicious in how we design and develop the outside areas of our community, we have an opportunity to continue to develop the land that's available in this valley.
Well, Your Honor, if I may continue, you also made comment about human interaction with the northern valleys, the valleys to the north in White Pine and Lincoln County. And because of the human element being interjected into the Great Basin, we have got a much higher ability to maintain that wildlife area. And I've spoken to my friends in northern Nevada about this at great length. Big concern of theirs, and I've reassured them that that's the point. And then you mentioned you're in the ranching business now, which is kind of cool for the Water District and Water Authority to be in.
Yeah,
But
do I look like a rancher?
you look like a rancher. But that was also important to our counterparts in the north, and they recognized that we were a growing state. This is not just a Southern Nevada issue. This is a state of Nevada issue, and I'm very impressed with this presentation, and wish I'd had this long before today. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Wilson.
Thank you for going down the line. First of all, Mayor Goodman, you asked Pat to come and give a presentation, and you got what you asked for, because in my 40 months or so on the council, that was one of the best presentations I've received. And I thought it was great. I thought from an informative standpoint, you delivered. So thank you very much for coming and talking to us today. But I've got a couple of questions. Intake number 3, I think you said is going to cost $1 billion.
Between 800 million and $1 billion. The engineer's estimate right now is 800 million. So I tend to say, let's see what, because it's such unpredictable construction, we don't know what we're going to run into. So I anticipate change orders in this project.
My question is, how do we pay for that?
We are paying for it through our capital funding program that we've had in place, and that capital pie is made up 57% of connection charges. It is made up of a 10-cent regional water tack on to the regional water rate that goes on every water bill in Southern Nevada. It has sales tax funding in it. So it is a combination of funding sources. We were able to, because you can well imagine during the early part of this century and during the 90s, during the boom, we socked away a lot of connection charges. We also get a share of the Southern Nevada Public Lands Act. It was never modeled in our financial model because it's so unpredictable of when and how it comes in. But with that, we have a stable funding income stream with which to pay for it.
Secondly, you answered part of my question during the end of your presentation, and that involves conservation efforts. And I guess my question is this, is that you very appropriately stated that conservation by itself is not our answer, and if it would be irresponsible to not pursue these other parts of the silver bullet, if you will. But conservation at this point is purely voluntary, correct? We don't impose, we don't mandate, we don't compel anybody to participate in some of these conservation efforts, do we?
We only do to the extent that developers are restricted in how much turf they can use in new areas.
Okay.
But in terms of older existing areas of the community, yes, it is totally voluntary. Now, if the drought were to deepen, if we were to have to face some extraordinary conditions, it's the last place we want to go.
Mm-hmm.
Because unlike my friends in the city of Denver, where Denver can go out and they can say to their customers, you can't water your lawn this year, and the lawn simply goes dormant, and it'll come back once you put water on it. In Southern Nevada, it dies, and it becomes a two-pronged problem. Not only do you have ugly, dead landscaping, you have a fire hazard, a significant fire hazard. So we have to be very careful how we would impose those kind of sanctions.
And then finally, this is kind of a strange question, and I almost feel bad in asking, but I've lived in Southern Nevada almost 30 years now, and as a consumer, every month I get my power bill, I get my gas bill, and I get my water bill, and I've always wondered why the water bill is the cheapest of the three, significantly.
Well, we're about to change that.
I hope my question didn't prompt that action.
I'm so glad you asked. The Water District has convened a citizens committee right now that's looking at rates, and we are looking at our four-tier structure. Water is still the cheapest commodity. We have been very judicious at the district to only charge what we have to have in order to run the operation of the area, and we've loaded those costs into the upper tiers to the larger users. There are some issues about how far you can push this and what the value of pricing is in terms of effectuating conservation. Pricing alone won't do it. You have to provide people the education on how they can conserve and use less. You have to help them financially to conserve less, and you have to bring it to their awareness. I think it is going to change, though. It will very much be a reflection of how much water you use, and don't be surprised if you see differential rates in the summer and in the winter months.
Thanks for your presentation today.
Thank you, Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you lived up to your expectations for sure. Back to the groundwater development project, and I'm not sure, Pat, if I missed it, but the Spring Valley, there's a total of 70,000 acre feet?
Correct. That's what the that's a combination of what the state engineer gave us and what we've acquired.
And then Cave, Dry Lake, and Delamar, those hearings are in February to determine what is the estimated ask for the acre foot?
The total ask, the maximum in those basins? Good question, and I don't have a good answer for you because we don't anticipate the max. If we can get around 20,000 out of those basins, those are not very, as you can tell by the topography, you don't have large mountain ranges, so you're not going to get much.
And Coyote Springs?
Coyote Springs, we have an application in for 15,000. Whether we get it or not is a question. We have to see how well the headwaters of the Muddy River, that's connected to the headwaters of the Muddy River. It's a spring-fed river. To that extent, we've entered into a memorandum of agreement with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on managing the Moapa dace, which is an endangered species in the Muddy River, and we've just, using Southern Nevada Public Lands money, acquired the thousands of acres around the headwaters of the Muddy, known as the Warm Springs Ranch, which will forever be barred from development, and we will be working with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife to put fish barriers in to preclude the tilapia and other invasive species from coming in and destroying the Moapa dace.
Could you spell tilapia?
Yes,
No.
I can spell tilapia.
One of the questions that's been asked as far as we're going after Spring Valley first as far as the importation.
What we're doing is we would go through, when you look at the alignment of the facilities, you go through Dry Lake, Cave, and Delamar on your way up. So ideally, we would begin using those waters first on our way up to Spring Valley.
And the pilot program in the Muddy River, is that the old wheeling concept that at one time was
That's
taboo?
a four-letter word.
Okay. It's a pilot program. Right.
It's intentionally created surplus.
Question on, you mentioned the power issue at the dam. I was unaware that, was it below?
1050. It used to be 1083, but the Bureau of Reclamation has upgraded the generating units in Hoover, and somewhere between 1083 and 1050, the dam can continue to generate electricity, but at 1050 it's over.
And does the Secretary of Interior also control the power as far as being a master of the water situation? Do they likewise control the electricity generated out of it?
The Western Area Power Administration does.
And who do they answer to?
I think it's Interior.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to say that I'm serving on the Water Authority now. I really have learned a lot. It's a very educational experience, number one. Number two, I've come to respect the intelligence and the vision of not the administration over there, but also the dedication and hard work of every single person. I was so impressed with the quality of staff on our recent trip. Also was impressed how Doug Selby looked in hiking gear and cap. But I wondered, I had to step out a few minutes. Did you cover, because I had asked some questions about the farming and the ranches up there, since I come from that type of family, and did you cover the fact of how the high quality of the wheat that we've the authority has produced this year, in addition to how we're helping families in a way that could only eke out an environment, and that there are direct actions being taken to relocate people who want to relocate. I mean, that's what I was told.
Well, yes, we're not kicking anyone out, and the families that are working for us are in a wonderful position. I mean, the gentleman that is farming, Brandon Humphreys, who is our farming manager, is an actual employee of the authority, so he has all the benefits, health benefits, and a salary from the authority, and he's doing what he does the best and loves to do, and is no longer dependent on it. Those are not wheat farms, though. Those are alfalfa. That's what it's there to support the cattle operation.
You sure we didn't have any wheat out there?
Alfalfa.
All alfalfa. Oh my. But in any case, the thing was that where we had families, where they were maybe family farms, didn't the authority or somebody connected with the authority help them as far as relocating? See, these were things I was told, but
Well,
maybe I didn't. I should have maybe come to you.
Well, the families that sold us the ranches obviously made a significant amount of money. There was one elderly lady who stayed in the house and is moving out at her convenience, but with the financial resources that they got by selling out their operations, they are able to retire quite comfortably. And, you know, this whole thing between urban and agricultural interests, there are any number of us these days who are convinced that for the entire water user community to survive, we need to build bridges between the agricultural and the urban users. I mean, as you look at a deepening drought situation, most ranchers, particularly in the arid West, have very shallow wells. There are opportunities through partnership with cities that wells can be deepened, that assistance can be given. There are opportunities that can help both the cities and the agricultural areas. I don't think you'll find any urban manager who is looking to eradicate agricultural use. I think we're all seeking partnerships with agricultural use to the mutual benefit of both.
I think that answers some of the questions that some of my constituents had. Thank you.
Sure. Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pat, on the urban versus rural use on the river, long time ago I remember those numbers, but when you take Las Vegas and Phoenix and LA and all the urban areas, what percentage of the river are we using?
About 20. It's still 80% agricultural.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I want to thank you very much for coming down and talking to us. I give you a great deal of deference, as I always have. I want to ask you a question.
Certainly.
Assume arguendo that 5,000 people continue to come into southern Nevada a month for an indefinite period of time. Assume further that there's an angry God and that there's no moisture on the western side of the Continental Divide. With all of the efforts that you've told us about, and their noble efforts, does there come a time when we have to fear that the spigot will be dry?
You have a population of over 30 million people west of the Rockies. It is very difficult to conceive that the United States would relocate 30 million people. It is further unlikely that they would decimate the fifth largest economy in the world, which is the state of California, Southern California. To that end, my answer to you is that you are now talking at solutions on a much larger national level. And it breaks into two categories. It begins to emerge into a discussion of whether the arid Southwest can continue to be an exporter into the global market for cubed alfalfa and Sudan grass, whether that is a way we want to use our water resources, whether that export from the arid Southwest is an appropriate export. We're not talking about food for our own people. We're not talking about providing hay and alfalfa to our own cattle operations. We're talking about it in raw economic terms as an export crop. It will also begin to force the United States to look at larger solutions that move water from different locations as an alternative. But I think that can't occur until the uses in the Colorado River Basin itself have been thoroughly, examined, kicked around, and everything else. But let me just, as an illustrative example, if you were to look at the Mississippi River, I mean, in its most, at its absolutely most, in its wettest period, the Colorado River yields 18 million acre-feet a year. It's probably on an average closer to 13, 14, but in a wet, 18 million. There is 420 million acre-feet that flow by the confluence of the Mississippi and the Missouri every single year. And you can imagine a national dialogue is going to have to emerge if you confront that kind of a circumstance.
And I really don't understand why it hasn't gotten to the point of an emergency, because it's not only we who live in this arid desert, but the folks who live in the San Diego area, which is one of the largest cities in the United States. They face issues very similar to ours, and the same type of panic that we may feel has to be shared by them. Is there anything that we as a city can do to get that discussion started more quickly? And I'll tell you why I ask that. I was on the Water Authority, and I learned an awful lot for the many years that I sat with you. And one of the solutions I believe that I was hearing was the desalination program, because we have these vast oceans that are available to us in order to draw water from them. And I've been told about the difficulties with the California conservation areas where they will not allow their shorelines to be used for desalination, and told about the difficulties in Mexico. But there does come a point where we don't have to, or we shouldn't have to, wait for the emergency, if we're not in an emergency now, for a greater emergency to take place when these discussions should begin. And I get the feeling that this is not a matter of priority as far as Congress is concerned, and I believe that it should be, because we're talking, as you said, about an entire economy, an entire part of our country. And is there anything we can do?
Well, Mayor, obviously there are things, if you wanted to start the conversation, you could. Let me just say this. There are 33 states that are in the Mississippi watershed. 33 states that are as jealously protective of water supplies as a western state is. And as has been the case in the history of water development throughout man, it is not until there is a real crisis with no other alternatives that those kind of ventures occur. So the issues are all political. They're not engineering, they're not hydrologic, they're political, and I would say the time is not ripe yet.
Okay, well, I'm not sure I agree with you there.
That's fine.
I think it may be ripe to begin the planning stages for the serious discussion to take place. And we're blessed, basically, with having Dr. Selby, who has a water background, and Councilman Brown, who has a water background, and, of course, you with your resources. And I'm going to ask the manager to begin exploring what we can do as a city to start this conversation taking place, because I've heard ideas that make a lot of sense to me. First of all, Senator Reid has always talked about creating public works projects, which not only would be beneficial from a societal point of view, but also from an economic point of view in providing a work force. And I believe it was Senator Packwood, if I'm not mistaken, up in Colorado, in Washington, at one point in time was talking about diverting water from the Columbia down into the southern region where we live. And it would just be a matter of money once again. And maybe we have to talk about pipelines from the Mississippi if they are so abundant in their water supply. But these are discussions that I think we as public officials, elected officials with the public trust, really, I don't think it's premature for us to start exploring it. I really don't. So, Dr. Selby, if you would tell me whether you agree with Ms. Mulroy that it's too early, and then I'll keep my mouth shut. But I really don't think that it is too early. I've been reading too many articles about it, and I was lulled into, and I'm not saying this was intentional, but I had a false sense of security about water. I was always under the opinion that it's just a matter of dollars and we'll never run out of water, but I'm not convinced of that anymore. I'm really not. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. That was a great report, and I'm very, very upset now. You should have stayed home, Ms. Mulroy. I won't be able to sleep as nicely as I did last night. Okay. Item 44 is discussion and possible action on a report from staff concerning the alternatives presented in the scoping meetings for the ongoing supplemental environmental impact statement conducted by the Las Vegas Field Office of the Bureau of Land Management for the proposed conservation area in the northwest portion of the city. This is in Ward 6. And I think most of us have been briefed on this, Mr. Knight, so I would make my comments pithy.
Pithy. Yes, sir. Chris Knight, Director of Admin Services. Just want to share with you a little bit about the Upper Las Vegas Wash Conservation Transfer Area. The area that we're talking about is shown here on this map in yellow. That is the study area for the conservation transfer area in the Upper Las Vegas Wash. That they have hired Utah State University staff from that that group up there. It's the cooperative agency out of Utah State University to do a 30-month study that will come with some growth impacts or a model for the impacts of growth on this area in the Upper Las Vegas Wash that would be impacts upon not only the endangered plant species but as well as the paleontological resources that are found in that area. Just a real quick chronology, the Clark County Preservation of Public Lands and Natural Resources Act of 2002 added in 23,000 acres of land, of which there was 12 square miles north of the Moccasin Road alignment that was annexed by the City of Las Vegas. That acreage was anticipated to be for the continued growth and development of southern Nevada. An environmental impact statement was done to assess the environmental impacts of that additional area. In the northwest portion of the valley, a 5,000 acre proposed conservation transfer area was proposed by BLM out of that EIS. There were a series of stakeholders meetings that were held to discuss the implementation and management and the future boundaries of that conservation transfer area. From those discussions, there were 6 different alternatives identified for different boundaries. The BLM, as a result of those discussions with stakeholders, and the stakeholders included private sector development folks, the utility folks, local units of government, the environmental community, and many others, they came to the conclusion that it was a very complex issue, that they needed to do a supplemental environmental impact statement on the conservation transfer area itself. They hired the Utah State Cooperation Ecosystem Research Center to do the 30-month study, to look at the wash, to come up with some larger scale mitigation measures that might be there. And then they've started in the month of August scoping meetings on the supplemental environmental impact statement. Out of that, there are 6 alternatives that I will share with you real quick. Citizen advocacy groups have been lobbying and doing letter writing campaigns, visiting with elected officials and advocating certain alternatives. The City of Las Vegas submitted comments on the scoping meetings that were held. There were 3 of them in August. We have supported one of the alternatives. These are preliminary alternatives. There may be others identified through the environmental impact assessment process, but to get further into this, we'll talk to you real briefly about the alternatives. Alternative boundary 1 is the boundary that has been supported by the City of Las Vegas staff. We have gone on record as supporting this. This would allow approximately 15, and you in the backup that you have the general things.
Let me interrupt him for a minute. Mm-hmm. On that map, would you show some landmarks, maybe the shooting park, the Paiute Indian Reservation, for the council and all those watching at home, so they can kind of tell what's what as we're talking about this CTA area?
I don't know if the...
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know if the folks in the back can switch to the overhead and then come back to the the thing, but I can do it off of this map a little easier. This is the conservation transfer area that was proposed. The Paiute Indian Reservation is located in this section. This is the boundary that was out of the original EIS. The Desert National Wildlife Refuge is to the north and the east. The Clark County Shooting Park, 2,880 acres, is immediately to the east and north. Floyd Lamb State Park is in this section. This section of land in here are the 1,100 acres that are associated with Floyd Lamb State Park. This is the Tule Springs Archaeological Site. There is a Eglinton Preserve that is mentioned on the maps that is down in this area, which is a negotiated area with the City of North Las Vegas to preserve a certain amount of bear paw and buckwheat plants populations down in this area of the valley. Silverstone Golf Course development is in this area. This is US 95. Does that help?
Yeah, Your Honor, if I may, and then now, Mr. Knight, you can probably go back to your regular presentation, just so everybody kind of has an idea where you're talking about.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alternative Boundary 1 is the one that was promoted by the City of Las Vegas. You'll see on your backup there are some broad acreage figures. Those are for the acreages, including City of Las Vegas and North Las Vegas. I will speak only to the City of Las Vegas acreages. Approximately 1,500 acres of land within the City of Las Vegas are in this proposal. The proposal does not include that 1,100 acres in the Floyd Lamb State Park area, or now the Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs, forgive me, and the 350 acres immediately east of Floyd Lamb Park that the city had designated for the development of an equestrian center. It would have 1,200 acres removed from the 7,680 acres north of Moccasin Road. That is the 12 sections of land, leaving 6,480 acres, approximately 85% of that area annexed. Alternative Boundary 2 is the boundary that was initially proposed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in the original EIS process. All but 370 acres of the RNPP land associated with Floyd Lamb State Park would be used up. That's 730 acres of the 1,100 is included in the CTA. All but 80 acres of the 350 acres of the equestrian site are taken by the CTA. Those figures remain constant for all the remaining alternatives, so I won't repeat that again. The boundaries would not allow for the extension of utilities north of the Paiutes because it becomes contiguous with the Paiutes on their northeast corner, and for us to get through there we would have to go through the CTA. Alternative 1 would allow for land to be between the CTA and the Paiutes and allow us to be able to get infrastructure through there. This alternative is 4,200 acres within the city. 2,860 of the acres of the land north of Moccasin Road, or approximately 60% of that area, is available for development. But you'll see a large section to the north and east where we would have, in order to serve it with infrastructure, we would have to cross the CTA area. Alternative Boundary 3 is basically 2 with a 1-mile buffer on the north edge of the Paiute Indian Reservation and a half-mile buffer on the eastern edge. The Paiutes and the stakeholders meetings have requested a 1-mile buffer around their reservation. This would allow would be less than 1/3 of the area that is annexed, make it available to the City of Las Vegas. Again, we would have to cross the CTA to serve the largest share of acreage that is left out of that CTA in that alternative. Alternative Boundary 4 uses approximately 7,820 acres of the 7,680 acres of land, or I'm sorry, 7,820 in the city, 6,420 of the 7,680, leaving 1,260, or less than 20%, about 18% of the land area available for development. So it's beginning to get to a point where you have a point of diminishing returns, and I'm not sure what that is, of how much land is available to justify the cost of extending infrastructure. Alternative 5 is the most restrictive of all. It would remove all but 110 acres, leaving less than 1.5%. And even that 110 acres, we've been told, may be impacted by an archaeological site that has been suspected in the area, and there may be literally no land available for development north of Moccasin Road. Alternative boundary 6 are the boundaries that you saw in the overhead, are the original boundaries. That would allow about 80% of the area annexed by the City of Las Vegas to be available for development. Again, we would have to cross that CTA. We have issues of going through the conservation transfer area. The difference between it and the no-action alternative is simply the amount of crossings of the CTA allowed for infrastructure. I think that has been discussed at length, and there's acknowledgement that if there was going to be development in this area north of Moccasin Road, the conservation transfer area would have to be crossed with infrastructure. Where do we go from here? The City of Las Vegas has asked for and received, I think we're the only agency right now that has a signed agreement with BLM to establish cooperating agency status on the supplemental environmental impact statement. It is absolutely in our most dire interest to cooperate in this SEIS process. To date, the City of Las Vegas has been developing plans anticipating from the 2002 Act that we would be growing into that 12 square mile area. And since the year 2004, we have spent approximately $6.3 million planning for that growth and development. If Alternative 5, which is an alternative that we have become aware that there are citizen groups out there advocating for Alternative 5 to be the preferred alternative, if that were to become the preferred alternative and no growth would be allowed, that $6.3 million would just simply be lost to the City of Las Vegas. The other questions about reason for remaining a cooperating agency is that the future growth and development, and I've talked about crossing the CTA. We have estimated the cost with our public works staff of doing stormwater drainage and road improvements, cost of approximately $10 million per mile on doing that. Sewer service costs of extending through the CTA of $1.8 million per mile. Water service could cost approximately $4 million per mile, with a basic cost of about $15.8 or $16 million per mile to cross the CTA. If Alternative 5 were adopted and you had a 3-mile run, in the worst case scenario, say you were going to try and leapfrog over the CTA and develop land north of the CTA, or the land, if you were going through land on the northeast side of the CTA, you have those costs at which you are what you call deadheading because you don't have any development and which is benefiting from the extension of that infrastructure. That become the cost that has to either get passed on to further development or just simply is cost that's eaten in one way or another. So it behooves us to continue to pursue the cooperating agency status and have an impact on the outcome of the supplemental environmental impact statement. Other things that we can go from here, one of the things the council may wish to do is go on record and direct staff to come back with a resolution supporting Alternative 1, which is the alternative that we have gone on record, staff has gone on record as supporting, which gives the greatest amount of development and still provides a balanced approach between land development and preservation activities. If you go back to our open space recreation, Northwest Open Space Recreation Plan, the City of Las Vegas had already identified the preservation of the Las Vegas Wash as something that was critical. That was a monumental study that was done. It was probably the first time in the City of Las Vegas that we looked at our open space needs in an area long before we looked at development in that area. And we had already recommended that. We're not in disagreement with the CTA, where the issue becomes, or what are the appropriate boundaries of the CTA, and what is that balance between allowing the continued growth of the City of Las Vegas and development and the preservation of those resources found in that upper Las Vegas Wash. The city manager has sent a letter over to Clark County manager asking for the county's position on this issue. We've heard various rumors about that, one way or the other, of Where the county is at this point, we're not sure. Dr. Selby has opened a dialogue with the county manager and asked for some direction from the county as to where they stand on the issue. Identification of other partners for support is a possibility. There is the Southern Nevada Home Builders that are out there. There are other private development corporations, perhaps the Water Authority, perhaps the Nevada Power Company, other agencies that stand to benefit from the continued growth and development of the city of Las Vegas. Whichever direction you go, and if you choose to have additional direction to staff, one of the things we feel is important is that at some point in time, as the city formulates a very formal position on this, is that we do brief our congressional delegation on the city's position on this SEIS and the city's position about this future growth and development. At the very worst case scenario, if Alternative 5 were to be selected, which really basically amounts to a mitigation of the intent, the congressional intent in 2002 when they added the 12 square miles to the disposal area of the BLM. That intent goes away. It's not available for development, and there may be some recourse for legal action that the council would consider. One of the things that we have done is we've talked with our finance director and asked him about the potential impacts of what happens, because if we don't grow in this area, there is limited opportunity for growth in other areas. And what would be the impact on the city of Las Vegas if growth were just to come to a halt? Mark Vincent, the finance director, is in the audience and can speak to it better than I can, but in summary, we are looking at an impact of about $61 million on an annual basis to our current revenues and expenditure streams. And you can equate that to non-public safety employment, and it has some pretty dire and pretty strong consequences for us. And lastly, off of the last presentation from Ms. Mulroy, when she stated that it's not a question of whether or not you grow, it's a question of how you grow, I will tell you that we believe that firmly. And when you talk about this issue, one of the issues of how we grow is that the planning department is currently negotiating with the Rocky Mountain Institute to look at the growth and development in this area. And off of your sustainability conference that you had a couple of weeks ago, looking at how we grow in a sustainable fashion so that we don't negatively impact the wash, and that we do grow in a fashion in which our natural resources that support our quality of life are best protected. So with that, Your Honor, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for a very complete report, Mr. Knight. Any questions? All right, Councilor Ross.
I certainly do, Your Honor, and I want to highlight a couple of these things. Mr. Knight, I'm sure Mr. Vincent would back you up in regards to lost revenue. $61 million annually in lost revenue is a significant dollar amount that certainly hinders the city of Las Vegas into providing the services that the residents of the city have grown accustomed to. I'm, of course, public safety being always my number one priority, but when you're talking about quality life issues also, and we're talking citywide, this isn't just the Northwest or a specific ward, this is citywide. It affects our parks, it affects the things that our residents have grown accustomed to and expect from their city government. I would like to, with Your Honor's permission, to not only direct staff to prepare a resolution supporting alternate 1, but also Mr. Knight and Mr. Selby, your conversations with the county as well. It needs to be a priority and brought to the front burner because of the significance of this and the growth of the city of Las Vegas. I would also, Your Honor, with your permission, like to direct staff to let our lobbyists prepare something or be in the position to inform our congressional delegation of the importance of this, so they understand our position as the city of Las Vegas in supporting this alternative on Boundary 1. There are currently talks, or have been talks, with the Paiute Reservation in regards to what they want to do with growth and development. They're going to need our services. So as we go down this road, we need to have the most flexibility to not only help them establish their goals and their dreams, but also the goals and dreams of this city, and continue to provide the residents with the kind of amenities they're used to. So I'd like to direct staff to do that, with your permission, Your Honor.
Certainly, and we'll take that in the form of a motion. Yes, Councilman Brown.
Certainly concur with Councilman Ross. Since we're setting a little bit of a public record here, Mr. Knight, I'd just like to put a few things on, and you could start by helping me out. When this whole area was released from the wilderness study, wasn't there some type of environmental document accompanying that release? Or just clarify that.
I think that, and maybe Ms. Fretwell wants to respond to that, it was part of the Quail Springs Wilderness Study Area. And that was an effort on the part of the federal government to look at this to see if it should be designated as a wilderness area. I'm not sure whether there was an environmental impact statement done for that or not, but certainly the federal government, in using its criteria to determine whether this should be a wilderness area or not, found that it was not appropriate for a wilderness area, and that it was appropriate to be included. I mean, that was part of the discussion prior to the Clark County Public Lands Act, is whether or not this should be included in that disposal area.
Fretwell?
What we can do is we can find, I know there were some environmental reports that were part of the debate at that time. What we need to do is probably locate those and review them thoroughly. And maybe that would be helpful in this dialogue going forward.
And this doesn't show up as an alternative, but there's certainly, if nothing happens, if we don't develop out there, if the CTA goes no further, the do-nothing alternative is exactly what's been happening out there for decades. No one's managing it. It's being used for illegal dumping, shooting, off-road vehicles, hiking. So there seems to be some selective recall. What we identified years ago is this is a special area, and if we have the opportunity to grow into this area, let's do something special with the wash. Now that has turned into some of the alternatives which not only impractical, but just they're ridiculous. And just a couple things that if you would just briefly go to that overhead map again, I'd like to just point out some things.
If you can go to the overhead, please.
Mr. Knight, if you could just outline the Clark County shooting range.
What kind of shooting range?
And then perhaps the I guess it would be the southwesterly third or quarter, where just topography-wise. That area.
This area?
That
yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Triangular area. That appears to just have been left out of the CTA study area. And why is that? Well, it is, I'll answer it, it's rhetorical. It's because that is designated as the Clark County shooting range. So there could be all our areas identified as paleontological finds or potential finds. You're literally across this imaginary line, there could be significant findings as far as plants or bones or whatever, and yet just because it's designated as a shooting range, there doesn't seem to be any environmental concern anymore, which again I think is very hypocritical to say the very least. But certainly if our intent out here is to protect and preserve some sensitive areas, then let's do it in a realistic manner and go out and find where they are. Likewise, the Paiute Reservation, we certainly have a great respect for that area and the development out there, but they are certainly part of southern Nevada, and to just ask for a mile buffer around the reservation, simply to have a mile buffer, when south of the reservation, the city is already developed out there. In fact, there's some homes already within that mile. So maybe continued dialogue with the Paiutes is critically important, as Councilman Ross has indicated. But there seems to be, again, this just throw it against the wall and see what sticks. Instead of, hopefully this study from the University of Utah is going to bring some factual information forward. Because I think the city has taken the leadership role out here, indicating years ago that we wanted to protect and preserve. But if that is being pitted against our opportunity to grow, and I'm not saying a mandate to grow, but an opportunity to grow, then I think we should really, from a policy standpoint, be very, very aggressive. I certainly support what Councilman Ross has indicated as far as the resolutions, but there needs to be some historical facts brought into this whole situation, because what we're hearing and some correspondence from our colleagues at the county are just idealistic. They're just saying, well, let's just protect everything out there, and yet a foot away on a map they ignore. And that's it's not right, it's not fair, and it defeats the purpose that we have going out into the area. Just what we have accomplished from an open space and preservation standpoint. So I support Councilman Ross's resolution. I would just put a little more aggressiveness in the resolution and start, if these people are going to start putting letters into our public record and the environmental groups are going to start petitioning for certain alternatives, I'd like to make sure that they're factually based and not just someone out there saying that, you know, it's time to stop the city of Las Vegas from growing or stopping the opportunity for the city to grow. Because again, it's not factual, it's hypocritical, and it really goes against everything that we've worked out there for a dozen or more years. So I hope that selective recall comes out a lot different in the final document from what we're being presented here with some of the alternatives.
All right.
Mayor Goodman, real quickly, if you don't mind,
Councilman
just to somewhat dovetail from what Councilman Brown and certainly Councilman Ross have said. I certainly support the motion for resolution. I think what goes into this resolution is critical. And I think that we kind of touched on it quickly, but you know, we've relied on this act from 5 years ago in 2002, and maybe fairness doesn't count, and maybe what's fair won't be considered by the people that make these decisions. But we have relied on the act from 2002, and we've expended resources and acted in reliance on that. And I think we need to push that issue as well, and have that kind of factual background as well contained in the resolution. And as an addition and a final, I want to thank Senator Bryan for coming in and briefing myself, and I'm sure my colleagues as well. Thank you.
Hey, Councilman Ross, can your motion encompass the suggestions of both Councilman Brown and Councilman Wilson?
Absolutely, Your Honor, and I'm grateful for the support of the council in regards to this. I would recommend then to you, Mr. Knight, and staff, Dr. Selby and your staff, that we prepare an aggressive resolution supporting alternative one, or not doing anything. Councilman Brown, I'm in concurrence with you on just not doing anything with it. The motion should have the history of where we are today and how we got here, and provide those supporting documentation to make it more aggressive. Included in this motion, Your Honor, and Senator Bryan, you're here with us today, I would also like to include in that motion that we request of our lobbyist team to do the same thing and be just as aggressive as this resolution is going to be with our congressional delegation, so that they're familiar with how we feel about this. That's my motion, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. You've got your marching orders, Mr. Knight.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, we're going to 46, which is discussion and possible action on appeal of work card denial for Paul David Bingham. Mr. Bingham present? Right. There he is. Okay, why don't you step up here, sir, and we'll hear from Mr. DeFiore and Detective Weeks, or just Detective Weeks?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
I guess I can still say good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. Tony Weeks, Detective, Special Investigations, Metro. You have before you a report that I did on Mr. Bingham, and as you can see in there, Mr. Bingham is applying for a security guard position at the Ultra Newtown Tavern. The dilemma with this, obviously, as you can see, the criminal history that he has since 1982, with his last being in 2005, and it's been pretty much continuous from 1982. As you can see, most of these have been violent, aggravated crimes, and which obviously were the reasons why he was denied his work card to begin with. I've talked to Mr. Bingham on several occasions and actually tried to tell him some other jobs that he could do besides security, and the reasons why I thought it was important that he wasn't a security guard, as I'm sure all of you can see from the report, but that didn't, Mr. Bingham still wanted to come forward. His employer, I talked to her at lengths, and her employer still wanted to hire Mr. Bingham for the capacity of a security guard, even knowing what all of his criminal history is. I asked her for a letter. Unfortunately, she did not supply me one. Now, it's possible that she might have given Mr. Bingham one. I did express to him on a couple occasions that I tried to get a hold of her additionally to get that letter, and to no avail. Now, I don't know if she's actually given that to him or not.
I don't know either, Detective. I will say this. I'm a little troubled, so you'll address this, Mr. Bingham, when you speak to us, please. I'm a little troubled that basically your past record has allegations concerning the use of firearms. And, of course, when you're making your application for this employment at the Ultra Newtown Tavern, it's for unarmed security.
Yes, sir.
I just wonder whether unarmed security does the job. You could be putting yourself in harm's way under that circumstance. If you would be kind enough to tell us about that, I'd sure appreciate it.
Yes, Your Honor. Basically, what my job details would be to make sure they have a sign posted outside for no loitering. And if I see any inconspicuous actions, I just inform them, and then they'll call the authorities to come out. That's basically all I do. That I can only do so much because of my limitations. I have bilateral knee surgery, and I've had bilateral shoulder surgeries. I'm currently undergoing, in the process of enrolling into community college, so I can try to be reskilled into something else that I can do without anything physical, being physical. And in regards to my past criminal history, I think the last act that I had was in 2002. It was resolved in August. I did finish probation in August of 2006 on that. And I would hope and pray that you guys would use my past against me, because I feel as though I'm reformed and I don't do the things that I used to do. And I'm unable to do most of the things that I used to do.
Okay, well, the information that we have would reflect that you entered a guilty plea or were found guilty of some pretty serious offenses back in 2003. But that's what you must be referring to.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, maybe my colleagues have some questions here. Anybody have any questions? Yes, Councilman Ross.
I do, Mayor Pro Tem. Again, we detected we've got someone here who wants a privileged work card, and after perusing the paper this morning and looking at the classifieds, there's lots of jobs out there that don't require that. And Mr. Bingham, I don't know your background other than what I see in front of me in regards to your history, and appreciate the fact that you have changed your ways and you're reborn, as you say. But I'm a little apprehensive to support your request, and I support the recommendation from our detectives and our police department. So.
Well, I'd like to say this, sir, is with the disabilities that I have, I can't do the things that you're referring to. I was a truck driver for the last 3 years, driving locally, and with me having the knee surgeries, I had to give up that job, that position, because of that. I can't do the job. All I'm asking for is a chance so that I can pay my child support and pay. My home is in foreclosure. I'm trying to work to do these things. I'm not trying to do nothing illegal. if you just grant me a temporary card to see how well I'm doing. That would be even great. Just giving me the chance to try to provide for my family. I have a 9-month-old child.
All right, any other comments or questions?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Councilor Wilson.
Thank you. Mr. Bingham, a few questions. How old are you, sir?
I'm now 46, sir.
Some of the paperwork I have is a little sketchy, so what it does show is that you were convicted of a felony crime of battery with a deadly weapon in 2003 here in Nevada, right?
Yes, sir.
You were given probation by a judge?
Yes, sir.
And when did you complete your probation?
In August of '06.
Okay, so you're on probation for what, 3 or 4 years?
3 years.
Okay. During that 3-year period, were you ever violated?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, the paperwork here says probation violation, but then it says probation reinstated. Were you brought up on a violation but not revoked?
Yes, sir. What happened was I had drinking. I had been drinking, and they took me down. I was arrested for DUI. I was not convicted at that time. They took me in there, and I did. It took 45 days for me to get back before the judge. So they gave me credit for time served for being there, and that was that.
Okay, you were not charged with the DUI for that, though?
No, not at that time.
Okay.
Eventually, they charged me with the DUI, and I did all the courses and everything, and I haven't had any other altercations with the law since '05.
Okay, so the DUI was in '05?
Uh-huh.
Okay, but the district court judge saw fit not to revoke your probation on the felony, is that right?
Yes. It was a misdemeanor. The DUI was a misdemeanor.
I
That's my
understand
first
that.
offense.
I understand that.
Mhm.
Detective, has he been arrested for anything else since 2003 other than the DUI he just mentioned?
No, he has not.
The position you want is for an unarmed security guard.
Yes, sir.
You would not be carrying a weapon.
No weapon.
Would you have a uniform on?
I have a uniform. It's a shirt that says security, a T-shirt that says security.
And Detective Weeks, educate me, why does he need a work card to be an unarmed security guard?
Because that's what the city code says.
And what's the reason that our city code requires a person who wants a job as an unarmed security guard to get a work card? Unarmed security job to get a work
I
card?
don't believe I can answer that question fully. That would have to be answered by somebody who wrote the city code to begin with. I'm sorry. I don't know what the reasoning behind it is. I just know that there is a code that specifies that anyone working unarmed security or armed security must have a work card.
Would there be any difference between an armed security guard position and an unarmed security guard position regarding the need for a work card? In other words, the fact that it's unarmed makes no difference as far as his need to have a work card as a security guard.
That's correct. According to the city code, they would both be the same. They would both need a work card regardless if it's armed security or unarmed. Typically, the armed security would be a private firm. In this case, he's being hired by the employer themselves. But because the employer has liquor, it's under the liquor code that any security guard must have a work card.
Would your job be for daytime, nighttime?
They have me working graveyard from like 12 at night to 8 in the morning. Now, I'm not sure if I need to get a variable shift. I can probably talk to them about that and see if they can reschedule someone else. But that's what they would have me doing right now, is graveyard. And there's not as much traffic on graveyard, to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I appreciate what Councilman Ross said about the want ads, jobs that are available. I have a hard time supporting this application just because of him not being able to control his own behavior, and here we're asking him to control behavior of others, and I just can't really do that. So my motion is going to be for denial, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Well, I don't understand what that means.
We turned you down, but if you want to call my office, I'll try to find something which will fit you where you don't need a work card. where your disability won't impede you, and I'll talk to you about that.
Okay, is there any certain time that you need, that I should call, or?
Yeah, I'll be there all day tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, item 47 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership, change of location, and change of business name for a tavern license, subject to Health Department regulations, from Gustav International Chartered, doing business as Plush, which is not operational, to Dominic L. Lano, doing business as Club 2100 at 2025 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, I'll try to be brief about this based on time. Mr. Lano here is the applicant for a new business known as Club 2100. The license he actually purchased is from Plush, which was non-operational. His intention is to open up for a 1 8-hour period at the location of 2025 East Charleston Boulevard in order to preserve the alcohol rights for that location. Additionally, it is on the same parcel as 2100 Fremont Street. His real intention, I believe, is to move the license from 2025 East Charleston on the same parcel to 2100 Fremont Street. In order to do that, the temporary approval today would be for a 1 8-hour period to preserve the alcohol rights. He would then come back to the City Council when he files his application with us, and while he's going under investigation, and at some point in time he will come back to the City Council for approval of a tavern license at 2100 Fremont Street. He's been advised by the Planning Department that he's able to do this on the same parcel without a special use permit, and his intention is to come back in a very short period of time. I would defer to Mr. Lano as far as what that time frame is. Because he meets preliminary suitability today, I would ask the council to grant a temporary license for a 1-day period for him to preserve the alcohol rights and then come back to the council at a later date for this new location.
Your Honor.
Yes.
You keep saying it's on the same parcel, though, but one entrance is on Charleston and one entrance is on Fremont, so I don't look at it as the same parcel.
Well, and I don't know either, but that's what he's been advised by the Planning Department. This is the Blue Angel Motel down at the Four Corners. It's my understanding that that's what he has been advised by planning. If not, he would have to go through a special use permit process for that location, but he's been advised otherwise.
Well, I don't have any trouble with them trying to preserve their license, but I do have concerns about the operation at 2100 Fremont Street, so we'll hear that later then.
We will hear that later. That'll have to come back before the council, just as we are today.
Okay. I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation, Your Honor, for the 8-hour operation.
Okay, let's vote, please. Did you want to be heard? Did you want to be heard before we vote?
Yes, that's fine.
No, you shouldn't.
I'm sorry?
You shouldn't open your mouth.
Oh, okay.
Because there's been a motion giving you what you need, so why open your mouth? All right, unless you want to be a security guard. Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Right? All right. Yeah. Item 48 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of new burglar alarm service license, Sound Security, Inc., at 2514 Paradise Isle Avenue in North Las Vegas. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant today, which I don't see him, has met the criteria for consideration of a temporary approval of this particular license while the investigation is being completed. I would ask council to grant the authority to me to issue a permanent license if the investigation comes back favorably from the Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay, any questions of Mr. DeFiore? Seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow staff's recommendation.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 49 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review for a massage establishment license, Rock Springs Massage NV, doing business as Massage NV, at 7175 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite 174 in Ward 1. DeFiore.
And Mayor and members of the council, the applicant today is here, present, and they have met all the requirements of business licensing and certainly have maintained the standards that we would expect a massage establishment to maintain. My recommendation would be for permanent approval of this license.
Okay, any questions, Mr. DeFiore? Mr. Cook? Okay, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
I'm still waiting for that gift certificate for Councilman Ross's wife.
We haven't got that?
No.
We'll make that happen.
Jeez.
Your Honor.
6 months.
I'm proud to report that he has followed through with his commitment, and my wife was well taken care of.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. I'm glad that you advised me of that,
Yes.
because it's been preying on my mind for
And-
6 months.
6 months.
Right.
And he's got a wonderful place out there in Centennial House, so
Very
thank
good.
you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 50 is
Jack,
this.
I just want to say, we should say, Jim, you said it was first class, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Item 50 is discussion and possible action on appeal of the denial of key employee suitability for Wendy Michelle Shore at Short Line Express Market at 500 South Decatur Boulevard of Ward 1. Is Ms. Shore here?
Actually, Mayor and members of the council, the owners of the Short Line Express contacted me yesterday afternoon with their concern about the appeal today and their support of the applicant for key employee suitability. I asked to meet with them this morning at 8:30 with Ms. Chor and to hear their concerns, to hear their support. Unfortunately, Ms. Chor got stuck in traffic, and I did talk with the two owners. They've agreed to have a 30-day continuance of this appeal, which would allow me to have a meeting with them to hear their side of the story, so to speak, and be able to come back to the council at the first meeting in November with a recommendation if it's not going to change.
Very good. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
I move to obey it for 30 days, you said?
30 days.
Yes.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 51 is discussion and possible action to name the park located at Alexander Road and Wallapai Way. This is in Ward 4. Dr. Jackson?
Good morning, afternoon, morning. At a regular meeting of the Park and Rec Advisory Commission, the subcommittee on September 12th recommended the name Majestic Park for the 44-acre park located at Alexander Wallapai. This park does include our 10 softball fields that are dedicated to girls and women's softball, and the Leisure Service Department recommends approval.
I appreciate that, Dr. Jackson. I have a very strong feeling about this one, and unfortunately, one of my council members will not go along with my strong feeling, but I can't think of anybody in the world who should have a park named after him, such as this park. And Majestic Park's a nice name, don't misunderstand me, but I can't think of anybody in the world better than Larry Brown to have this complex named after him. Of all the people, everyone's great on the council and have wonderful projects in their wards, but if there's been one person who has really been the prime mover as far as these athletic parks in our community, it's Councilman Brown. And I'm not trying to embarrass you, but would you reconsider that?
Absolutely not.
I see.
Please. Let's vote against it.
We could vote against him.
Larry Brown doesn't fit on the sign well. Majestic Park does. Dr. Jackson, thank you, and I will follow that recommendation. I did want to put into the record, the name of the park came from the softball community, in particular Sally Comerford, who's the Nevada ASA director. Is a wonderful letter written as part of our backup. And I would likewise invite all my colleagues and city staff and the general public this Saturday at Majestic Park. We're opening up. The ASA is putting on a softball tournament. They're going to allow us the first hour to hour and a half, 8 a.m., October 6th, Alexander and Wallapai. Please come out and enjoy the festivities and celebrate another great opening of a fabulous city facility. So I would move to follow the recommendation for Majestic Park.
Let's vote. Post.
I think that's the first time, Your Honor, that I've ever went against Councilman Brown. But I am compelled to go along with what you said. I think it's fiduciary that we do something up here. Maybe Larry won't like it, maybe embarrassing, but I would recommend that we name the park Larry Brown.
Mr. Jervik, who can reconsider the vote? The nays or the yays?
Only those who voted in the majority.
I have a motion.
Yes, Council Wilson.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the vote.
All right, there's a motion to reconsider. Let's vote, please. Opposed? All right, motion carries. Now, Councilman Brown.
I am compelled to ask again for the support from my council. Majestic Park.
How about Lawrence Brown?
All right, I don't want to embarrass you, but we're in a position when we have a generic name like Majestic Park to come back and to name it after somebody who deserves it. Is that correct?
It is council's prerogative to name as they do. The Park and Rec Advisory Board is only advisory.
Okay, I appreciate that. Put up a very small sign then. Okay, one that does not cost the taxpayers much money. And then we'll go from there. All right, Councilman, make your motion, please.
So moved. Majestic Park and all the appropriate signage as dictated by the design of the park.
Let's vote.
That's part of my motion.
All right. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay, item 52 has been asked. We trail this to the afternoon session. That's fine with me. No, that's wrong.
No, let's do it right now, because we want to get out of it by 2:30. If we hear this afternoon, then we don't get by here by 2:30.
Oh. Oh, this is going to be a very brief report, is it not? Yeah, we've been there.
It can be very brief.
About 5 minutes? Okay, fine.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, that's fine. And we'll trail this to this afternoon. Ms. Bridges, if you please remind me. Good, thank you. All right, item 53 is a report to the mayor and city council on status of US 95 projects by the Nevada Department of Transportation. This pertains to all the wards.
It is still morning. Good morning. I'm Rudy Malfabon, Deputy Director of Southern Nevada for the Nevada Department of Transportation.
Good morning. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. This here is a report on some of the improvements that have been done to US 95. As you're all aware, some of the improvements that are being done today from Martin Luther King to Rainbow are finishing up. Some of the improvements that were done earlier from the Rainbow Curve North were completed a couple of years ago. And there's some additional work that NDOT's working on, finishing up an EA for some improvements to the northern end. And so they're here today to kind of give an update of where they are with the project and what's coming in the near future. And as Rudy introduced himself, he's the Deputy Director for the southern portion of Southern Nevada for NDOT. And we also have Jenica Finnerty, who's the Senior Project Manager working on this project, that will give this presentation to you all.
Very good. Welcome to the council.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just quickly, as a short introduction, I wanted to mention that we are completing the over $500 million project on US 95, the widening project that's been going on for over 6 years. We will be done by the end of November. We have to do some daytime paving, so it'll get a little bit worse before it gets ultimately better. We're working with staff on that opening so that we can have City of Las Vegas participation. We are proceeding also with implementation of the Intelligent Transportation Systems infrastructure, fiber optic and cameras and such on the US 95 corridor with a project that's ongoing right now. We will put out a landscape project, approximately $9 million in cost. This next spring, construction will start in the summer to beautify that corridor of US 95. And we are also proceeding with design of an HOV flyover on Summerlin Parkway, which the project is not funded yet, but we're proceeding with design and hoping to obtain funding for that. With that, I wanted to turn it over to Jenica Finnerty, who will quickly discuss the 95 corridor from Washington Avenue all the way up to Kyle Canyon and what's happening there.
Your Honor, if I could.
Yes.
Rudy?
Yes.
Did you give us a date for the current expansion from the Spaghetti Bowl to the Rainbow Curve?
The date is going to be for the ribbon. I mean, the ribbon cutting is November. They're working with staff and the governor's office to get a good date.
So we're still calendar year.
Yes. That's why we're going to be doing the daytime paving, is so they can finish this calendar year. It would have taken us nighttime paving to finish that last final surface of pavement. We need the temperatures to do that, so we figured let's bite the bullet and get it done this year.
Thank you.
Jenica?
Good day. Good morning, good afternoon. As Rudy mentioned, I'm going to be providing an update on what's going on in the northwest corridor of US 95. Currently, the FHWA is reviewing an environmental assessment to clear the way for several projects within this corridor. There are 6 of them that are located in this corridor that I'm going to be briefing you about. The first 3 are being designed and will be constructed by Nevada DOT. This morning I'll talk to you about an interim improvement and then 2 capacity improvements projects. The other 3 projects in the corridor are system-to-system interchange at the Beltway, and then 2 service interchanges, one at Horse Drive and another at Kyle Canyon. The interim project, we're basically going to be converting the existing roadway on US 95 to restripe to get 6 general purpose lanes. We'll be doing that with removing the existing striping and putting down some microsurfacing. We'll also be adding an additional lanes for the northbound off-ramp at Centennial Parkway, and then restriping for southbound on at Ann to alleviate some congestion there.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I ask her when you're going to restripe those lanes?
I'm going to get to that. That's
be
my
patient. I'm
very
so
next
excited.
one.
I can't be patient.
And I am too. I plan on briefing you on that. As part of the project, to help alleviate some potential congestion, we will be constructing some accident investigation sites. Broken down vehicles will be able to get off the road, and the flow will be able to continue. Here's a proposed section. Got 3 11-foot lanes with some reduced shoulders there. Schedule. I'm pleased to report to you, Councilman Ross, that the job is about 99% complete. We're going to advertise 2 bidders next month. Hope to be awarding the project in January, with construction beginning in March. Have it all wrapped up and done in June.
Your Honor, just to restripe, you have to send this out to bid? You just can't send a crew out there and NDOT crew to restripe these lanes?
It's a little bit more than restriping. We've got some widening in some areas. It's a minor amount of widening, but a decision was made to leave it in-house.
March of 08, you'll think we'll start.
Right.
All right, that's what I'm going to tell the folks out in the Northwest then, so they're going to yell at me.
That's my ward also. So
I know it is.
I'm
It's your ward too. So I'll have them call you first before they call me.
I'd welcome the calls.
The current estimate right now is approximately $2.5 million. Pretty good benefit for a very little cost. The next project I wanted to talk about was the Package 1. Its limits basically split that corridor in half. We'll be widening here, adding an additional lane in each direction. We'll have 3 general purpose lanes and an HOV lane. Auxiliary lanes will be added between the interchanges, and all ramps will be metered. Here's a typical section showing the lane configuration. We'll also be improving a couple of interchanges, be adding 2 loop ramps at Cheyenne. This will ease the left turn movements and relieve some congestion on Cheyenne itself. We'll also be braiding some ramps at the Rancho Drive and Road interchange. Here's a picture of the proposed improvements. The purple areas are 2 new bridges. Currently, we're shooting to advertise the project in December of 09. We've been asked to accelerate that schedule. We're going to try to get it out a year ahead of time, but for now we're reporting December of 09. The funding is, we're considering state and federal and AB 595 funds, but those have not been identified. Package 2 is the second half, the northern half of the corridor. Again, we'll be widening to add another for 3 general purpose lanes and an HOV lane to Durango, and then 1 additional lane from Durango to the north at Kyle Canyon. Again, auxiliary lanes will be constructed. Here's a typical section for the 2 different packet areas in there. Ramp meters will also be installed out to Durango. Looking at constructing a park and ride at Durango Drive. A loop ramp will be constructed at Durango as well. This project is scheduled to advertise in 2011. Currently, estimate of $98 million, and funding has not yet been identified for this package. The other 3 projects I talked about were a system-to-system interchange with the Beltway and 2 service interchanges. Here's a picture of the proposed improvements at the Beltway. As you can see, all at-grade crossings will be eliminated, and all movements will be free-flowing. Question? Okay. Here's the schedule and budget of those 3 projects. The Beltway project is approximately at the 30% level. It was put together as part of the environmental document. The estimate at that time was $73 million. Horse Drive is awaiting the approval from the FHWA to complete this project. The City of Las Vegas is designing that. The estimate at that time was 55. I understand it's quite a bit more than that now. Basically the same story with Kyle Canyon, the service interchange there. It's just now getting kicked off, looking at constructing beginning of 2010. Following the distribution of the environmental document, I'll be seeking a resolution of support from this council. Do you have any questions for me?
No, but thank you for the report. Any questions? Councilor Ross?
Yes, sir, I do. That was a wonderful presentation, and I wondered if you could make that package available to both Councilman Brown and myself, and I'd like some of those pictures of those intersections to post at the Centennial Hills Community Center on my bulletin board out there so the folks out there could actually see them.
Okay.
And understand what's coming, and even some dates associated with that. I'd like your permission also to put this in my newsletter that I send out to over a couple of thousand residents out there so they can share with their homeowners associations what's going on so we can work together and make this happen as we go down the road. So could you make that happen for me?
Yes, we have hard copies of the aerial views of these improvements along 95. We'll leave those with the clerk.
Rudy, you're the man.
And as far as you wanted the PowerPoint presentation?
No, just those
aerials?
pictures and just the aerials so I can put them up on a bulletin. Maybe if my department can't enlarge them, maybe you guys could help me out so folks out there could see what's coming, because I get a lot of questions. People want to know when, what's it going to look like, how's it going to make my life better, and we don't want to share that with them.
Happy to help.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Brown?
Go ahead, Ken.
Ms. Finity, can you go back to that package 1, package 2?
This slide?
Yeah. The package 1 slide, that's fully designed and fully funded?
Package 1 is not fully designed. We just had our kickoff meeting for that project yesterday. We're shooting to advertise that December of '08. The date says December of '09. We're going to try to accelerate that schedule and use all the in-house resources we can to advertise that a year in advance.
So that hasn't been advertised for the design or the construction?
Advertise the construction. The design will be done in-house by Nevada DOT.
Okay. And have we started that design yet?
We just had the kickoff meeting yesterday,
Okay.
and we are starting that. It's a very aggressive schedule to meet that date.
And if you're seeking a resolution with Councilman Ross's permission, I would move as part of that motion that the HOV lane from Kyle Canyon to the Spaghetti Bowl be named after Mayor Oscar B. Goodman.
I accept gladly.
You won't be able to find Kyle Canyon.
Forget about it. I have no idea where Kyle Canyon is. I'm so fearful after seeing all those lines and roads going that I'll never be able to get up to Ward 6 again.
Just to clarify a point on the issue of the resolution, after the Federal Highway Administration approves and provides a decision on the environmental document in support of the project corridor, that's when we'll come back to the city for a resolution, a request for a resolution of support.
And the HOV lanes will be for 2 or more passengers in a car, is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's worth noting that the HOV lanes on US 95 from Rainbow Curve to near the Spaghetti Bowl, Martin Luther King approximately, will open up in November also.
That's great.
So, Your Honor, if I may, so you don't want the resolution today in support of your efforts? You want to come back to us and ask for it?
Yes, we asked for it after the FHWA gives their concurrence of the support of the environmental document that we submitted to them for review.
And that will give Councilman Brown and myself time to conspire against the mayor on the HOV lane.
Yes.
So, thank you, Your Honor.
Hopefully next month we'll be asking for that.
I just, since part of what you presented pertained to what you're finishing up in November, 95 from the Spaghetti Bowl to Rainbow, right? Are you saying that's going to be finished in November?
Yes, that's the portion that's going to be open.
Okay.
So there's a lot of activity right now, and it'll all be done November. There'll be some
Right,
cleanup.
I tried 5 different major streets to get on there, and they were all closed one
Yes.
time. It was very frustrating.
A
If
lot
I
of
just go in
activity.
the other direction, the first one, Rancho, would have been open. But what I wanted to emphasize is that for now years, we have had some difficulties with residences near the freeway and things that have been done in order to build the freeway. And they understand that, but we were told by NDOT that corrections would be made. So I'm hoping that you will, when November comes and everything's finished, because we've been told when everything's finished, the corrections will be made. For example, on Mesquite near Rancho, we have homes that had cul-de-sacs on them with lights, street lamps, lights. The freeway didn't come near those street lights, but they're gone, and they need them back. And so I hope those will get replaced. Also, there are large chunks of land that you didn't use, which now are collecting trash and vagrants. If we could somehow take care of that problem too. And I'm assuming, because I was told by NDOT representatives, that the landscaping, the appropriate landscaping will be placed there.
Yes, that's the landscape project that I mentioned, $9 million, that will start. We'll advertise it in the spring and continue through 2008 to complete that landscape project.
Well,
And
you
it
know,
will
we-
address those areas.
I want to emphasize, we've had neighborhood meetings for 2 years where these have come up. We've had NDOT representatives come and tell us, just wait. Now, I'm going to tell those neighborhood associations it ends in November, and then you begin to sort of repair and maybe close off some of those heavy construction areas that you've had in the past down the line,
Exactly.
because those trucks really played havoc with the streets. Okay, that's on the record. Thank you.
As a point of interest, folks, do we periodically check the stability of these overpasses?
Yes, Your Honor, we inspect every bridge. It's on a 2-year cycle. We're quite aware of with the tragedy that occurred in Minneapolis. With that issue, we're looking at all of our bridges. Actually, Nevada is rated #1 in the nation in the integrity of our bridges, the sufficiency ratings, all those things that we report to the Federal Highway Administration. So we're actually in pretty good shape. What we want to avoid is that states that haven't been spending the money that they need to on their infrastructure, on their bridges, take money away from our state when we've been taking good care of our bridges. So.
All right, good, because I'll tell you how you did a phenomenal job, in my opinion, on the entry onto US 95 at Rancho, but you have that big overpass there, and it seems like it's interminable, and I'm just hoping that it's
Yes.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it's
Very structurally sound.
as sturdy as I would like it to be. But you do check that every 2 years.
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for the report.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to tell you on that same area that you're talking about, my concern wasn't it falling on me so much as when I'm getting off the freeway onto Rancho, you have the 2 lanes. I'm always afraid someone's going to hit me in the left lane. Makes you a little nervous there, too. But so far, everything's gone fine, no accidents.
Yes, and I also would like to mention for Councilman Wilson, the Summerlin Parkway will get back to 2 lanes on the entrance to 95 soon as part of that November completion. So.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Okay, we're going on to 55, which is the Child Care Licensing Board. Janet Tompkins' term expired June 2009. She resigned. This is Councilman Wolfson's opportunity to make a co-terminus appointment. I have to abstain because this particular board oversees the Meadow School preschool programs and the like, and my wife is involved with that, so I have a potential conflict there. Councilman Wilson.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that we postpone this, not 1 meeting, but 2 meetings, because my staff and I are still in the process of selecting a new board member. We need a few extra weeks.
We got,
So my motion would be to obey to the November 7th meeting.
we got a motion? Any question on the motion? Cast your vote. Post, please.
Very good. Motion carries there. Item 56 is appointment of members to the Community Development Recommending Board. The Department of Neighborhood Services recommends the following reappointments: Ann Blue, Tony Bruges, Melina Burnett, Verlia Davis Hogard, Doug DeMasi, M. Dean DePaulo, Israel Fuentes, Jay Heiner, Barbara Hofsummer, Alan Karcher, Debbie Kinsora, Pam Kowalski, Tom McGrath, Carmen LaShawn Miller, Devinder Pappas, Peggy Pound, Alejandro Rodriguez, DJ Stutz, June White, and Tammy Wilder, and new appointments Mike Aker, Macon Jackson, Dennis Nazervi, and Fatine Safula. My motion is to reappoint and appoint those individuals as recommended. Please vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 57 is discussion and possible action on the appointment of a member of the City Council to the city's representative to the Southern Nevada Enterprise Community Advisory Board. The staff recommends the appointment of Councilman Ricky Barlow to represent the City of Las Vegas on the board, and I would move to make that appointment. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 58 is discussion and possible action on the appointment of the city representative to the Department of Transportation Regional Advisory Committee regarding oversized and overweight vehicles. The staff recommends appointment of Charlie Kukowski, the Director of Public Works, to represent the interests and authority of the City of Las Vegas. Then that would be my motion. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next book. Thank you. Great. Thank you so much. Thanks. Okay. We're up to item 60. This is bill number 2007-54. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it? This is, pardon me, updates various use and design standards within the downtown Centennial Plan. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 27-54, an ordinance to update various use and design standards within the downtown Centennial Plan and to provide for the related matters.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, if I could, please. I sponsored this bill, and I went through the plan. I was briefed on it, and then I just caught something in here last night as I was going through this at home that took me by surprise. And in the existing, it says a parking lot is not a permitted use. In this new bill, it allows for parking use lot. And I don't mind having, I hate used car lots. I don't mind them being inside, but I sure don't want outside car sales in my ward, especially downtown. So do I have to hold this in abeyance, or can we just take that out?
I think we probably should hold it in abeyance because I'm not that familiar with the issue. Let me ask the clerk, if this were to be held in abeyance for 2 meetings, would it die? Okay, for 1 meeting?
Could this be held in abeyance without it dying for 2 meetings?
Or for 1 meeting, I'm sorry, for 2 weeks.
For 2 weeks?
Actually, it's 3 weeks, I think, between, no, it's 2 weeks. That'd be my recommendation, Councilman, and then you and I can meet in the meantime.
I've been told this in advance till our October 17th meeting, please.
Okay, thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Bills number, item 61, bill number 2007-55, amends ordinance number 5911 relating to the issuance of City of Las Vegas general obligation limited tax sewer refunding bonds. Mr. Vincent, he's not here. I guess there's no problem with that. He indicated.
There is none, Your Honor. I spoke with him before he left.
Okay, that's excellent. Councilman Wilson, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 27-55, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, amending ordinance number 5911 by changing the first interest payment date of the city's general obligation limited tax sewer refunding bonds additionally secured by pledged revenues, Series 2007, to be issued for the purpose of refunding certain of the city's outstanding sewer bonds and providing other details in connection therewith.
Thank you. Councilman Wilson, do you wish to have a motion?
For approval.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 62, bill number 2007-56, authorizes the issuance of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada general obligation limited tax various purpose medium-term bonds for the Stupak Community Center project and Fire Protection Project, Series 2007. Councilman Wilson, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2756, an ordinance designated by the short title 2007 various purpose medium-term bond ordinance, providing for the issuance by the City of Las Vegas of its registered negotiable general obligation limit tax various purpose medium-term bonds, Series 2007, in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $22,500,000 for the purpose of acquiring, constructing, equipping, and providing a fire protection project for creating a recreation project for the city, providing covenants, agreements, and other details concerning the bonds, the project and the general tax proceeds, ratifying action previously taken and pertaining to the foregoing by the city and its officers and employees, and providing other matters relating thereto.
All right, thank you. Councilman Wilson, your motion, please.
For approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. New bills, items 63 through 67, which are bills 2007-57 through 2007-61, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, October 16, 2007. Could you please read those, Mr. Jervik?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2007-57, an ordinance to conform the city's drought plan regulations to the most recent version of the Southern Nevada Water Authority's drought plan by removing certain turf planting restrictions and providing a limited exemption from the mandatory watering schedule for properties using smart controllers and to provide for other related matters. Bill 2007-58, an ordinance to increase under certain circumstances the period of time during which certain nonconforming uses may be discontinued without losing their nonconforming status, to provide a similar increase concerning the discontinuance of certain types of special use permits, and to provide for other related matters. Bill 2007-59, an ordinance to authorize the recordation of notices of zoning action advisory property owners and others of the existence of zoning conditions, requirements and limitations, and an added mechanism for the review of conditions that have been imposed in connection with zoning approvals and private related matters. Bill 2007-16, ordinance to amend the regulations pertaining to animal-drawn vehicles to eliminate the requirement that vehicles be equipped with seat belts and the requirement for the certification that animals used in the business be acclimated to street noises and provided other related matters. And finally, Bill number 2007-61, an ordinance to increase the salary of and provide for vehicle allowance for the mayor and city council and provide for related matters.
Thank you. Do we know, Ms. Bridges, whether or not Councilman Barlow will be back by the 16th of October? Okay, so with that in mind, I'd like to assign Councilwoman Tarkanian and Councilman Barlow to review these bills. Will you be available, Councilwoman?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right, that's great. All right, so the council meeting is in recess, let's say until, may as well make it 1:30.
If I could, Your Honor, just want to put on the record that Bill number 2760, that's the animal-drawn vehicle ordinance, is going to be fast-tracked and it will be eligible for adoption at the next meeting.
All right, very good, thank you. All right, 1:30. Should I make it 12:15? 1:15? Well, one starts at 12:15, so we'll be able to see that. Yes. Not right now. I have to get up. I'll be down early, though.
What's that? I'll call it in right now. Okay. Oh, let me call him.
I know with your busy schedule,
He's checking it right now. I called him directly. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna check the thermostat.
Your machine got correct. You guys didn't know about the court stipulation, which is effective to your machine's already certified to and you pretty much, if anybody did Windows did Sire, the only thing that can happen is if the machine failed to do the update correctly, which would have happened whether you had Sire or not, because it's a Windows-based thing, something was broken on there. But I've got your guys' install down to a point.
Yeah,
That if
Carrie
when we
finished
push out,
her
it
down.
goes for, what, next week? Is it,
And I've got
how major is it next week?
You know we're recording this, by the way. I've got. No.
So if we were to push it Monday. If anything.
Do we have the green sheet?
The
what? The green sheet?
After.
For what?
Just remember, I've got training, I've got training.
Well, yeah, I mean, as long as you get the time.
We're done, right?
I have to go,
Rio.
let me go get lean.
So if anything were to go wrong, I'm not like busy.
Anything goes wrong, we're in.
Remember, I know, with your guys' schedule, that is between the planning and council.
Trying to get an agenda together with all of my staff out of the office.
Yeah.
Isn't gonna be easy.
Yeah, and you know what I noticed the other day was that Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah, my staff has to stay after the council until it's done. That could be.
Oh, man.
They can bump it up. Okay, if you want, when you have a moment to look at your schedule. I think it's that week.
The ladies have to stay after the meeting, which is even worse than council, because it's a night.
I know, and they
So they have to go back to their office and do all of their checks and do all of their action items and get it posted before they can go home. Even if I want to, and then on Thanksgiving, Lisa has to go back and do all of their before we could go home.
Wow.
Special, isn't it?
When you, if you have time to look at your schedule, if you want to do it on Friday the 12th,
Well, no, we don't want to do it Friday the 12th because we're rolling out to production Sire.
because you just said next Friday, that's
Oh, I just dawned on me what next Friday was. It's the 12th.
Did you want to do it
We'll have to do it
Yeah.
following week.
following? Okay, so we can do sometime the week of the 15th, like towards the end of the week.
Yeah, because then we have a deadline.
That's right.
So
October's
if,
not
so if
next
something
week.
was to go wrong,
We would have
some unknown reason that nobody's expecting, we have an extra few days to play with it before we're.
Okay,
thrown
I'll let
into-
Mark Cox know that we'll shoot for that for a week after the week of the 15th, so the week after that. So we'll either deploy it on Friday the 19th,
That'd be perfect.
and then we
Friday
have
the
that
19th.
next week to
There you go.
just remind your staff leave their computers on that weekend.
You'll have to send me a reminder.
I'll send it right now, not that you'll remember, but I'll send it right now. Oh, to be able to remote that other machine and do that? I actually totally spaced on it, so I'll talk to my boss and get it off there. One, no, one car? I know. Not more than one, that's me.
I got all the other, I didn't see that. We got taken back already.
I have no idea, dude. I think that's the tape you put back in there. That you labeled and then you put it back
Well,
in
it
there.
could be. But
Hey, see you later.
Then where's
Have a
the
good
other
day. Yeah, I'm done for the morning. I'm done for the day. That's all I can handle.
all right.
Okay. See you later,
Yeah.
Terry.
recycling bin. Okay. Okay. Let me think. Brent, in Brent's office, and I went in there and picked up the trash this morning. They just had a new lock put on that, where we can't get in unless one of them is there. Yeah, me neither. Okay, I'll try to locate one and take it over to them. Even if it's a recycling bin, I'll take it to them then. Okay. You got it, sir. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Okay, now, gotta take the, just the, ASP and the backup out of, 52, put it directly behind 68, okay? And then insert. And where's the number two? Who was printing me? Okay. I'm gonna get both that extra. Hold up. You don't put money away if you wanna go down for a little. Yeah, this is done. This is done. No, I finished one. This is it, I'm done. Oh, okay. So we have to do, and we'll put her in the ground.
Trying to be, I'm trying to be correct. I'm gonna lose sleep tonight. I've been so harassed by you. I'm gonna lose serious sleep.
And I don't know if we have the books picked up, so, yeah, I'll pick up. Get the, you needed book one. Yeah. So 52, the entire item, right? Yeah. And then the original, yeah. I'm just stacking them and I'll take them. There we go. Yes, sir. Unfortunately not, no. Oh, not yet. We have to carry something out of there. Not yet.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, that's okay. These two, you can take these two, right? Those two. Thank you, girl. Thanks. And the rest is this.
They're not on here.
No. Oh, wait. What? 88, 87 comes from the line of where?
Sorry, it's small.
No problem. Thanks. You know what? It's not going anywhere. It will be back. You got an old new for yourself, right? Yeah. I got to let the classification run out. No, I have. Thanks. I see the Granicus over there.
but that sandwich, the veggie sandwich, roasted veggie was good before this. The pepper. They're roasted and seasoned. Oh, everything is seasoned. That we're gonna do right after under any items. After 68 we're gonna do. So when you're gonna go back in, who laughed at me? Shit. Veggie. It's locked. I think it's Alaska 15. No, I don't care. No need to. So when you do this, no, open up. Oh. No click. I click on this design. Oh, you can click on that one, and then okay, and then when you said this item 69, 68, you click on that item. Yeah, and then as soon as it does that, go back to which is discussion. Don't go here. See if you could do that. You know? If I can, I'll make them right. Yeah. I think you got time. You can hear now. Right. You could activate the PM system, which is 1 PM. I usually do that, get that there, and then cut it away on 68. Huh? Yeah, but you have to, when we come back, you're gonna push record. You'll read the red button, you're gonna record. Then once that recorded, you're gonna click that and you're gonna record. And then listen to it. And I think what I would do is don't even bother doing any items. Go back to the, you know, or what you can do. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, how are you? I've seen better days. You've seen better days? Oh boy. Yeah. I wanted to speak to the other two. And I was still have 2 more days.
Short agenda, but it's all public works issues, and my boss is out of town.
Uh-oh.
I've seen much better days.
So just you then?
For my staff test,
Yeah.
15747 is going to be for 14 minutes.
Oh, my God.
Here now. Here we go.
So I recommend an item. Move on.
Jorge is going to come.
Oh, he is?
And I guess he can sit by
That's
his
all we got
side.
gained. How does she feel about it?
I don't know. I mean, I think she wants to improve it with conditions, like they have to build a trail or do something else.
No, because I don't think she's gonna spend another day.
I didn't think so either. I would love to, based on project, was to provide us all this information a couple of months ago, 6 weeks.
Did they?
We got it Friday.
Good seeing you. I'm gonna sit there and I stand beside the camera because I don't want to be on it right now. That's the clerk. Excuse me, ma'am. Are you the clerk? Ma'am, you the clerk, right? Can I get you an autograph or something? Hello. Got any more of those programs? Down on that end, right? It's down on that end?
Yeah, they didn't pull it. There's no agendas down there. Just a few.
Thank you. I
What'd you
appreciate
need?
it. Just your autograph on the,
Oh.
on the own thing. Thank you so much. Okay? I appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you. We'll hide in the back there. Okay. You so far back in there, they're gonna be the president pictures. We'll tell them back there. Thank you, Greg.
Right in the exact spot.
Apparently on 88, is that what's wrong with it or without prejudice?
I don't know, we don't have a request that came from planning like that.
Oh, okay.
It's on the agenda as that. It's just those two, okay?
How are you?
See you.
You. How's the husband of yours doing?
He's doing good.
Is he behaving himself?
He's behaving.
Is he?
Yeah, he got a promotion. It's in the back.
Oh,
We'll
is
see
he?
when.
What's he doing now?
No, he's the back. He's the actual. He's the actual manager.
Really? So what hours is he working?
Oh, right now this,
He's still friends, right? Still friends?
Not a chance, huh?
See you. On what? On the Presbyterian Church.
Go home. It's going to be withdrawn. They're withdrawing it. The church is withdrawing it.
What's coming back in 6 weeks, or how's that going?
I can't tell you that. Yeah, withdrawn by the applicant.
Now, is the current status of the rules that they have to wait 6 months before they come back?
Anytime. Bless you. Bless you.
They're wearing us down there, Mayor. It's an intentional thing, sure. That's right. We're gonna have to change some rules. You're looking good. Thank you, appreciate it. I had to use all my money. I'm gonna have to take the bus fare to get home because that parking man over there is 10.
I'm not gonna let you guess that.
Oh, I'll be all right. I appreciate that. I'll call my bailiff.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll call our afternoon agenda, starting with item number 68. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have items number 82, 83, and 84. Variance 21-980, special use permit 21-979, and site development review 21-982, Wingate Marketing Group, 0.76 acres on the south side of West Sahara Avenue, approximately 1,400 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. The applicants request that to be held in advance until our October the 17th, 2007 meeting. And item number 88, special use permit 13490, First Presbyterian Church of Las Vegas, Nevada. Special use permit for a billboard sign at 1619 West Charleston Boulevard has been requested by the applicant to be withdrawn been requested to withdraw with prejudice. Item 90 and 91, ROC 1772 and site development review 17720. Cars doing business, or Cars DB4 LP 6300 West Sahara Avenue. The applicant wants that to be held in abeyance until our October 17, 2007 meeting. Item number 92. '92 is a abeyance item. Applicant owner Donald Deal and Marilyn Dell Trust. Appeal of a director's decision. They've asked that to be withdrawn without prejudice. And item number 86 is RQR. Application for a Clear Channel outdoor advertising. Staff asked that to be held in advance until our November 7th, 07. Are there any other items we need to bring forward at this time?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
May I just clarify one thing on item 88, just for the record? Since when the applicants don't indicate whether they want it withdrawn or with or without prejudice, we presume it is with prejudice. So 88 would be with prejudice if they don't.
That's fine.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for the explanation. Hearing no others, Honor, I'll make a motion. We bring these items forward and take appropriate action, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Host? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 52 from this morning, discussion and possible action regarding a proposed action plan that addresses comments received during the August 27th Joint City Council Planning Commission workshop on sustainability applying to all words. Mr. Perigo.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Tom Perigo, Planning and Development Department. Do we have the slides? Okay. On August 27th, we had the Joint Planning Commission City Council workshop. Oh, there we go, on sustainability. We were fortunate to have a number of very talented people to come and talk to us, share some of the projects that they're working on that address sustainability in the community, and give us some ideas on things we can do to become more sustainable. Our sustainability is based on a very solid foundation of a policy framework adopted by the City Council. 3 of those speak directly to sustainability, address community growth, use of community resources, and community livability. The City Manager policy defines sustainability as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. This applies to economic development, energy consumption, and social organization. We've developed a operational framework in order to address sustainability in the organization. We look at business practices, city operations, and community outreach. There was quite a fruitful discussion at the workshop, and a number of ideas were presented to us. From that, we have created an action plan that includes 8 items. First is to adopt a sustainability plan. The city has 3 key initiatives right now: diversity, performance plus, and sustainability. This sustainability plan would drive sustainability in the organization, very similar to what we're doing with performance plus. There was a lot of discussion about the cost of expansion. What we propose to do is, there have been studies done in the past, and what we're proposing to do is a study that would really look at what is the cost of investing in infrastructure and services to support new growth at the city's periphery, as opposed to investing in existing assets in the urban core and the mature areas. It was suggested that we do a code audit, look at Title 19, Title 18, other parts of the code to identify barriers to sustainability and look for opportunities to amend the code to introduce sustainability. It was also suggested that we evaluate incentives for green building. Currently, we have the Green Building Program, which partners with the Southern Nevada Home Builders Green Building Partnership, and the city offers the incentive of promoting any project or developer that participates in that program. What we'll do is look at additional incentives that would draw additional residential and commercial builders into that program. The other idea was to promote green building in the community. Right now, we're working with Nevada Conservation League, the Clark County Health District, University, UNLV, and other organizations to look at how we can create sustainability in the neighborhoods. A 1% energy savings results in 2% less energy that needs to be produced because of the inefficiencies of getting the power to the end user. And one of the most effective ways to reduce energy consumption is to retrofit buildings. It was suggested that we look at producing a heat island mitigation plan. Urban areas are 5 to 7 degrees warmer than rural areas as a result of the sun heating up pavement and rooftops. So the idea with a mitigation plan would be to look at cool paving technologies, ways to put in cooler rooftops, and additional tree planting to create a canopy. And then along with that is a tree planting program. The tree planting program would look at increasing the number of trees in public space, providing assistance to businesses and residences to plant trees, and doing education outreach to educate the public the benefit of trees. Not only providing shade, but sequestering carbon dioxide emissions and improving air quality. And finally, it was discussed about the number of initiatives going on at the city currently, and it was asked that we prepare sort of a best practices report that would highlight all of the city initiatives. So that is the 8 action items that we've taken away from that workshop. And with that, I would recommend that you accept the report and provide any additional direction.
Okay, thank you. What are we going to do about the trees?
Which trees?
Well, you're telling us we're supposed to have trees. What are we going to do? Are we going to start planting trees?
Well, that's one of the things that we would definitely look at. I mean, it's trees provide just a number of benefits.
No,
Not
I know.
only-
You don't have to
Okay.
convince me about trees. I love trees. But
Okay.
I'm wondering what we're going to do, because that seems to be the easiest thing to do, is to plant a tree. And I could see them all the way down Las Vegas Boulevard to start with and make the property owners responsible for just keeping the trees green, but the city putting the tree in, and that beautifies the area overnight.
Absolutely. And it's one of the most cost-effective ways to promote sustainability. So there will be, we'll look at a program that will include, again, the city participating in planting trees, and then the property owner maintaining them and providing assistance to property owners. There's a number of ways to get trees in the ground.
I know that Boulder City started a tree program. I think they had a tree for every resident up there, and I'm just wondering how much that costs.
Well, if I can, Your Honor.
Sure.
I was working with Mr. Farrow at the time over on the Health District, and they had an applicant come in to build a new power plant over there, and the residents didn't want it. So in lieu of them denying this application, they donated 5,500 trees and helping get planted throughout all of Boulder City and stuff. So an application came forward, they donated the trees to Boulder City, and that's how they got their trees.
Well, I think that OG sign might be worth a lot of trees.
That's it. $50,000 worth. You go get us all sued.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Perry? Okay, may I have a motion, please?
I'd move to accept the report as given, please.
Let's vote, please. Post.
Mr. Mayor, are we asking him to look into the possibility of where we might put trees?
I hope so. That's part of it.
And the cost of,
Absolutely.
is that part of what?
Yeah, absolutely. We would present to you then a tree program.
Good.
Good. Okay. Okay. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Farragut. Item 69, a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned building and assess civil penalties located at 5521 Flower Circle. Property owner is Roger H. Camburn, and this is in Ward 1. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and the background is that the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared this property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired C&W Enterprises to board and secure any windows, doors, and/or openings that were open and accessible, remove all refuse, waste, cut back or remove overgrown vegetation, obtain permits to install fence on west side of property, remove metal sheds in rear yard, and post no vehicles, no trespassing, no dumping signs on site. To date, there have been 6 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of July 2003 was $129,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses for the abatement completed by C&W Enterprises in the amount of $6,133, and that the above charges be filed and recorded against the property constituting a special assessment and lien, and authorize that the notice and lien of assessment be duly recorded with the County Treasurer.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Is Roger Camburn here? Okay, folks, it's been a public hearing. If you'd like to be heard, be happy to hear from you. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then, and this is Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Item number 70 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned building and assess civil penalties located at 1318 Barnard Drive. The property owner is Jesse M. Salas, and this is in Ward 1. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. Purpose and background is that the condition of this property was a public hazard and attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared this property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired C&H Construction to remove the refuse, waste, trash, debris, including furniture, wood, metal cans, bottles, and engine parts, vegetation, drain excess water from pool, and post no vehicles, no trespassing, no dumping signs. To date, there have been 7 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of February 1995 was $86,933. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses in the amount of $2,149 for work completed by CH Construction, plus a 15% administrative fee of $322.35, reinspection fees including late fees of $330, civil penalties in the amount of $150 for a total of $2,951.35, and that the above charges be filed and recorded against the property constituting a special assessment and lien, and authorizes that the notice and lien of assessment be duly recorded with the County Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Is Mr. Salas here? All right. Would anyone like to be heard on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
All right, let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 71 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of property, a vacant or abandoned building, and assess civil penalties located at 2255 South Buffalo Drive. The property owner is Alan Galanato. This is in Ward 2. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared this property in violation, started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired C&W Enterprises to remove refuse, waste, including windblown trash and debris, paper, plastic, etc., vegetation, secure the pool with a proper fencing, obtain necessary permits, and post no vehicles, no trespassing, no dumping signs on site. To date, there have been 7 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of December 2004 was $799,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses in the amount of $3,100 for work completed by CW Enterprises, plus a 15% administrative fee of $465, reinspection fees including late fees of $726, civil penalties in the amount of $950, for a total amount of $5,241, and that the above charges be filed and recorded against the property constituting a special assessment and lien, and authorize that the notice and lien of assessment be duly recorded with the County Treasurer.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Smith? All right, Mr. Galvanato in the audience, $795,000 home. Unbelievable. Do you have any idea whether it was just abandoned and the parties walked away from it?
We have several returned cards from the certified mail that we have sent, and we have some unclaimed certified mail, but we've had no contact with the property owner. They do not return our phone calls or do not respond to our letters.
Well, I hope someday I'm rich enough to be able to walk away from a $795,000 home and not return your phone calls. Okay, anyone else wants to be heard? It's extraordinary. All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. A couple questions, Mr. Smith. I'm looking at your work page, if you will, under inspection summary. And it seems as though this property partially passed a couple of inspections. For example, on, I think it's May 1st of this year, and then again on July 11th. If you could look in your backup, please. Under inspection summary.
Okay.
See what I'm talking about? What does that mean when it says status and then it says past, partial?
A lot of times when we go out to do these inspections, if it appears that somebody has made some attempt to do some of the things that we've asked, we will give them the benefit of the doubt and partially pass it. At this particular instance, we don't know if it was the neighbors doing some cleanup, because we had no contact with the property owner, but we always try to give them the benefit of the doubt that if they are making some attempt to correct some of the problems, we'll generally partial pass it. And then when we go back out, if they've made no more attempt at that point, we would fail it.
The reason for my question is you said that you had no contact with this property owner, so somebody must have done some cleaning up of the property.
And we
because
agree.
on a couple of inspections, they partially passed, or whatever it was.
And we think possibly some of the neighbors were tired of looking at it, and so that they took some action upon themselves to try to clean it up.
Okay, thank you. My motion is to accept his recommendation and move for approval.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Items 72 through 75 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 72 through 75?
So moved, Your Honor, with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now we're up to items 76 through 78, which were under the one motion, one vote. Apparently,
Right, if I may, Mayor.
it's falling apart, yes.
Yes, you can just do each item individually since there's only one item left on that agenda.
Okay, so we'll go through 76, which is SDR 21916. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Unger Investments LP. Request for site development plan review for a 3,029-square-foot service station without automotive repair with a waiver to the perimeter landscape buffering standards to allow a 5-foot wide buffer where 8 feet is required along a portion of the south perimeter and to allow no landscape buffer along a portion of the east perimeter where an 8-foot wide landscape buffer is required, 1.76 acres at the southeast corner of Teddy Drive and Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. Is anybody here on behalf of David Unger?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 conditions to add, and the applicant has agreed in writing to those conditions.
Okay, if the representative, Mr. Unger, would please come forward.
I'll read them into the record.
Please.
The applicant shall submit elevations for the fuel canopy to the Planning and Development Department that depict varied facade planes and vertical elements to reduce the appearance of mass prior to the issuance of the building permit. Facade materials and colors shall reflect the facade design for the building, and the freestanding sign for this site shall be limited to 1 pylon sign.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir. Please identify yourself.
Yeah, David Unger. Is this on?
No. There's a little button.
Okay, David Unger, 2000 Southeastern. And yeah, we met with planning. This was a beta about a month ago, and those were the 2 conditions they wanted, and we agreed to them.
All right, very good. Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Teddy Russell,
and I'm entirely in favor of this project in that today I decided to change my name to Teddy, and this is one of only 2 streets named after me, the other being Russell Road. Thank you so much.
I think Teddy Wong, who passed away quite a few years ago, would agree to that also, that he'd be fine with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else like to be heard? It's a full moon. Okay. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then, and this is Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Move to approve with all conditions and the added conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
77 is RQR 23426. Public hearing. The applicant owner is PHSSA LLC. Request for a required 6-month review of an approved review of condition ROC 11856 to amend conditions regarding hours of operation allowing office instead of retail use on 4.36 acres at 1250 South Buffalo Drive. This is in Ward 2. The staff recommends approval subject to conditions. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. Tabitha Keach, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I understand there's a revision to one of the conditions, or?
Yes, sir, Mayor and Council. We have one change to condition number 1. We'll delete the word subsequent and replace it with the word previous.
All right,
We're
is
happy
that
with
agreeable?
that. Yes, we can agree.
All right, very good. Any questions of Ms. Keach? Folks, a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Turn to Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd note that this was a 6-month review from the C certificate of occupancy, which was granted in March of this year, and that's why it's 6 months from the March date. And according to my backup, there have not been any complaints or code enforcement actions related to these changes at all, so it would be appropriate for a motion for approval.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. Item 78 is ROC 23867. There'll be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Martin Greenwald. Request for review of condition to remove conditions number 17 and 19 of an approved site development plan review, which required the applicant to construct all incomplete half-street improvements adjacent to the site and to modify the driveway accessing Rancho Drive to current city standards to instead require a covenant running with the land, agreement for the future construction of these improvements, and to allow the existing driveway on Rancho Drive to remain on 1.84 acres at 4820 North Rancho Drive. This is in Ward 6, and the staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing which is now open. Anybody here on behalf of Mr. Greenwald? All right, Councilman Ross, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, I actually have to disclose that our Planning Commission for Ward 6, Commissioner Dunham represents this applicant. That has no effect on my judgment in regards to this. NDOT would just like them to delay the improvements to coincide with their project there on Rancho. So my motion is to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
All right, thank you. We'll have a public hearing before we vote. Anybody like to be heard on this? Yes, sir. Please give us your name.
My name is Jerry Bailey. I live at 4901 Vega Lane, which is behind the subject property. The problem I have is the delay in having the owner do anything to his property is causing flooding on Vega Lane. Currently, there's an earthen-filled dam on the northwest corner in the ditch there, and they have also surrounded their property with an approximately 6-foot-high dirt mound. I don't know if you can see pictures, but
if you have pictures, we'd be happy to see them. If you put them on the center of the podium there, and then we'll ask for the overhead. Can we have the overhead, please? Okay, could you turn them sideways, please? There you go. Good.
You can see here, they've filled it with dirt. They filled it around the sides and around the back and around the north. So this whole property is now encased with 6 feet high of dirt, which compared to those houses look nice that we had those problems with compared to this. I'd like to point out that the owner, according to the public records, owns the lots to the north and the south of this property. Now what this does is there's an empty lot to the north. All the water that comes down Rancho goes underneath Rainbow. I have a picture here. comes down Rancho and it's diverted at this earthen fill dam at the northwest corner of his property and goes across this field and comes into my easement that the city, I have a 16-foot wide easement that is considered a drain and sewer easement. So instead of all that water coming down Rancho and going down in front of this business, it's diverted through this field and into my easement and into our street. I've talked to the city about this a couple of years ago, and the city said there wasn't a lot they could do. But basically speaking, there's about 5 culverts underneath Rainbow, approximately 4 feet by 4 feet, which is a lot of water. And out in front of my drain is where the water comes. That's approximately 4 inches to 6 inches by 24 inches. So all that water coming down Rancho from Centennial Parkway obviously does not fit in that. It wasn't designed for it. And I've asked the city before to have them remove that earthen fill dam and or the berm that looks like a war zone around this business. And I had no luck. But when Richmond America, if you remember, a couple of years ago was going to develop this property, I struck a deal with Richmond America selling the easement that I have to them, and the city council approved that as a walkway for children to go to school. Consequently, the city has wrote me a letter saying that I cannot use that property, this easement, to park an RV on, which conflicts a little bit. It's okay to have that as a walkthrough for children, but because of the flooding, I can't use
Your Honor,
that piece of
excuse
land.
me.
Yes,
We're talking about two different things.
Right.
You and I can have a discussion about you parking in that easement that's not on this agenda.
But
Your Honor, I would suggest that we stay strictly to this agenda item, and I'd like to make a couple of comments to the gentleman. The water you're referring to, sir, has to do with the property to the north of this building and property. The improvements on this agenda item today and on this review of condition have nothing to do with that parcel. They have nothing to do with the improvements upon that parcel to the north. It has to do with the parcel where you've shown these berms that they bermed up. Those berms have been put there so people like me don't drive across that dirt lot to go get my truck fixed. Did you know that? That's what those berms are there for. So people like me can't drive across that dirt lot like I'd like to and go get my truck fixed at the shop.
I agree on that portion, but on the north portion where it's fenced off, you can't get to that berm.
But that has nothing to do with this item. Absolutely nothing to do with this review of conditions.
So what I'm saying is that not fixing this or not having them do it the right way creates a flood condition
No, hear me
in my
out.
yard.
Hear me out. The Department of Transportation is going to come through there and redo all that stuff. Flood issues, where the water is going to flow, your street. I see where your street is, and I can see how you're impacted. I am very familiar with your easement that you sold to Richmond American to work something out with the city. But that's another subject that you and I are going to discuss at a later date. We need to stay on this item right now. And again, those improvements to that parcel don't have anything to do with the property to the north. It has to do with that corner, the C2 corner on the heading to the south that's there on Lone Mountain and Rancho. And we need to work in cooperation with NDOT to do things together. Now, in my opinion, is I'd want that whole business to go away. And I think you'd agree with me. But that's another topic.
That's fine. I
for
just don't
discussion.
like to be surrounded by a war zone looking.
But right now, that's the way it's going to stay, and I still stay on my motion. I'll do this, though. Let me get you with one of my staff members so you and I can talk about you parking in that easement, though.
Okay.
Very good, thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? All right, there's been a motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Okay, 79, 80, and 81. 79 is GPA 22560. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Kathy McDonald. The owners Robert and Netta Garside. Request to amend a portion of the Centennial Hills sector plan of the master plan from DR, which is Desert Rural Density Residential, to SC Service Commercial on .53 acres at 4309 Tom Boulevard in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 80 is ZON 22562. This will be a public hearing. The applicant is Kathy McDonald, the owner Robert and Netta Garside. Request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to C1 Limited Commercial on .53 acres at 4309 Tom Boulevard. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. And 81 is SDR 22557. Same applicant, same owners. Request for site development plan review for a 3,588 square foot commercial recreation amusement facility indoors on .53 acres at 4309 Tom Boulevard. In Ward 6, the Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are public hearings which are now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of council. I'm Tabitha Keach, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. First, I'd like to begin by saying I appreciate the favorable recommendations from staff and the planning commissioners. And normally, my presentation would end there. However, this application has been quite challenging. So if you indulge me for a moment, I'd like to offer a bit of history and explanation as to our proposal. So first, the location of our site. Our site is located here, just south of Craig Road and east of Tom. Immediately north of us and adjacent to us is the Craig Animal Hospital property, which is zoned C1. Immediately east of us is the Creative Kids Daycare Center, which is also zoned C1. And south of us is an access drive that provides both vehicular and bus access to the daycare center, and that is also zoned C1. You can also see by looking at this area that we are immediately adjacent to a fairly rural neighborhood, which is west of us and south of us. Those neighbors have very legitimate concerns about what goes here based upon the commercial that's already been approved in the area and because they would like to maintain their rural lifestyle, and we appreciate those concerns. So what are we proposing? My client, the property owner, and the applicant recently moved to Las Vegas. They relocated from Hawaii. They operated a private swim school there for over 35 years. It's a mother-daughter team. They came to Las Vegas when their lease expired, and with the idea that they would be doing the same thing here. They chose this site for a number of reasons. First, it's close to their home. They live just up the street at Craig and Buffalo. Second, because it's just 200 feet south of Craig Road, which is a super arterial. It's actually a 120-foot right-of-way. And also because of its proximity to the daycare, which is immediately adjacent to us, and because of its proximity to the elementary school, which is less than 1,000 feet south of our site. Here's the elementary school here. The building that we proposed is one story. It's roughly 3,500 square feet in size, which is consistent with the residential in the neighborhood. The pool is entirely enclosed within the building, and it's 20 by 40. It's a small pool, so because of its size, the number of students and teachers are limited. The number of students and teachers that can be in the pool at any one time is limited. As a result of the required neighborhood meeting that we had as part of the GPA request, and after discussions with our adjacent neighbors and numerous discussions with City Councilman Ross and his staff, this proposal has morphed tremendously. We have redesigned the site probably 3 or 4 times from when we originally submitted it, and we also redesigned the elevations at least 3 times, and we've agreed to a number of conditions of zoning approval. I am now able to represent to you that we have the support, and I have a petition that has been submitted to your staff, but I'll submit it again to the city clerk. A signed petition from those immediately adjacent neighbors to us, and they're highlighted in blue. We obviously have the support of the daycare as well as the Craig Animal Hospital, and we have support from these property owners here. My client obtained those signatures, and I do have proof of those signatures. I did not personally meet with those neighbors, and I just want to say that for the record. I'd like to briefly just go over the conditions of zoning approval that we have agreed to. They are all part of your backup, but I would like to outline them just real briefly because I think they are important as to how we've tried to, based upon the fact that this site is entirely surrounded by commercial, yet also adjacent to a fairly rural neighborhood, what we did in terms of conditions to address those impacts. How do we fit into this neighborhood? How do we deal with the fact that we're adjacent to commercial while also not adversely impacting the residents that intend to live there on a long-term basis? So first, the site plan. We've agreed to no modifications to the site plan that was most recently submitted, and that's very important if I can direct your attention here. This is Tom Boulevard here. When we originally submitted our application, we had the building located back here and the parking up front. We did that because of some drive aisle and just kind of site constraints. That was not palatable for a lot of the neighbors, being that this kind of took away from the residential character, having a sea of parking in the front of the site. So we did redesign the development, and now all of the parking is located in the rear. This is the building here. Once again, not more than 3,500 square feet in size, and we have an super intense 20-foot landscape buffer located here. We've limited the hours of operation. We have limited the scope, I guess, if you will, of the property to no pool parties, no competitive events, or free swim shall be allowed, that there will only be private lessons allowed at this particular commercial operation. We've also agreed to coordinate with the city traffic engineer to post Tom Boulevard on both sides, no parking from Craig South 3 lots. There's definitely a parking issue in the area. And we've also agreed to construct a combination wrought iron block wall on this property line that will have a gate that can be secured at night. There's a lot of crime that's going on. This property, the home is vacant, and north of us, the Craig Animal Hospital plans on expanding, but currently the site is vacant. So there's been crime in the area, so we agreed to secure the site at night to further protect the neighbors. So the alternative to the commercial project that we are proposing is to leave this a half-acre residential lot. And I would submit to you that that is not the appropriate use of this particular site, just based on the facts as I have described them. We are entirely surrounded by commercial development, and that is a reality. We have done everything we can to agree to conditions and redesign the site and work with our neighbors so that we are not adversely affecting them. And with that, I would hope that you would support the recommendations of your staff as well as Planning Commission, and I'll answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Gage? All right, folks, the public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard?
Good evening. My name is Anthony Hodges, 123 Sir David. This item concerns children. I know it says something about private, but children don't get to speak for themselves. But what we're doing here, it sounds like it's commercially surrounded, and no one particularly lives here at night, and it's shut down like other commercial buildings in the vicinity. What I'm trying to say, and as I say, when they're building, they're going to put up a certain fence trying to help curtail some of the crime in the area, probably be well lit and so on. What I'm saying, anything concerning children, I'm always in favor. So far, your planning seems to be in approval of it. The objective is, that's what it's all about, the children. So let's put that against. I know there are going to be people who come and say pro and con, for and against. But the main thing is, all of us here, both sides, whatever, children should come first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Allow me to speak on these 3 items. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, staff. I have several items.
Could you please identify yourself for the record?
Wade Wiest, Las Vegas resident.
Thank you.
I have several items I need to cover. Tom Collins and some other people couldn't make it today. There's also some people that would have loved to have been here, could not afford to take the day off. So I'm going to try to make this as timely as possible when I go through this. I guess where best to start is with the traffic that is already there. I want to show you on 817. You have these 2 pictures here. This is basically that's probably 99% of the animal hospital's parking. If you count the number of cars there on his new improved expansion, he already has overflow without increasing his business. We've coexisted there with him. I don't believe, Steve, I don't believe any of us are complaining about parking issues to anybody. We're coexisting there. That's a bit much. And then here's on 825, we have another 825 and actually 915. As you can see, it stays pretty consistent with the flow of traffic. The new proposed property is only going to generate 18 spots, and I suspect they'll run about 30 cars an hour through there based upon the other 130 swim schools that are in the valley, what they charge, and how much turnover you have to be at least profitable. So there's going to be an additional overflow coming from the swim school. The school up the street dumps a tremendous amount of traffic down Tom Boulevard. Here's just a couple. Sam Dunham says it turns into a 1-lane street. I want to show you here. There's approximately 6 feet left of that street, and our kids, the neighbors' kids, my children don't go there anymore, but I felt obligated to speak up on this issue. They're walking down the street. The streets are heavy traffic there, plus it comes down onto Tom. The swim school will create cross traffic You're going to have people in these big SUVs, and you know they got blind spots on the sides, and when you go to turn those vehicles, if there's some children walking on that sidewalk, we're not going to see them. You can almost hide a small Honda car between those framework of those new SUVs. And here just some more kids having to walk down the street with a lot of traffic. As far as the votes on this, I'm finding here on public record on the internet, there was like 79 votes opposing it here, and there was 7 supporting it. And I guess I have a quick question. If I live in Indian Springs, does my vote count?
Well,
I'm curious.
we have to give it the weight that it deserves.
Okay. And I can vote for myself too, right?
You can always vote for yourself. If you don't, you're a fool.
Okay. As long as I don't have a financial interest.
Even if you vote for yourself with a financial interest, you're all right.
Okay, anyway, I would like to pass all this on for the record. And then here we have another, I don't know what it was, 40, 50 people opposing this that had come in later. You have the school teachers at the school. You have those moms and dads that drive their kids up that street. You have a tremendous amount of support there.
If you'd be kind enough to give it to the clerk. Good. That's part of the record now.
Okay, so egress and ingress, it needs to not come on to Tom. It needs to not be there. It's just too much. There's a lot of other issues, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time with that. Mainly it's the kids, and you know, I've done some checking in the Department of DOT. They would definitely not approve this particular situation. Some clarifications I would like to have is what is the hours of business to be? I can't find it in any of the records.
Ms. Wheeler, do you have that readily
Yes,
available?
Mayor.
Yes.
9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday, and 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Sunday.
I would definitely say we're definitely opposed against that. Evidently, some of my neighbors were swayed. That's very possible that their interests may be to rezone more RE property. And these properties are under the Rural Preservation Group. So, you know, if you start eroding, you're just going to keep eroding it. And needless to say, I'm not in the 330-foot mark. So it doesn't do me any good at all. And I guess that's going to be about it, with an exception to the height of the building here. I see there's a notation, 18 feet 8 inches was maximum height of the building, 1 story. The new building is coming up at 20 foot 6. So I don't know if that's even allowable. Then there's... let you finish on that one. Okay, so that's something that needs to be looked at. No parking signs. I've pulled teeth to collect information. Nara, Mark, Edgel has pulled teeth to collect information on this issue. Evidently, we've struggled to even keep up with this case through the egress, or the abeyances and all that. But there was talk of no parking signs from Craig Road all the way up to the school. At this time, we've done very well at coexisting with commercial there, with an exception of some theft issues and some other items. Well, we fire up the neighborhood watch, we'll get them. We'll call the police and we'll get them. But I got about probably $20,000 of taxes paid in my time there. I feel I own that curb, at least while I live there, and I would like to be the one who would say whether I get a no parking sign in front of my residence or not. That's something there. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman, council members. Lex Anderson, 3709 Waterhole Street. I just want to reinforce a few things that Wade said. Tom is a residential street. Tom is not a commercial street. And the neighborhood impact of the traffic is not just from the residents across from this property. a great amount of the interior of the residents use this as a main access going north and south. Tom is a north and south access and egress. People use it to get onto Craig Road and to go to the yellow-colored businesses that I've got marked on the map, and to go further up there on Lone Mountain, like that, where all the good shopping is, and Costco further north, rather than going on the major streets. It also affects the school traffic. The other point I want to make is that if it goes commercial, there's 5 residences right across the street, 5 half-acre residences with residents in back of them. If this goes commercial, what about the residents across the street? There's also a 1-acre vacant lot just to the south of those 5. Is that going to go commercial also? As far as boundaries go, that alleyway that is designated as commercial certainly doesn't amount to much of a boundary. It really needs to stop right here. We need to stop the commercial right where it's at present. Like I say, Tom is not a commercial street. Tom is a residential street. We really need to keep it that way. Thanks.
Thank you.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. A couple of questions. This is 79. Item 79.
This is item 79, 80, and 81.
81 taken together, right?
Yes.
What kind of a recreation amusement facility is it?
This is a swimming pool class.
Swimming pool class. It says 3,588 square foot commercial property.
That's the size of the building, but the swimming pool is indoors.
But, I'm sorry?
The swimming pool is indoors.
Oh, that's a little smaller. The building is almost 3,500. And it's a half acre. What's going on with the other 3/4 of that property?
Just sitting there.
Yeah, I had plenty of English.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. My name is Mike Malone. I live in Las Vegas at 3660 Tom Boulevard. First of all, in all due respect to the attorney, she said twice that this school is completely surrounded by commercial. That is a falsehood. It is not completely surrounded by commercial. There's commercial to the north, commercial to the east. You got a little alleyway that is commercial there. It has nothing on it except a paved drive there. And then you go to the next place, it's residential. The next 4 houses are residential, or next 4 properties. So I disagree with her on that. To begin with, we do have a great problem with traffic coming out on Tom. She also said that the property is 1,000 feet from an elementary school, which is Parsons Elementary. This is true, and that's a problem. They are going to have approximately 16 parking spaces in there to 18, which means there'll be at least 30 vehicles coming and going to that property, past that elementary school. He showed you a couple of pictures here. If you've ever driven by there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon or around that time, you'll see the parents come up there after their children. Don't forget, these are kindergartners through the 6th grade. And they're double parked along there, which narrows that up. Can you imagine 30 more vehicles going back and forth there? I can. I live on Tom Boulevard. I'm not too far from this location. And every day, 5 days a week anyhow, I see a lady with a bicycle with a trailer on behind with her, looks like a kindergartner or first grader, in a little trailer pedaling down Tom Boulevard. I see another lady running alongside of her daughter And then she stops and waits for her daughter. But she looks to be about a 5th or 6th grader, the daughter does. Downtown Boulevard. The kids ride bicycles continually up and down Town Boulevard, especially coming and going to school with 30 more vehicles coming and going. Skateboarders come up and down Town Boulevard. We're looking for a problem there. We're looking for an accident waiting to happen with all this traffic coming in and out of there. This is a residential neighborhood, and we really don't want it turned into a commercial neighborhood with with unbelievable traffic, with an elementary school sitting 4 houses away from this particular location to the south. When we had our meeting at NARA, was a general meeting, Ms. McDonald showed up, and she had a lot of information, which was, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, which was unfortunate. Since then, what she proposed, which was nothing, absolutely nothing, like is being proposed now, we took a vote. There were residents there, and the board was there, NARA board. It was unanimous to oppose this project. There was no one in favor of it. I think he gave you some 100, probably over 100 signatures that we were able to get of area people, along with the school teachers and so forth of the elementary school. Mayor, all I can say is that we're looking for a big problem, and I don't want to hear ambulances coming down there and scraping kids up off that road. Don't want them coming by my house, and I don't think anybody else does. Therefore, we're asking you to oppose items 79, 80, and 81. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then.
Mr.
Ms.
Mayor?
Keach? Yes.
This is in Councilman Ross's area.
Yes.
Could I just ask Councilman Ross if you did do a study of that traffic near the school? And I ask this because I know that those elementary schools, the biggest problem for children's safety, this district found, was the parents, delivering and picking up their children and everything, causing tremendous problems. We've been working on a problem like that for about 7 years at Wasden, and I just wondered if you had done a study of that during the pickup and drop-off times.
Actually, Councilwoman, Your Honor, if I can answer that question, I'm going to direct my question to Public Works in regards to the size of that street and what the capacity for travel and vehicles on that street is. If you can answer that question for me, Mr. Cervantes.
Yes, Councilman. Jorge Cervantes, Public Works. That's a 60-foot right-of-way roadway. It's not fully improved in all sections to 60 feet, but typically a roadway of 60 feet has capacity of about 3,000 to 4,000 cars a day.
3,000 and 4,000 cars a day.
That's correct.
And Councilwoman, I know exactly what, thank you, Mr. Cervantes, I know exactly what you mean in regards to parents being the biggest problem, especially with our elementary schools. Double parking, speeding, not paying attention, big challenge with all the schools throughout the city of Las Vegas. Your Honor, if I may ask Ms. Keach a couple of questions.
Certainly. Please.
Ms. Keach, when you had brought this an application to me, I need to ask you some questions. They're pretty fundamental, and I'll try to guide you through this. What did I tell you needed to go do first?
We needed to go out and meet with the neighbors and get their support.
Yep. I asked you specifically to go meet with NARA.
Yes.
You recall that conversation? Now, I want you to share with me and the council what occurred at the NARA meeting when you went there.
Okay. I met with representatives from NARA first at the required neighborhood meeting. That's where my first encounter with them. And the discussion basically was, and staff was there as well, but the discussion basically was, we don't want this site to be C1 zoned.
Stop right there. Did you tell them what it was going to be Or did they just tell you, we don't want this to be C1?
It doesn't really matter what it is, we just don't want it zoned C1.
So did they even give you the opportunity to present what the applicant had intended or wanted to do with her property?
Not at that meeting, no.
Did you ever have an opportunity to present that to NARA in any way, shape, or form?
My client did go to the NARA meeting and presented the site plan and the elevations, and I actually sat down with some members of NARA as we got closer to the actual planning commission hearing, or maybe it was after the planning commission hearing, and I did show them the site plan and the elevations at that time.
You've been doing this long enough and working with my office long enough to recognize that when any time anybody wants to do something in the neighborhood, first thing I do, whether it's required by our code or not, I ask you to go have a neighborhood meeting.
Absolutely.
Especially with the NARA residents. Very active, very concerned about what's happening in their neighborhood, and I'm fully aware of that and work with them on quite a bit. Here we have a situation where you've done everything I've asked you to do. And after the warm reception at the required neighborhood meeting, I asked you to go visit with the neighbors adjacent to this project. Would you move those photographs for me, please, and put your other board back up there? Now, if I could get city staff to zoom in on those dots for me, please.
Gotta go up just a little
And
bit. Oh.
that's too far.
There we go.
There's the site, and you've got filled in there the pink area that's already zoned C1.
Right there in support.
I went the extra mile and brought the applicant and the neighbors into my office and asked them, what do I do as a councilman with this piece of property? The folks that bought the property, whether they were misled in regards to they could get C1 designation on it or not, makes no difference. These folks have bought this property intending to put a swim school there. It's surrounded by C1. Despite the disbelief of some members in the community, that's what it is. And now I've got to deal with this at this level, at the council level, and decide what occurs here on this property. It was zoned C1. That driveway in the back is for the daycare. There have been lots and lots of challenges that have been brought to my attention with the daycare, people jumping over the fence, kids in the back parking lot at nighttime, and those such things. Also, a lot of code violations within the neighborhood itself. And I did ask code enforcement to do a neighborhood sweep. Found several violations of that neighborhood. Since that time, they've been cleaned up, and I think they're still working in that direction. Ms. Keach, I asked you to have the applicant go talk to these people. And the dots, council members and mayor, are the dots. The blue dots are the ones that have indicated people in support of this project. I don't know if you have it in your backup, but I believe you should. It's in my backup, the letter explaining that we are the neighbors in the immediate vicinity of 4309 Tom Boulevard, the property currently being petitioned for rezoning. We've met with the applicant, Kathy McDonald. She's explained about her proposed swim school and placement of her building and parking lot. We have no objection for this property being zoned commercial and support the planned swim school. Here's the dilemma. What do I require or allow on this site? It's surrounded by C1. It's currently zoned RE. It's a tough decision to make. The neighbors that are most affected by this are the ones that the applicant went and talked to. The white dot there on the corner of Craig Road, that individual is neutral. He didn't mind one way or the other. Mr. Weiss, who first spoke up, he's the next dot, and can you point to Mr. Weiss's home for me right there? Now, Mr. Malone, I don't know where you live on Tom, but I imagine it's on the same street. You already mentioned that. The applicant has worked with me, worked with Dr. Michael Anka, who owns the animal hospital to the north of that. Been in contact with the folks at the daycare center. They're not as cooperative as I'd like them to be. But you all need to get along. And your applicant, I almost feel bad that she has to hear some of these things coming from the neighbors. This is a challenging parcel. What do I do with it? What do I allow here? This is about, Mayor Pro Tem?
I would just ask you a personal question. If somebody was to build a house there, would you rent the house, live in that house?
Mayor Pro Tem, I would not, but I've got to tell you.
I wouldn't either.
That would be the next thing that they would do. I mean, she's already bought the property. There is a house there. It's not in the best condition. The landscaping doesn't look real good. Since then, the applicant, Ms. Keach, has worked. You guys have done a great job on redoing this site plan, and I hope that the neighbors recognize the change there. All of the parking is off the street and behind the building. Now go ahead and move those pictures so we can get a better look at that. And I want you to describe something for me.
Okay.
Back the camera out, please, right there. The intense, super intense landscaping, would you define that for us, please?
That's not a code term, super
Yeah,
intense?
no.
Well, it's 20 feet, and one of your issues, Councilman, was that we did provide lush landscaping here along the front of the property so as to make the site look more residential in character. So that's my best definition of super. It'll be very lush.
Well, and that was a big priority. If this is going to occur, I wanted that building to blend into the neighborhood, blend in with those semi-custom homes there on Tom, so that's what it looked like. It's unfortunate the daycare center didn't want to cooperate too much with parking, so you've actually gone the extra mile and moved the parking all in the back of the property.
Right.
So it's off the entire street, regardless if there's no parking signs or not. The vet center is having a challenge with their parking because they're going to be currently under construction here with their addition, and we'll have to address that with them when the time comes. Also, you mentioned a gate. They're going to gate this at nighttime to prevent those young kids who are a little more aggressive in the evenings from jumping the wall or going back there and doing things they shouldn't be doing, which will increase security around there. But do they use hoodlums?
Mayor, if I may, Councilman, that's an important point because right here is the daycare's parking lot, and just north of that is a large commercial center at the intersection of Decatur and Craig. So they were getting a lot of activity here from there. I mean, it blends into basically a large commercial center.
Well, and that's the concerns I've got for the neighbors over there is what's happening from that commercial center coming through the back parking lot of the daycare. This house is vacant right now, and there's nothing stopping any kid from busting through the back door and having a party back there, as far as I know.
Right.
Make sure if this gets approved that doesn't happen while we're waiting. There's going to be no parking signs on Tom Boulevard, and I'm quite confused as to the gentleman who spoke in regards to having a hard time getting information about that. My office is fully accessible to everyone, as well as Public Works Department in regards to what's going on there. You've gone the extra mile and limited the hours at my request, and I'm going to draw a line in the concrete here, not a line in the sand. This is not going to start the commercial frenzy moving back into that neighborhood. That is it. That's the line in the concrete. Mr. Malone, Mr. Weiss, Mr. Anderson, you can take that to the bank. I don't know what else to do with this property. This applicant's gone the extra mile to try to make this blend into the community and has addressed the parking issue in regards to traffic. Our city engineer has made comment on what that street's capacity is. Fully aware that the school is down the street, and I think that the applicant wants to be a good neighbor and is going to do the best they can to make that happen. And I think that ends my comments, Your Honor.
All right, any other comments? Councilor Wilson?
Just a quick comment. I don't know, this is just kind of a personal story. I grew up in Los Angeles in the San Fernando Valley, and one of my fondest memories of growing up was my father taking me to the local swim school. And to this day, I reflect back and going and having my dad teach me how to swim. So I can just imagine, and I certainly appreciate the issue on both sides, but as I look at the map that's on the screen right now, I see a lot of residential to the north and a lot of homes, and I just imagine with the school down the street and everything, a lot of kids that'll probably benefit from this swim school. And our alternative is some other type of commercial. I don't know what other kind of commercial would be better. We don't want a pharmacy there. And like Councilman Reese pointed out, realistically, we can't put a house there. You know, who's gonna rent it? Who's gonna want to live there? So I agree with Councilman Ross that this is the best thing for the neighborhood under the circumstances, and I'm going to support what I expect your motion to be.
Right. Anybody else? Did you want to be heard briefly?
Thank you, Anderson. I just want to ask one more question. There's really no buffer between this commercial and the property to the south. If that block wall can be accommodated to the residents just to the south and to the commercial. I mean, it varies between 5 blocks and 7 blocks. It's in disrepair. It would come a long way helping as a buffer to keep these kids from the back parking lot. I'm glad Councilman Ross is intimately aware of the goings on there. If that thing could be raised up, if they would maybe collaborate with the daycare center and bring that thing up to a continuity, I mean, I'm retired, I'm 65, I got 2 bad knees, and I can get over that wall, okay? If they could bring it up to a continuity, it would make for at least a physical buffer. It would deter people. And
Your Honor, if I may,
yes.
Mr. Anderson standing there, could staff zoom in on the site, please, with the camera? Mr. Anderson, can you point to which wall you're talking about?
Thank you.
No. Who's operating that camera?
Yeah, it goes just to the south, right along here. This gentleman here has his wall really built up nice, and then it goes to heck right here. Right here it's damaged. Right here I think it's about 5 blocks. Here it varies. And then, of course, the commercial property, I think they're up to 9 blocks or so. I mean, I couldn't get over that.
Yeah.
But if there was a continuous, decent block wall, can you hear me? Continuity, it would go a long way as a physical buffer.
Here's the commitment I'll make, Your Honor, if I may. Mr. Anderson, that's not part of this site or her property, the applicant's property.
Okay.
That would, I am currently reviewing the conditions of approval for the daycare.
Great.
To see what was required of them and what has not been required of them. And I will see what we can do with them. It's also going to be up to those other 2 property owners, because if they share that wall, it's going to have to be kind of worked out with them. This applicant has nothing to do with that other than the wall around her site, the project itself. They've committed to me that they're going to just tear all that down, clean it all up, put a new building there that's absolutely blends into the neighborhood, and their wall around there. Ms. Keach, how high is that wall going to be around that back side of your applicant's site?
This back side
Yeah.
or this side right here?
Both sides.
I think code is 6 foot, and so it would be solid block there, and then on the front combination wrought iron and block, so as to look more residential.
And now, just to throw one more caveat in there, Your Honor, if I can.
Certainly.
The wall towards the Dr. Michael Anka's daycare, veterinary clinic, he's in the process of building his building. They're actually one day probably going to want to remove that wall and share some parking. So that'll help both the swim school and Dr. Michael Anka out, I'm sure. But be mindful of that some of that access and egress will probably soon come off of Craig Road. But I will make a commitment to you and the residents there. I don't know those folks. I think one of those lots is vacant. But would certainly find out what was approved on the daycare. and
Okay,
see
you're
what-
absolutely right. Thank you very much.
You bet.
All right, well, I closed the public hearing, so did you have something that?
Yeah, I had one item.
Okay. Yeah,
The ingress
the
and
problem
the
is,
egress.
when I have the public hearing and I close it, now I have to open it again, and everybody has a right to talk again, so public hearing is open.
Okay, I just want to express the egress and the ingress and the traffic and the cross traffic of people coming down here when this street is flooded with kids and cars and everybody's got to turn in here. Now we're talking about, Steve, you had asked me to help suggest solve the problem. Now I'm hearing that they're going to share the parking lot for additional parking, take the wall down. Hey, I don't see why that egress and ingress can't come off of Craig Road. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else want to be heard?
Good afternoon. My name is Teddy Russell, resident of Las Vegas. Although the name Dunham was mentioned, we have a 6-0 vote in favor. The name Collins was mentioned, but I don't have any evidence of that. I do know that a couple of Clark County Commission meetings ago, we had the very sad experience of hearing all the different types of deaths or juvenile mortalities throughout Clark County in 1 year. And of course, pool accidents were one of the leading causes of juvenile mortality. I concur with Councilman Wolfson, and on the basis of what I've said, I recommend approval, knowing already which way it's going. Thank you so much.
Anybody else want to be heard?
And Mr. Mayor, since you opened it back up, I want to say this for all of us. Swimming is a very physical activity. And my grandson goes to the high school. It used to call it Votech, but it changed the name. But anyway, and he's on that, swim team. Swimming is an extremely physical exercise. and it also has something to do, like a lot of very other thing. It's very disciplined. So when these kids go to learn how to swim, I mean, trust me, if anybody can send it, as you said, Mr. Wilson, this is beneficial to the children, and our children are not getting enough exercise as it is. Anyway, that's all I got to say. I hope you approve it. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard?
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. How old are the children?
1 to 12.
I'm sorry.
Ages 1 to 12 is the
1 to
demographic
12.
they target.
Deny the item. Because when you have children that young, that tiny, in that larger space with cars, you're asking for trouble. And this council may not understand it, but somebody's going to have to stand accountable. And if you're not going to do it, and your client isn't going to do it, this council isn't going to do it, then somebody better do it. I'll do it. Deny the item, period.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and turn to Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would like to make note that the Planning Commission and staff both have moved to approve and recommended approval with conditions. I'm going to move to approve agenda item 79, subject to all conditions. Director, did you need to read something on that one?
No, sir, not till item 81, Mayor and Councilman.
That's my motion, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And likewise, Your Honor, would follow staff and Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of agenda item number 80, subject to conditions.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And then with that, Your Honor, if I may, on agenda item 81, I would follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval, subject to conditions and
Changes, Mayor and Councilman. Change condition number 3 to reflect the date on the site plan, landscape plan, and elevations is September 27th, 07. Change condition number 4 to indicate the hours of operation for the facility are limited to 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday, and 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Sunday. Change condition number 4 to delete the entire last sentence and replace it with language that the technical landscape plan shall be in conformance to Title 1912 landscape and buffer requirements, and additionally to delete conditions 5, 9, and 14.
Is that agreeable?
As amended.
Yes.
Councilman, excuse me, this is Gina Venglass with Public Works. Mayor, if I may, also based on the revised site plan we received last week, we would recommend adding 2 additional conditions. The first one would be the driveway accessing the site from Tom Boulevard shall meet the requirements of standard drawing 224, which is what they're showing on the new site plan. And in addition, because they are interested in gating the property, we would like to add, if gating is proposed at the site driveway, the gate may be located immediately behind the right-of-way line as long as the gate remains open during regular business hours. The installation of either swing gates or rolling gates is acceptable as long as no part of the gates, either in the open or closed position, intrude into the public right-of-way. If the gate is not intended to remain open during regular business hours, the gate shall be set back a sufficient distance, a minimum of 18 feet, to allow a vehicle to pull completely out of the public street right-of-way to operate the gate. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that agreeable?
Yes, it is.
All right. Councilman?
That's as amended, Your Honor, and that's my motion.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ross. I know this was a very tough decision for you, and we really appreciate the opportunity you gave us to work with you and come up with something that we believe works for the neighborhood. So
Your
thank
Honor,
you
if I
very
can
much.
make a comment to that, Tabitha, it's working with the neighbors is what's important.
Yes.
And trying to make it out, work with them, and I think you guys recognize that, so I appreciate you.
And we will continue to work with the neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, item 85 is RQR 23823. It's a public hearing. The applicant is Nevada Power Company, the owner, U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management. Required 1-year review of an approved review of condition that allowed the deferment of the required landscaping along the east, north, and west sides of the site on property located adjacent to the northwest corner of Iron Mountain Road and Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open.
Your Honor, if I could, please.
Yes.
I'd like to disclose the fact that I got a daughter that works for Nevada Power Company. I haven't talked to her about this. item. I have disclosed in the past, and I have participated in discussion, and I have voted on Nevada Power Company's other applications.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, council members. Michelle Baltz, representing Nevada Power Company, 6226 West Sahara. First off, I'd like to thank the City of Las Vegas staff, and especially Randy Fultz and Victor Bolanos for their patience and understanding, and especially Councilman Ross for some of the issues regarding the east and south sides of the substation. However, I am here specifically asking for a continuance of deferments on the landscaping and offsites on the north and the west side. And I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, fine. Are there any questions of the young lady? Folks, the public hearing, would anyone like to be heard?
Yeah. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident, deny the item summarily without any further discussion. That's the Nevada Power you're talking to. Remember that.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. But you are going to do the east and south sides, correct?
Yes, sir. It's my understanding that things are even moving more along, and we should be looking at improvements around the middle of 2008.
And just for the council's benefit, the west side is a BLM parcel. I'm checking to see who's got the reserve on. The north side of that substation is wide open desert pointing towards the detention basin and the shooting park. So if that answers your questions in regards to where that is. But the development is coming on Decatur, and I'd like you guys to get moving on that. So we'll go halfway, Director.
Sir, if I may, Mayor and Councilman, you said the south side and the
south side on Iron Mountain and the east side on Decatur will be done as soon as possible by Nevada Power.
And as soon as possible might be?
Michelle?
We're looking at a mid-2008. We're still resolving some issues with the right-of-way issues along Decatur.
So do we set a date of June 2008?
Let's get a more firm commitment. Can you do that? Can you give us a more firm commitment? We've been waiting on this for some time now. The east side of Decatur, I know why. But the Iron Mountain side, across the street from the high school, I don't know why, other than...
Well, the BLM grant for the Iron Mountain side is also tied into some of the issues with the Decatur side.
Okay, give the director a date then that you feel comfortable with, and we'll hold you to it.
Well, when is the shooting park going to have Decatur installed?
I can't answer that.
Councilman, do you want to give her a June 2008 date for review?
How about
to determine?
No, I don't want any more reviews. Okay. I want you guys to just do this.
We will be breaking ground. Let's say third quarter of 2008, just to be safe. Will that be?
Director?
We're looking at sooner, but.
If I may ask the question, this debate is on the east side. The south side can be accomplished by when?
She's stating that the south side is also tied into that, the BLM right-of-way issues.
Well, if we're talking third quarter, so October 2008?
Wow, that's a year.
That's a year.
It should be almost finished by then. But we'll be breaking ground, let's say July of 2008, and if there's anything different, I'll be sure.
Well, I think we're going to have a review of condition.
Well, we're only asking for the north and the west side.
I know.
That's for the deferment.
I'll defer the north and the west side, but when are you going to get the south and the east side then?
We're working on that. Actually, in one of the original conditions is that we have to start on the improvements, or have the improvements done 6 months after the grant to the BLM, or after we receive the BLM grant.
And you have not received the BLM grant?
Right. Not for the streets.
Okay. Brian, are you with me on this? They have not received the BLM grants on the streets yet.
So did you want to do the third quarter?
No, I want to review condition in 6 months.
We'll probably just need maybe a status or something.
Okay.
How about that?
Okay.
How about administratively, so you don't have to come back to council?
That sounds great.
Director, can you handle that?
If I'm understanding again, then the condition number 2 would be changed to read that the review of condition shall be reviewed in 6 months administratively.
I guess the problem would be, Councilman, if it weren't done, if they didn't have it done, you'd still need to make a decision, which means it has to be put on the council agenda, so you may want to just have it come before you
Cross your heart, Michelle, that you're going to get this done. We'll make you come back to us, not administratively, so you guys get your work done. How's that sound?
Now, is that for east and south side?
You get the deferment on the west and the north side. Forget
Okay.
those. I just want the east and the south side done.
Yes, that's understood.
That's a priority.
Are we still
6
good
months.
for 2 years on the
Yes.
north and
Yes.
west side?
Yes.
Okay.
6 months on the south side and the east side of Decatur. Okay?
Yes, sir.
You good? Cross
Yes.
your heart.
Okay, thank you.
That's it, Director. Does that work?
If I'm understanding, this would be the west and the north side landscaping shall be deferred for 2 years from date of council action, which would be today, and that the south and the east side shall be administratively reviewed within 6 months? No?
No, let's bring it back to council in 6 months.
Okay, shall be, then, so the first condition as I read, then the second condition is existing condition number 2, which reads the review of condition, that's this action, shall be reviewed in 6 months.
And Nevada Power is going to do their best to get it done by then, right?
Right, and you agree with the conditions, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
And that's kind of a motion, Your Honor.
Okay, I think we got it. Let's vote, please. Opposed? All right, motion carries. Good luck to you, and get on the
Thank you.
ball. Okay, item 87 is SDR 15747. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Twin Lakes Baptist Church. Request for site development plan review for a proposed 31,126 square foot church house of worship and a waiver of the perimeter landscape requirements on 8.55 acres at the northwest corner of Rainbow Boulevard and West Cliff Drive. This is in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Hannah Ersfeld, 340 East Warm Springs Road, Suite 1A, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89119. As the council's probably seen, we're still over there trying to work out language since we've just gotten the city's latest proposal. It was about an hour before the meeting. Has the council had a chance to review the latest? We received modifications at about noon this morning.
No, we don't do it that way.
Okay, yeah, I don't. I'm out of my normal territory.
No, what we do is we listen to the presentation, and
Okay.
we'll hear what you have to say, and then we'll hear what the public has to say, and we'll hear what the councilwoman has to say, and then we'll vote.
Okay, well, let me say what I have to say then.
Good.
I think we've made progress somewhat. Since our last appearance here, we've had our engineers meeting with the city engineers, and Councilwoman Tarkanian was gracious enough to coordinate a meeting involving everybody, and what we're looking for here is a win-win situation. Obviously, with the Bonanza Trail, the church wants to build the church, the city wants to complete the trail. The mayor, I think, is aware of the concerns about the placement of the bridge and the graffiti associated with the church, which I think, obviously graffiti is not something that the community of Summerlin in general is wanting to promote. So the proposal that we got earlier indicated from the city of Las Vegas that if we had given certain easements within 30 days, the city would be willing to fund the trail and make it part of the Bonanza Trail funding. But if we pursue the alternate plan on public land that we had been pursuing, then we have to pay for it, which was sort of an odd proposal to me. I was wondering, what other public lands things we should pay for. But I think we may be close to negotiating a compromise. We're looking at changing the language of paragraph 20 to combine the old paragraph 20 and the new paragraph 20 so that we coordinate with the city to ensure that the Bonanza Trail is built. We were just discussing with the city engineer that apparently the public trail or the public land proposal that we had involved some basin problems that NDOT wasn't okay with. So we're willing to give half of our land, whatever it takes to go onto our land in order to accommodate the building of the trail as quickly as possible within the funding constraints provided. And then we're working with the city for an alternate proposal on the bridge. Our current proposal, according to our estimates, would actually be less expensive than the city's current proposal. The city we were informed yesterday that they're not so sure about that, but we haven't received the details of it. So I guess at this point what we're looking at is proposing continued coordination, immediate construction in compliance with the funding requirements for the Bonanza Trail. We'll coordinate with the city to give on our land and coordinate to get the public land where necessary. and continue work on the bridge.
Well, basically,
As we can,
first
'cause
off, I had a conversation with Councilwoman Tarkanian yesterday.
Yeah.
Basically, what's before us today is a site development review, and it really pertains to the church itself.
Yes.
So I know that she was planning on going forward with that and basically telling everybody to continue to try to work out the issues which are ancillary to that. Unless I've missed something, I think that's where we are today.
I had not heard this about the last thing you were saying about giving half of the trail and the city the other half.
We just came up with it because we were just informed that NDOT had a problem with the parts of the basin. We said, that's fine. You know, we'll certainly work with that. I mean, we'll continue to coordinate to make sure that it doesn't cost the city any more money and that it accommodates what the church is trying to accomplish, which is to not have this thing sort of on top of the church.
Well, the mayor is right that the bridge is not part of what we're voting on today.
Okay.
So that's something else.
And basically, the situation is this. We've abated. I've met with the pastor. Last time you were in front of us, I said, try to work it out. And
yes.
I know that there have been diligent efforts.
Yes, and we're continuing.
Our staff and you.
Yes.
Everybody's dealing in good faith. But the councilwoman just wanted to get it off the ball here, and I don't blame her.
I
get
understand.
the church taken care of.
I understand completely. Is it... I guess then the question comes with, do the alternative language that the church doesn't agree with the alternative language currently proposed in paragraph 20, and if the council would like to hear that, we can, or we can strike it. If this is just the church itself, the church will continue to work with the city in every way to make sure that this is accomplished.
I think it is just the church itself.
I guess I'd just say one thing is that the church doesn't have to agree to the alternative language. The council.
We understand.
The council can impose whatever conditions they think are relevant to this particular application.
We understand.
And the other one is, I hope that the condition that they're proposing is less ambiguous than the condition that was proposed here, because I don't know what coordinate means other than to try to work something out. But
and basically, that's all we are at this point. Right now, as I understand what the councilwoman wants to do, she wants to make a motion concerning the site development review on the church itself. Have us vote on that, then wish them well to work out the other issues.
Okay.
Is that a fair statement?
Sorry.
It's okay.
It's the site development plan we're on today, and then any additional negotiations or concerns about the bridge could be talked about later. But today, we're to vote on that. And I believe Jorge had something to add here.
Yes, I do, Mayor and Council. I don't agree that we've come to an understanding. Certainly, we appreciate the fact that we can do somewhere where we can't get into the basin, we can get into the property. I think that we can support. What we don't support is the whole change of the design of the bridge where it is today. The reason for that, Mayor, is that we presented to you where we are today. We're at 100% design to move forward with the project. We're looking at getting this down to bid and getting it out. It's an $8 million project. If we go back and redesign to where the new bridge proposal is, we got to pay about $300,000 worth of additional redesign.
And we appreciate that, Mr. Cervantes. And basically, that's something that you're going to have to work out afterwards to, I guess, the city's satisfaction. But in the meantime, I want to vote on the church.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just very quickly, the one thing I'd like the board to consider, though, is that once the site plan is granted and they're given building permits to move forward, there really is no hammer if they stop coordinating with the city, and that's one of the concerns that I think our Public Works Department would have. So, with all respect, I just want to put that on the table.
Well, if we have as a condition instead of detailed about alternate this and alternate that, the continued coordination.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Scott. Let's assume we vote for the site development review, okay? And then they can't come to an accord later on. We build the bridge the way we're going to build the bridge, right? Or wrong?
Well, I mean, they would have to comply with all the conditions of approval. I'm assuming that the conditions that currently exist on the SDR pertain to the trail and everything else. So I'm assuming that even if they couldn't coordinate or work out another agreement, we would be made whole through the conditions that are currently on the SDR.
I think that's correct.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure which. Is this the SDR?
Because I think the SDR pertains to the trail and everything else.
And the bridge, actually. If the intent is to avoid discussing the bridge, that's contained in the current SDR.
All right. If we discuss the bridge, we'll discuss the bridge.
Actually, if I may, Gina Venglass with Public Works. Just to backpedal a little bit, and it actually would be helpful if their site plan were on the screen, so we could actually look at the trail instead of talking about the bridge or talking about the trail and the locations. I'd like us to all be looking at where the trail is proposed on their site plan right now.
Well, okay, that's fine. Basically, there's a disagreement between the city and the church about the bridge and about the trail.
But
That's simple.
But the trail is separate from the bridge.
If I may ask the
Right now.
folks in the back to put the site plan up on the screen, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is very helpful. Back when this project originally came before the City Council in about 2004, they came in with a zoning application and a site plan actually utilizing the parcel they own just to the northwest of this parcel. At that time, one of the conditions of the site plan that has since expired was that any additional phases that came before the city would have the requirement to dedicate and construct the trail. If you look on their site plan, along the east side and the north side is the trail shown on their property. The condition we're talking about is actually a new condition, and it's very lengthy.
Could we just say that those dashes there indicate the trail?
Yes.
Those are that's.
If I may suggest, we might want to just read in the conditions that we have, the changes before you today, and then the council may consider their action on that recommendation that's before you. If the city attorney concurs, that...
Well, before you do that, if these folks want to be heard, let's
Okay.
wait until that time, and then you can read your...
And it may be helpful, Mayor, just to place the regular site plan up would may be helpful.
Yeah, I think part of the problem we're having is I'd be just as happy as everybody else not to talk about the bridge, but it's in the current,
Then we better talk about it.
yeah, it's in the current site development plan, so that's
Okay.
why. You want to come up and explain?
Is it in the current site development, the bridge? The
Yeah,
trail
as-
is.
as
the amendments
Gina,
that
what are
were
you
proposed.
saying?
Thank you. The bridge is actually within the right-of-way grant for NDOT. It is not on their property. The city is doing the Bonanza Trail project separately, and this is their site plan, which is on the screen right now, which is the limits of what is before us, as I understand it.
So let me just understand, to simplify it, the bridge is not in the site plan, that's what I was told.
No.
So it is not, Mr. Mayor.
Well, and I agree with you, Councilman. That's why I was trying to get this in a position where you could make a motion regarding the site plan as we see it, and then if they can work out the bridge and the trail, that's fine. If they can't,
Except,
that's
Mr.
fine.
Mayor, I believe, Gina?
Thank you. Certainly, they came to us through all of these abeyances, and they were unhappy with the city's bridge location. We have spent numerous hours, as you all know, coordinating with the developer on the bridge. We recently got their new proposal showing it as at an alternate location late last week, and we've been looking at it early this week. Unfortunately, there has not been time to even sit down and meet with them and talk about it face to face. With that being said, that is how it is pertinent to this project. However, it is not a part of what is before you today to vote upon.
So the conditions that I received this morning that specifically reference the trail and the 30 days we have to grant, that all has to do with the trail. That has to do with the bridge as well.
That all has to do with the trail. Regardless of the bridge location, we certainly are willing to work with the applicant to relocate the trail on the north side over your property line into the basin as BLM and NDOT would allow. And that is how we have worded the new condition that you have, the alternative.
The alternative is we pay for the trail if it's off
Well,
of
you
our
better talk to
property.
me.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I apologize. So the alternative, as we understand it, I guess the most recent proposal that we've got is the church pays for the trail if it's off church property, but the city pays for the trail if it's on church property. Is that?
My understanding is, and I was told that this information was given earlier when the site plan first came up before I was on the council. Thanks so much for all these hangover. But I was told that the church was told about where the trail would be, and if the, giving the land, the city would build the trail. But if they delayed, then the city did not have the money to wait any longer, and they would have to build this. The church would have to build it.
And this is where I'd like to let Mr. Kelly step in, mostly because he was involved in all those negotiations. I just got here recently.
Fine, be happy to hear from Mr. Kelly.
Thank you very much from the church.
My name is Pat Kelly. I'm the head of the building committee at Twin Lakes Baptist Church. Won't go over a long history, but how this trail here came about. We had our architect sit down with the head of the trail at that time was Don Schmeiser. Worked out a complete master plan for it. Everybody was happy when we designed the whole thing. They came to us, your staff, with 100% design with this bridge. None of the congregation liked it, still have never liked it. We've always disagreed with it. We told it we had nothing to say about it, and we're going to build it. Said if you're going to build it and we have nothing to say, go ahead and do it. So it came to this point, and they keep needing this, and that. Put some stipulations on us, and then you finally said, come and you guys try and work it out. So we sat down, we came up with this proposal, and we submitted that, and then the pastor sat down with you, I believe you, Mr. Mayor, and he went over these options. And the options is how to build this off of our land. Now, we came up with a cost proposal also, slightly less in our estimate. You guys say it's going to be slightly more, but then you also come by and say that, well, because of this is going to cost us to redesign, which we had no coordination with us on it to begin with. So you want to charge us for redesign. Then you want to say it's going to delay and construction costs are going to go up, which has been delayed for over a year already, and will be probably continue to be delayed. But I mean, we tried to work with them. We came up with a viable option, something similar in cost that would work for us and you guys. We felt we did really good on this, being the fact that this elevates the trail here, and we're building a current building here where it takes care of our graffiti problem. So we can elevate it here. It's a shorter bridge across here, and then you'll continue with your piers across here and go down here and start sloping once you get to this point, and then it'll actually dump the people off at the bottom of the ramp closer to that intersection, so you can actually get on it from that intersection as opposed to wrapping around the corner.
Mayor, I think this is the point where we have to intervene. This is completely off the subject. If we're going to not discuss the bridge and the trail is part of the SDR.
Well, yes.
The bridge is not part of the SDR.
No.
Okay.
As I understand. Please, am I correct?
The bridge is not a part of the SDR.
All right, the bridge is not a part. And the trail, you have to come down that way if the trail gets taken off to a bridge higher, as the church wants, or lower. It's still the same place.
We have to build our trail on our land to butt into a bridge wherever the bridge is at. So if we're talking about the trail and where it's going to be located on our land, we need to know where the bridge is at.
Well, but I assume by the time they get to the bridge, you'll know where on the trail it is.
Say again?
It's good. I have to check everything because this is so complicated. First of all, Gina, on this side of, as I'm looking at the picture, the right side, if you have the bridge going across at the higher place where they want it, or at the lower place, it still comes into their trail. It isn't affecting the trail that much. The trail is there. Is that right? And
right.
You could if the trail is given, then you can put the bridge higher, or up, or lower. Further north, or...
That is true, Councilman. The difference is that we're showing the trail being on their property. They're showing the trail being inside the detention basin.
Oh, I see.
And
It has to be
they're
on your
not the same.
property.
What you're looking at here
From
on
what
the
I
side
was
plan is
told.
what we're proposing, and we proposed from day one. What they're proposing is no, go outside of our property into the detention basin and build a trail there.
And you looked into that, and that was not able to be done.
We did, Councilwoman. We looked at it, and certainly we've been talking to NDOT. NDOT's telling us you can't get in there. They're saying they would help us lobby NDOT to make it work. Even if we were to lobby NDOT, our concern is that that's about a year period to do that, to redesign. We're ready to go out to bid right now and construct this. And so what we're saying, we'll construct to an end point, and they come in with a trail and tie into it. Even if they can get permission from NDOT later on to put a portion of it into NDOT, they can certainly do that, because we're not building that portion of the trail unless we have this alignment today. We can incorporate into our plans under this alignment and build on it today. If they're going to delay to go and try to negotiate, convince NDOT to go into the property, which we think is going to be about a year process to do that, then we're saying, we've got money to do this today. We can't go back later and get additional money to do it. We can do it under our project today, but if you're going into the detention basin, first of all, it's a much higher construction cost. You got to build retaining walls, you got to do other things, and we can't do that. And so we're saying we can build it today under the alignment because we can incorporate it to our project. If you want to change the alignment, then that comes out of your cost.
Okay. That's what you're saying.
The other item I'd like to point out, just Councilwoman, is that certainly we're asking them to build a trail on the property, or we're willing to do it. There's no different than we do with every other developer. This is part of the master plan that the city has for trail alignments. And any development comes in has the exact same condition and requirements. We're not treating them any different than anything else. On the contrary, if anything, we're offering to incorporate the trail construction with the project because we're there today with the project.
Right. Thank you. Pastor, let me get, I need some divinely inspired words.
Very well.
Okay. Pastor, help me out. Give me about 30 seconds of
I'm Norman Lorenko, pastor of the Twin Lakes Baptist Church, 5700 Vegas Drive. I heard the same conversation a year and a half ago that we got to build this trail right now. We're going to do it right now. We got the money right now. We can't delay. And you have no choice, and we're going to do it. And so we said, go ahead and do it. And we've been at this. We were talking about the same situation a year and a half, 2 years almost. What I'm saying is we have a proposal that is cheaper. It goes across the front, instead of going across the front of our land, in front of our church, it's across the street.
Okay, but we're not talking about we can't talk about the bridge.
We're not talking about the bridge. It's not part of the SDR.
And see what I'm saying is we can't talk about it. It's like I robbed a bank.
If you want to talk about the trail, that's fine.
We can't talk about it because it's not part
Okay,
of
so we're going to eventually tie the trail to that bridge when we can talk about it.
Right.
Okay? So we're going to have to tie it into the bridge when we can talk about it. And we have a proposal that'll work for both of us, all of us. And why would we be delayed a permit to build our church? We're going to argue about this for the next 5 years.
Okay, I don't think you're going to be. If we could wind this up today.
Yeah, and so I'm saying we did everything we can to work with the city, but we've been strong, and I don't know why. And I've sat with you, and you said, why can't we work this out? That's what I'm saying.
I don't know why we can't work it out.
It's real simple. It's just we're not going to do it. We can't do it. We don't have the money, and throw all these numbers out. But where are the numbers coming from? We give numbers that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would just like to interject here and say that, first of all, I don't see where you were strong-armed. They had a position and they had it on money. You weren't strong-armed in the meetings I attended.
No, not
I don't think
me.
you were strong-armed in the meetings the mayor attended. It's my understanding, and I really have gone over the figures carefully that staff gave, that it would cost us more money to go the way you're talking about because of the way we have to support the trail from the detention basin, which we don't have to if we take the trail from the property that's on your land, which is what we do, they tell us, with all, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're a bank or a house or whatever, they would do the same thing. We have these trails going all the way through, and we have people who have given up land on this. Could I just ask a question, Gina? It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's my understanding that the church, the applicant, agreed to all these conditions. I was told that today. Do you have knowledge? Did they not agree to it? Ms. Ersfield's concerns in condition 22, for example?
Actually, that is true. When I had gotten this to Hannah today, and we have been talking ever since in the back to go over these conditions. So no, they have not told me they agree to these conditions, and in fact, they're not agreeing with them.
I wanted to make sure.
All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take the rest of the public comment, and then we're going to call for the question. Anybody else want to be heard?
Actually, I just want to make clear, if I could get one clarification again, this is because we got the conditions just shortly before, and it's my understanding, if we have confirmation that this number 20 here does not address the bridge, that the site, that the parcel number and the easements, which I guess is what Ms. Venglass has represented to the council, that will ease our concerns, I believe.
I guess we need to hear the new 20. Maybe that would help, to fully hear what the new 20 is.
Mayor, if I may read the condition number 20 that's being referred to.
All right.
The developer of this site is responsible to grant a multi-use transportation trail easement and construct a multi-use transportation trail along the eastern and northern boundaries of this site and along the eastern and northern boundary of Assessor's Parcel Number 13827802001 per the adopted Transportation Trails element of the City of Las Vegas Master Plan. If the trail easement is granted within 30 days of approval of this action by the City Council, the city shall incorporate the construction of the trail into the city's Bonanza Trail project and fund the construction. However, if the trail easement is not granted within 30 days, then the developer shall grant the required multi-use transportation trail easement prior to the issuance of any permits, and the developer shall construct, concurrent with on-site development, the multi-use transportation trail in accordance with the master plan transportation trails element with a modified cross-section as determined by the city engineer. Coordinate with the city engineer's office to ensure that the trail is designed to connect with the portions of the trail being constructed by the city west and east of this site. Alternatively, the developer may pursue an alternative trail alignment that encroaches into Nevada Department of Transportation right-of-way and/or Bureau of Land Management north of the subject site. However, all costs related to such relocation shall be borne by the applicant if the applicant provides proof acceptable to the city engineer that such relocation is allowed by NDOT and/or the BLM.
So I guess our question, Your Honor, again, just because Your Honor, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
because we just received this, is if we're agreeing, or the condition requires the transportation trails element of the City of Las Vegas Master Plan, I don't know if that bridge has already been accounted for as is in there.
And I don't know the answer to that.
Mayor, could I say a word?
Not yet. Let's get an answer to that.
Mr. Mayor, if the,
Can you say that on the record, please, so we can...
I'm sorry, the question was, is the bridge in the Trails Master Plan?
Yes.
No, it is not.
Okay.
Okay, and then it's also to ensure the trails, okay, so the coordination with the city engineer's office to ensure that the trail is designed to connect. We have no problem with coordination. We'll continue to do that. But as long as, I guess we're less concerned if it's not in the master plans that are specifically referred to in this. And again, I just simply did not have a chance.
Apparently, it's not in the master plan.
And if we have those assurances.
Excuse me, counsel?
It's part of the trails. The bridge is not in there. It's just the trails plan.
That's what I'm trying to, yeah. That's what I'm trying
It doesn't say bridge in there.
Well, no, I know it doesn't say bridge in there, but the documents that it refers to, because I didn't get it so late, I didn't have a chance to go pull those documents to see if it was in there. And if we have assurances that it's not in there, our concern is less.
I can't give you that assurance. The staff is saying...
The staff just assured us.
Well, no, I'm not sure they assured
I
you.
think, Mayor...
I don't want you to say they assured you at this point in time, because I'm not sure that...
You know, I guess once she checks the documents, Mayor, what she can do is just ask for a review of condition, and we can revisit this item.
Okay.
If that's...
All right. It's a shame that this... That's why I wanted it worked out, to be honest with you, so we wouldn't be involved with this debate, to be honest with you.
I apologize, Mr. Weaver.
No, I'm just saying. That's the reason I wanted it worked out. But apparently, reasonable people can't agree. All right, anybody else want to be heard?
Mayor, I would like to just say, you wanted to sit down and work it out, and what we're getting is, if we do this, they can agree. There's no attempt to work with us.
Okay.
And this is why I'm so disgusted about all this. And I want to work it out with them, and we could.
Okay, you either work it out or you don't, Pastor. It's that simple. I mean, I begged you to do it, and apparently it wasn't done. I'm not placing fault on anybody, but we got ourselves involved in a little mess today. Yes?
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. The vessel with the pestle has the pellet with the poison. The flagon with the dragon has the brew that is true. I have one question of the applicant. Does his church have a community activity center?
All right, that's irrelevant as far as this is concerned. Next, please.
Does it have a community center or not?
It's not.
I'm talking about the church, not the trail.
It's not before us today.
Deny the item in that case.
Anybody else?
Good afternoon. My name is Teddy Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. I'm not very happy. I have enormous bias in favor of Baptist churches. I spent my first 16 years in a Baptist church. My pastor often was president of the American Baptist Convention. I would say to the congregation who is suffering unnecessarily to have the faith of God. I would also counsel this congregation who is going to suffer financially greatly if this continues to be obeyed. You strain at a gnat and you swallow a camel. The essential thing in the eyes of the head of this church, who is Jesus Christ, is the sanctuary. We have an affluent congregation who will do a tremendous amount of outreach and be a great asset to the community. I have no qualms or fears about what are truly ancillary issues. Thank you very much.
Anybody else want to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman. Close the public hearing.
I would like to note for the record that Public Works, as well as my office and as well as the mayor, have met with the applicant on numerous occasions to address the concerns of the parties, and I think we've tried hard to get some resolution of all of this. It's been a lot of time and a lot of effort, and I would like to thank our staff for their diligence in this matter. I do not agree that they didn't try. I do believe they tried. But, you know, there's a feeling on one side and there's a feeling on another side. We have to go whatever gives us the best information. Gina, could you please read the modified conditions into the record?
Certainly, Councilwoman. The first condition we would like to modify is condition number 19. We would like it to read, coordinate with the right-of-way section of the Department of Public Works to determine the application submittal requirements for Bureau of Land Management, BLM applications for any portions of the trail path across BLM parcel number 13827802006, a copy of the plant survey if applicable, approved right-of-way grant issued by BLM, receipt for tortoise mitigation fee payment, and notice to proceed issued by BLM if applicable, shall be submitted to the right-of-way section prior to approval of construction drawings for this site or the issuance of any permits, whichever may occur first. And if I can just state what this change is doing, because they do want to coordinate and talk about relocating the trail off of their site, this just changed the languages to state that any portions of the trail path that may be across the BLM parcel to the north we would be covered in this condition. The second condition is number 20.
Does you need to read that again, Mr. Mayor?
No.
Our attorney?
You got it?
We got it.
And that's fine with you?
Okay.
We don't think so, but we appreciate that Councilwoman Tarkanian and the mayor have spent a lot of time on this. We understand that the vote is going to go forward, so we'll just do the best we can.
Very
We
good.
do appreciate.
That's fine, no problem.
And then lastly, condition 22, we would like that condition, we would recommend that it reads, site development to comply with all applicable conditions of approval for zoning reclassification ZON 3995 and all other applicable site-related actions. Thank you.
And Margot, would you please read any additional
I have
conditions?
very minor changes.
So that we have everything clear.
Yes, condition number 3, to just add the phrase that all other landscaping shall meet Title 19-12 requirements, and delete condition number 4 as it is better replaced by the Public Works condition.
Okay, and for the record, Ms. Ursula, do you agree with any of these amendments, or?
I believe, for the record, it's number 20 that's our concern. We don't agree with that.
All
We
right.
just received number 4, is that?
Does not agree with it.
Does not agree with 20. But
Oh, they
Mayor,
don't
if we
agree with
could-
it now?
I think we've reached a point, though.
So, this is just for the record.
Fine, if they don't have to
Yes.
agree, we can vote.
Yes.
As Mr. Scott says, we vote the way we want.
But they agree with
Exactly.
all the rest of the conditions?
Apparently, that's where we stand.
You agree with all the conditions except 20?
Exactly.
Good.
And 20, all right. I move to approve this item with all conditions.
Okay, as amended, Councilwoman?
There,
As amended.
originally and as amended.
Okay, let's vote, please. Close. Motion carries. Good luck to you folks. Hopefully, the balance will be worked out, but at least you have your church having its site plan approved.
Thank you.
Again, we appreciate the time that
Okay.
you put into this, and Councilwoman
Look forward to it
Tarkanian.
going
You've
up.
been very, very helpful.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 89 is SUP 21620. The public hearing, the applicant owner is Timothy and Alessandra Voles. Appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit to allow a proposed 55-foot high retractable amateur radio antenna tower at 325 Santa Fe Street in Ward 1. The Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Timothy Voles. I live at 325 Santa Fe Street. I'm currently licensed by the FCC to operate an amateur radio station, KK7HO. This station requires an adequate antenna system and height above ground. Without this, interference may result. Proper design and construction is important to proper performance. This interference most likely would be to televisions that are using external type of antennas. Satellite and cable television reception would not be affected. At the requested 55-foot antenna height, there would be no interference. Interference of this nature is exponentially reduced as height is increased. 55 feet is approximately a quarter wavelength on the 75-meter band of frequencies and is the minimum that would allow efficient radio wave propagation on this band. This height also places the antenna above most near-field structures that may reflect the radio waves. Council, amateur radio has served this country well since the 1930s and is continuing to do so through emergency preparedness. I'm presently in the application process to become a member of the Army Military Affiliate Radio System, which is sponsored by the Department of Defense. As a matter of fact, an amateur radio national emergency exercise is taking place in our nation's Capitol building in D.C. as we speak. This exercise is assuming a Category 3 hurricane hit Maryland, D.C., and Virginia. Our nation's senators are there witnessing amateur radio's emergency communication ability firsthand. Council, with proper antenna systems, Nevada amateur radio operators can be a part of this and other emergency preparedness networks. At present, I have the support of neighbors on both sides of my street and to the rear as indicated by an overhead photo and signed support documents previously faxed to staff. I have the support of Charleston Neighborhood Preservation Group, which spoke in favor of my application at the Planning Commission meetings. I have the support of 2 Nevada state senators, along with supportive federal and Nevada state laws. The Planning Commission staff has twice also recommended approval of my application. Council, this neighborhood support amounts to virtually everyone that may be impacted by this request. In fact, all of my immediate neighbors have offered to help with the installation, and one wants to bring his Boy Scout troop to watch the installation, progression, and to learn about amateur radio. I'm sure that more support could have been realized had I continued knocking on doors. I felt, however, that this should be sufficient to show support in the neighborhood. In order to address the concerns that the council may have, I have agreed to leave the tower retracted approximately 72 hours per week. With this, I respectfully request approval of my application.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Fine, folks, it's a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard. Do you want to point out on the overhead where you live again, please?
I live right here.
Very good, thank you.
And all of the green ones are, they support it. The white indicate that vacancies, and there's one blue one on there that I didn't contact.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Correct me if I'm mistaken. Wasn't it the ham operators who first alerted this country to the fact of the Japanese attack of Pearl Harbor? The best of your knowledge.
I believe it was, but I'm not sure.
Approve the item. Thank you very much.
Anybody else like to be heard? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Mr. Mayor, we took a significant amount of time on this item, but we wanted to assure that we had made reasonable accommodation to the applicant as is required by law. And we also like to recognize the invaluable and life-saving service that ham radio operators contribute to our community. And I know that you have agreed to the conditions. Margot, would you please read them into the record?
Yes, ma'am. And Mayor, additional conditions are that unless the applicant is participating in a federal, state, or local emergency requiring the use of the applicant's amateur radio antenna or a drill officially sponsored by the federal, state, or local government, the approved amateur radio antenna shall be in a retracted position a minimum of 72 hours each and every week, 52 weeks per year. For the purposes of this condition, a week is defined as Sunday at 6 a.m. until the following Sunday at 6 a.m. For purposes of this condition, a retracted position is defined as a point at which the approved amateur radio antenna is at a height no higher than 38 feet from the ground. And a second condition, that the approved amateur radio antenna is subject to a one-year review. At the council level or admin, how would you like that, Councilwoman? The review at council or by admin?
Council.
At the council, then.
All right, do you agree with those conditions?
I agree with
Let me
those.
ask a question before we hear the motion. What does ham, why do they call it ham radio?
You know, I'm not real sure why they call it ham radio. It's amateur radio, and ham was a nickname, and I'm not sure why it's called that, to be honest with you.
Just wondering. Okay, Councilman.
And I just want to thank you for your patience as we had to bring in the experts on staff that knew ham radio. Mary, you'd be surprised, huh? Who knows what about ham radio here?
And I want to thank you and your staff and Mr. Lewis's staff for the time and effort that they put into learning about it.
So I move for approval with all conditions as amended.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, everything else has been disposed of with the exception of citizens' participation and directions to, which one? Pardon? 93? Oh, right, I was just about to do that. Right. Madam Clerk, if you'd be kind enough to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatement. You're welcome. Okay, 94 is citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up, give us your name. We'll put the 3-minute timer on so everybody will have a chance to be heard, and be happy to hear from you. Yes, sir.
Can we discuss specific items?
You can discuss whatever you'd like. We can't take action on it. That's the only difference.
I understand. Here, I'd like to pass this on to Councilman Ross. Steve, this is all the information I could gather on the swim school through the process. I suspect eventually we'll need to pay for a widening of the street there because it is only 16 feet wide in areas, and I expect we will have to eventually put a signal light in down there, so I'm going to have to pay for that. Mainly I want to stop on the abeyance items. A lot of people have taken time off work. You probably heard this one before, but I would like to make a motion that we require, and I don't know if it's the state or the city or this county or who, but I think we should have a 48-hour abeyance. If somebody needs to put something on abeyance or on hold or whatever the term you want to use, it should be a requirement of 48 hours to put that on because, you know, this deal here, we had people take off work, we had people showing up here on several occasions. And then to put it back on calendar, there should be a window there also. And if it keeps getting obeyed more than 3 times, it should be removed from calendar. I think that would save you all a lot of time and some of us taxpayers money. Now, carved in cement, we have a residential commercial buffer over there on Tom and Craig in that area, correct? That's what I heard. We've carved that in concrete. The neighbors across the street, just so you know, they have been led to believe that they can rezone to commercial now because we did it across the street. We can continue doing it on through the neighborhood. So we're probably not finished with that issue yet. And that's it. I'm going to close it at that. I don't have any real argument with anything. I'm pretty easy going. Thanks.
Thanks for coming down. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm Mike Malone, Las Vegas resident. First of all, I'd like to say that I know these decisions are very difficult for the councilman. He has to do what he thinks is best. As you all know, I know all of you here, and I've been in the same seat that you all are sitting in. I spent 12 years in the legislature making decisions that a lot of people didn't like and a lot of people liked. Let me tell you one of the things that I didn't bring up because it would be denied, of course, today on that issue that we were confronted with, and that's flipping property. By the way, the McDonald's, or Mrs. McDonald, has already bought that property. I looked it up. She bought it as a residential, and now, of course, it's going commercial. She's going to make well on it. Is she going to flip it? We don't know yet. But let me give you an example of a piece of property, and the reason that we've been burned before, and I think probably Councilman Ross remembers this. At 5,000 West Gilmore Avenue, there was a piece of property there that, whoops, can you see that?
Can we have the overhead, please?
I'm sorry.
Now we can.
Okay, this piece of property was rezoned, okay? And not even a week later, this showed up along with this, land for sale by owner. And the comical part about this whole thing is, this particular owner, it says here, 9 lots at 11,000 square feet, and there's only, 7. It says 1 lot at 12,000 square feet, and there's 3. Nothing matches. I don't know where they got this site plan from, but anyhow, I knew that he was going to flip this property, and I tried to convince you of this before you voted on it. But it didn't go my way, of course, and this has been almost a year ago, or whatever amount of time has passed. And by the way, anybody want to check on these? Those signs are still up there. Those signs are still up there. He came here virtually lying to you, unfortunately. All he wanted to do is flip it. I am concerned, Your Honor, that this other piece of property is going to go in the same direction. She can make a ton of money on that as C1 property and bought it as residential. I guess my point in this is we have to be cautious also. And like I said, I know it's a lot of it is what we call a crapshoot, and you do the best you can.
Well, the one thing I don't want to see us do, Mr. Malone, I don't want to have to put people under oath when they appear in front of us. That would be a sad commentary.
Yes, sir.
That we can't rely on their good faith and their representations. They rely on our good faith and our best judgment, let's put it that way. But we thank you for coming down.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, I'm Chuck Lombardo, Senior Master Sergeant, U.S. Air Force, retired, trying to get a lounge at McCarran Airport for our troops. I worked diligently to get the USO out here. They did us an injustice. They slapped not only Clark County in the face, Nevada in the face, but also the city of Las Vegas. They refused to come to our town. We've got a casino who has donated $1 million plus to them. We've got an entertainer that raises funds for them, and they refuse to come here and support our troops. We have got over 50,000 military personnel, active duty, coming through the airport. I realize it's not in your jurisdiction, but I'm asking for some support here to try to get our military in this community someplace to stay other than the floor at McCarran Airport.
Let me ask you something. Are you saying the USO does not want to come here, or
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I did not bring a letter, but it's been on Channel 8 News. It's been throughout the
USO
community.
does not want to come to Las Vegas?
They refuse to come to your city, sir.
Well, I got a letter just the opposite, telling me that they want to come here and to find them a space because McCarran wouldn't give them a space.
That's wrong. There's a document in that piece of paper I gave you that shows that Randy Walker gave him the U.S. Airways Lounge. Okay. He was going to submit $750,000. I was to get $750,000, and they were going to come in and take it over for $1 a month, utilities free. Now, if the county commission and Mr. Walker have changed, nobody said anything to me to differentiate from the paperwork that I've given you.
All right, thank you.
And I'd like to turn this over to Mr. Christensen.
Sure.
My name is Chris Christoph. I live in the city as well as in the county. I approached you last week, Your Honor, because this came into my concern when 3 years ago, this person, Chuck Lombardo, started to put the contact with the USO, Harris, all these people. You'll read this high profile. We have more of this, of well-known mayors like you and state senators. Shelley Berkeley supported this. When I spoke to John Hanson, if you'll see in the article there, at the USO, one of the top people, last week, I asked him, what is the problem of you not coming in here with the help and support of our donation and money to your organization? And he says, we don't have any priority, and if we do, it will be 2 or 3 years from now. I said, you have 77 U.S. facilities throughout the United States, 5 in Texas. He says, well, yeah, they have priority. I said, sir, we are the entertainment of the world. We can put entertainment at the becking just like Hollywood did with the Hollywood Canteen. But we need your help, and if you want people to donate money, this is the greatest place where the hotels as well as other big business will support you. But to say that we don't have any priority, sir, is to me a slap in the face to the military personnel in uniform, as well as the airport, as I spoke to Randy Walker and Barbara Bolton, who's in business, saying that if they want a facility over there, we would have to sublet from U.S. West. They have the lease. They're paying $76 per square foot, $2,000. And I said, I thought that our military, like other airports in the United States, make it possible, and like Mr. Lombardi says, $1 a month. Oh no, this is a business, and we have to collect money. Now, I'm telling you, you know me straight up the bat. I'm not going to argue, but 3 years ago we could have had this, just like a lot of things. But when this thing drags on, and even though all these people support it, and more after, it's to the point that you, Your Honor, and well as the City Council, seems to have to pick up the pieces from people who are waiting for what? It's all our responsibility. It doesn't matter if you're a mayor or a hotel, to move together with well-known entertainers. Let's put together a program. I recommended the Neopolis because the Neopolis couldn't get themselves out the ground for 12 years. I feel that the first part of that in the back, by bringing these military people in uniform 3 days a week, at nighttime, 4 or 5 hours, a nice live Las Vegas canteen for these people, free passes with the buses, RTC, as well as the cab, and even if in the area their loved ones can bring them down here. That's the whole purpose of giving. They're giving their lives, their body, everything to us. Now we need to turn around, even though maybe 2 or 3 years it's over, we need to reach out and thank them somehow. And nobody's ever thanked them. Sure, they appraise them. They grab them and say, oh, they're wonderful. We need, as the world's biggest entertainment, where people from all walks of entertainment would be on a schedule, they would do it willingly. But we have to have the proper things to put together. And if anybody says it ain't going to work in Neopolis, then they better fly to another world, because Neopolis is a focus point, and it will be a focus point in the United States as the first one.
I'll be able to talk to you about it tomorrow.
Yeah, good.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next, please.
My name is Rasan Joshua Collins, and I'm very concerned right now about the state of Las Vegas. As most of us know in the Christian world, sin leads to death and hell. But the gift of God is eternal life through Christ Jesus, our Lord and Savior. But the promotion of sin continues in Las Vegas. I'm very concerned about this, and I think anybody should be. The Bible says the wrath of God will come on all unrighteousness. Sin leads to death and hell, and our children are being abused. We're promoting these little sex cards out here with the phone numbers on them, And there's laws against all these things. And we're abusing the poor. Another thing that God hates, putting them in jail for nothing. And these are some things that God abhors, I know, and I'm concerned that the police department many times does not respect the rights of the people, God-given rights specifically also. And the promotion of God's Word, I believe, should be encouraged, considering the state of affairs we're in right now in our nation, without the moral restraint. There seems to be a great lack of that. Does anyone here remember when NRS 201, those laws are about? Anyone on City Council? I've quizzed you on this a couple times. Good morals and public decency laws. Those are the good morals and public decency law. NRS, Nevada Revised Statutes 201, being completely ignored. Like my friend back here said, there's a swallowing of a camel and the straining of a gnat in many situations, and people are getting hammered for little offenses while morality is being ignored. And one of the most important issues in our nation is morality and restoring that back into America. So I encourage you, in light of eternity and your fate before God, to seek the Lord and decide, am I doing the right thing by allowing sin to be promoted in this city? Should our city be known for sin? It's a shameful thing. God abhors sin. He destroyed God at Sodom and Gomorrah. The homosexuals, they think they're going to be okay, but they're going to be burned in hell. I don't say this because I want them in hell, but I want them in heaven. I'm here to tell people what God's shown me. I don't want people in hell. I want to see them return to God. That makes me happy. But I'm sad when I see people living a sinful life because I know where it's going to lead. So I encourage sobriety and a move to God, and I hope that you will make the right choice. God bless.
Thank you. Next, please.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I'm still having a problem with people holding open house on me on Nellis Air Force Base. They continually to invade my privacy. People have been still allowed out since I was here and spoke against this before, and I can't get on that base. The police sent me out there. I went out there. I explained to the military police or the policemen at the gate as best I could my situation. They would not allow me out there because people were standing behind me signaling them. I could tell somebody was behind me motioning. It was some gentleman out there. I don't know which one was giving them a signal. And then he called the other military police out. He radioed for him to come out, and he went outside and talked to me. And he said, well, we can't allow you over there. I said, well, things keep happening to my family. Even though they're in Louisiana, because these people are allowed out over me, they looking in from that military base down through Barksdale Air Base and messing with my family. And things have happened to my daughter, my grandchildren, because people have been allowed up in there over me. And then they said they can't let me up in there. I have a medical condition. There are other people that have medical conditions just as bad as mine, or even worse, that the doctors have been allowed up in there to protect themselves and their health and well-being and their families' health and well-being. They don't have a right to use my name, my social security number, or distress signal. They are continually doing that without my permission, and then they tell me, we don't want her name turned over as free. They see the trouble they're going to be in. That's why. I was one of the people in this country when they started those programs who were just not supposed to be left behind. And that was my defense line before I left Louisiana. When they started the programs in this country, I'm one of the people who was just left behind because I was too young and I had to live with my mother and father and go along with what they were into, which they were abusive with alcohol, and my dad was a gambler. I never known him to go in a casino, but he liked to roll the dice at the house with his friend. He was a truck driver. He was a hard-working man, but he was a gambler and a drinker. My mom was a maid. They were hard-working people. We never had the best of everything, but we lived like human beings. We lived inside of a house. I had never lived in a homeless shelter. Didn't know they existed till I became an adult and started, got out of the military and began to travel to larger cities. And I found out about how homeless people were able to live in places called shelters and stuff, that they had resources for people that's homeless, and I started using the resources. But I don't want that to be my life, and I don't want to have to depend on my children because people are being allowed to use my distress signal and steal my identity. I know I need an attorney on this. I'm working on that. But in the meanwhile, the military base should have a security inscription list. Those people should be checking in with security because they will hold free people on these programs, and we don't always know we're on them. And then they will go up in there and hurt people's family and slander people with what they're doing. And I'm trying to warn them to protect them and quit creating a problem for me by using my name and social security number, because they're going to run into a bigger problem, believe me. And it's not just going to be at my door. It's going to be a problem for the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Barbie. I am president of Southern Nevada Chapter 555th Parachute Infantry Association, the world's first all-black paratrooper unit. How you feeling, Mayor? I haven't seen you in a while. I'm also a member of the 2,221 black men who volunteered and fought beside white troops in World War II.
Take your hand off the mic because we can't hear you.
I'm also president. I'm also a member of the 2,221 black men who fought beside white troops in World War II after the Battle of the Bulge. My particular unit was one of the first units that met the Russians at the Elbe River. We talked about a USO like we are doing them a favor. They are our people. These are our sons, our daughters. They are going over halfway around the world to fight a bullshit war, a war that should not have been fought in the first place. As a 30-year veteran of 3 wars, I've been in 2 of them. We won one, we lost one, and had a draw. We haven't won a war since World War II. But we got involved in this war. Why? Because they said weapons of mass destruction. You know and I know, and nobody in the media asked the major question, even if they had weapons of mass destruction, how were they going to deliver them? FedEx? They could not deliver them. They were not a threat to us. We are losing kids and getting them killed every day about money. But that's what most wars about anyway. I found out it myself. But all I want to do is give them a place where they can sit and relax in the old type USO. This is all I would like for you to do. I'm a Purple Heart veteran, a master parachutist, all that other stuff. You don't owe me nothing. I fought for my country. I would like for my country to support its people and its troops. Thank you.
Thank you. And please help us. We have our Veterans Day Parade. It's coming up November the 11th. It's going to be downtown. We'd like to have as many of your friends and associates there as is humanly possible. Please spread the word. We want to have a big, big crowd of vets so we can honor them and thank them.
I will do that. If you remember, I was guiding you through the St. Patty's Day Parade.
And you did a good job.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Maybe he could spread the word also about the PBS special On the War, which is being broadcast now. It's one of the most magnificent things I've seen done, not concentrating on battles or generals so much, but as individuals fighting the war, which is the veterans. And you could understand why they didn't want to talk about it for so long, but it's a beautifully done show.
I saw the show. I've looked at every chapter of it. One of the things that fascinates me with our news media is people in America don't seem to know what war is about. War is about killing folks and destroying things. We make a big deal when 4 or 5 civilians get killed by one of our bombs. We'll say 2 soldiers killed, 5 children. I always ask the question, at the D-Day invasion, how many French people were killed? And when we bomb places, how many children, women get killed? Nobody thinks about that because it's not. But now all of a sudden it's a big deal. War. I saw a woman cut in half with machine gun fire in Germany because she fired a Panzerfaust and hit one of our tanks. She ceased to become a woman. She became a combatant. The tank behind her cut her in half with a machine gun. Until you've seen dead bodies and smell them, it's a smell of death that you cannot describe. These are the things we need to know, and this is what we're putting our kids through. And I don't want my daughter retired from the Air Force. I do not want to see any more kids killed for nothing. And that chapter on war is beautifully done. It tells the truth. How many thousands of civilians we've killed have been killed by air bombs. Once they start throwing rocks and hitting people, rocks, bullets, bombs have no name on them. They just hit who's there. And we need to understand that. Is there anything else you want me to?
No, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Carone. I live nearby the main courthouse. Scattered behind me lies many new majestic condos like Jewel, Newport, and Soho Lofts that you all approved of. And as part of a bonus plan, you all are responsible for flushing out most of the corruption in my neighborhood. Thanks to your dynamic strategy in revolutionizing downtown, crime has dropped greatly. My speech will be short, simple, and sweet. I've been watching this meetings on Channel 2 and 4 for many years. Now it's my turn to see you live and in person. Unlike many other negative opinions launched in this room monthly, my presentation will be like a breath of fresh air to you all. Mr. Mayor, with your background as a shop lawyer, you always have proved to be bulletproof to intimidation. I'm talking about local smudge, written to you all the time. In fact, you once quoted on TV, "I'm like a bulldozer that plows through nonsense." For example, let me give you Exhibit A. The 61-acre parcel of land downtown next to the railroad tracks was considered a big joke. But now, with future construction, thanks to your vision and persistence, it's now presently a first-class industrial park. Who has the last left now? And for Exhibit B, finally, years after broken dreams and promises, Fremont Street East has been born. Using the Streamline Tower as the main entrance, tourists can now feel safe to explore this remastered area. Just like Union Park, business will want to jump into this money zone, and it will be another success story written in our history books, giving you full credit, of course. With the Culinary Union 226 and downtown contracts approaching, I know you all are well aware of the present situation. I have 10 years invested in this union and expect total victory in the end. Mayor Goodman, with your star power, I know you can prevent a complete shutdown of all the classic hotels if a strike should occur. I especially want to include Gary Reese's impact also, who is without a doubt the true backbone of the city operations. My only personal request, Mr. Mayor, is if possible I could get a photograph with you at the end of this agenda. It would mean the world to me. In fact, someday a statue should be built and placed somewhere on Fremont Street, and one of the scriptures would say, presented by the city of Las Vegas, Oscar B. Goodman, the greatest mayor of all time.
Well, you did just what I asked you to do. You were terrific. You didn't blow a line. That's great. I'd be happy to meet you outside right afterwards.
Yes, thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Oscar B. S. Goodman, but Vladimir, right? Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. There already is a statue of somebody quite renowned downtown. He's sitting up on a horse. You probably know him. You might know him as Benny Binion. Some people down in Texas knew him too before he got away. He came here to avoid prosecution for all kinds of stuff. Doesn't matter, I guess. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. What bus did the mayor and members of the city council take to the RDA meeting this morning? Let the record reflect there's no response to the public pertinent question. If you want the public to leave their cars at home and take the bus downtown and elsewhere, lead by example. If you want a salary increase and a vehicle allowance, first explain exactly what it is you do here and why you should be paid anything at all, much less a vehicle allowance, particularly since public mass transit in the city of Las Vegas is a disgrace and a disservice to both the fare-paying public and many of the finest city ride bus drivers the city's ever had. And the cause of that disservice is directly traceable to the lack of diligent oversight and the absence of responsible official leadership at both the RTC and the 10th floor of City Hall, coupled with expediency-driven furtherance of all his subjective agenda in service to limited special interests That's taxpaying public expense. You'll enjoy this because you have the overhead, please. You take a look at the artwork. If and when you do take a bus, here's what you as a tourist and visitors to the city of Las Vegas will see at the Downtown Transportation Center. That offensive graffiti has been there for months unabated. The red text is page 1 of a multi-volume work in progress that lists the deficiencies which, if not immediately addressed and resolved, may cause the loss of many of the city's best employees who work out of the DTC. Pay no attention. That shouldn't bother you. What the heck all you do is sit up there and laugh at the jokes, whatever the hell it is you do. On agenda items that aren't even in the text of the agenda. You spend, what, an hour and a half on that? That's fine. No such thing as unruly me. On a related matter regarding the Southwest extension of the citywide bus, there's nothing temporary about the 14th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, the supreme law of the land. Anybody else got other opinions about it? We'll talk about that at length. The numerical criteria of equal access to equal protection of the law is one person. In the aggregate sense, each and all citizens of and persons within the jurisdiction of the United States of America, inclusively and without exception. Millions of people died to protect our inalienable rights, and you took a sworn oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution and the government of the United States and the Constitution and the government of the state of Nevada. Your compliance with that sworn oath of office can be enforced if necessary, and you'll get all the free publicity you require. And about the Veterans Parade this time, get in and walk all the way. Wear your colors as you do it. The written text by public comment submitted and requesting inclusion in the meeting minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Teddy Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. This is truly boring to me, but I feel necessary to get it out of the way. Once I was talking with the mayor about a mutual friend, and I said, "What's with him?" And the mayor answered, "He's a TV star." I have been on international or global television for about 21 years now on behalf of various worldwide charities and ministries. No lesser a muckety-muck than one of the county commissioners implied, whether kiddingly or serious, that I do this to be on TV. I equate TV with something being on TV as something as pleasurable as gargling with barium and broken glass. I was at the county commission yesterday as sick as a dog, pretty much sleeping through half of it. I did want to make some rather vital corrections. We were speaking about coroner's inquest and Metro. I wanted to correct that the name of the perpetrator was Suave. I used the wrong name. He was handcuffed, not unhandcuffed. And I do realize that Nevada's AG, Attorney General, is a she, not a he. I wanted to give a special thank you to the lovely and vivacious Mrs. Dawn Gibson, who I met at the cultural celebration we had at Fremont Street. I told her to tell Governor Gibbons that he's doing a great job. However, with this proviso, and as I'm in communication with Senator Reed and agree with him absolutely, no more coal-fired plants. And thank God the first one out of 3 is already down and out on the count of perpetual potential litigation. Go Phillies, the fanatic rocks. And the war is quite simple. It's a fraud-based, open-ended war. Honor our troops. Bring them home now, for God's sake. Thank you so much, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard?
I have to, you know Mr. Bob here.
Sure.
This is our city council.
For those who don't know me, for the record, I'm State Assemblyman Bob Beers.
Hi. Oh,
Okay.
Did you want to be heard? Or just to be
I thought he was going to do
no,
the...
no, no.
I thought
We
he
don't
was
let
going to
Chris
do the
go
introduction.
twice. No,
Yeah.
Christoph goes once. That's enough.
That's enough.
Okay.
I'm not
No.
allowed second chances.
No, he's had his chance and he blew it. No, Christoph and myself are going to talk tomorrow about the
Okay.
USO.
Well, he called me the other day regarding this issue, and quite frankly, I thought it was a marvelous idea. The amount of goodwill that could be generated for the city, for this area, and for those businesses that take a hand in creating some type of USO-style environment for the uniformed servicemen and women that come through our area is incalculable. I did a little bit of checking. Because of my office, I'm able to find out some things that sometimes ordinary citizens cannot. The reason the USO ostensibly is not interested in putting a facility in this region is because of their perception of the Las Vegas personality. They will not advertise that. That will not show up in any news reports, but that is the real reason. Quite frankly, I think it is a load of fertilizer. I have not seen too much that this city is not capable of doing that any other city does, and we have done many things that a lot of municipalities have failed at. I think this is something that needs to be done. I would love to see something begun prior to Veterans Day, if at all possible. Anything I can do by my office to help in this regard, you have my full support. Thank you.
All right, and thank you for joining us today. It's a privilege to have you here. Thank you. All right, would anybody else like to be heard today? All right, seeing none, the meeting's adjourned.